be okay. You'll fight through it. I am fine. I'm 45 now. I feel great. I can go to the gym and work out with the big dogs. Trust me, I can. And that's after me having prostate and really lost everything. I have no strength or none of that. But I work myself back up where I'm at. I feel great. It can happen, guys. Trust me on this. Fight through it. I am fine. I'm 45 now. I feel great. I can go to the gym and work out with the big dogs. Trust me, I can. And that's after me having prostate and really lost everything. I have no strength or none of that. But I work myself back up where I'm at. I feel great. It can happen, guys. Trust me on this.
needs everyone to care. This global internet needs everyone to care. Now wherever you go, you go. Yes, we know we must win. We will fight this thing called cancer. We are champions. We are black people. We like it. We will win. Yes, we know we must win. We will fight this thing called cancer. We are champions. We are black people. We like it. We will win.
If we fight, we won't lose, we won't fail if we faith love. We will overcome. Prostate cancer wherever. No matter what we do, we know we fail at all. We know we fail at all. We know they move forward. We know they give up for life. Because I care, you care.
Yes, we know we must win. We will fight this thing called cancer. We are champions. We are black people. We like it. We will win. Yes, we know we must win. We will fight this thing called cancer. We are champions. We are black people. We like it. We will win.
Trust me, you will be okay. You'll fight through it. I am fine. I'm 45 now. I feel great. I can go to the gym and work out with the big dogs. Trust me, I can. And that's after me having prostate and really lost everything. I have no strength or none of that. But I work myself back up where I'm at. I feel great. It can happen, guys. Trust me on this.
Black men, listen up. iCCaRE. Get better.
Wherever you leave, whatever you do, remember, health is wealth. Whatever you do, this prostate cancer needs everyone to care. This global internet needs everyone to care. Now wherever you go, you go. Yes, we know we must win. We will fight this thing called cancer. We are champions. We are black people. We like it. We will win. Yes, we know
fight through it. I am fine. I'm 45 now. I feel great. I can go to the gym and work out with the big dogs. Trust me, I can. And that's after me having prostate and really lost everything. I have no strength or none of that. But I work myself back up where I'm at. I feel great. It can happen, guys. Trust me on this.
What's the platform?
1 second. Is the camera isn't on? The camera isn't on.
Good morning, everyone. So happy to have you all here and to see all your faces. We are going to begin in about 5 minutes.
This one, I think.
Where's iCCaRE? One 49578. Yeah.
Yeah, printed program.
Huh?
Printed program.
Oh, they're in the. Oh, they're over there. It won't log you in because I'm in, but I'll add you as a guest. Oh yes.
Are we just starting? Do you want me to do a remark? What's the agenda?
Do you want me to add you?
Well, I'm saying you seen it. He's backstage. He's right on stage.
Oh, okay. I don't see him. Oh, okay. Okay. There we go.
Okay, that's okay.
Move the camera to the board here. So come in as a guest.
Hey, do I allow this or it says allow, right?
No. Oh, yes, allow. Allow. There's a. I'm so sorry. Okay. So we will begin first with our advocates roundtable, where they'll be telling their story of screening, prevention, diagnosis, and onto survivorship. So I invite all our advocates to please come and take to the stage. All right, So please, would you introduce yourself, starting from you, Mr. James Daniels?
James Daniels, I'm a prostate cancer survivor.
I'm Dave Austin. I'm a prostate survivor.
Stephen Thompson, prostate cancer survivor naturally. Amen.
So first, let's start with how did you find out? Let's start from you.
My doctor had an African American doctor in Miami, Florida, about 10 years ago, and she did a digital exam and felt a little like lump on my prostate. So she said, well, we want to kind of take a test. I said, take a test? So she set up an appointment for me to come back in the office and got a little piece of the prostate and got it examined. And I was stage 2 with prostate cancer. And that's how we found out about it. And she said, you have cancer, but you ain't gonna die. Oh, all right, let me know. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Thompson. The way I found out, I was had a urologist, African-American urologist, and she normally tests me once or twice a year. I went to see her, and I was over 50, and I've been tested since I was 40. So she did a digital exam and felt a little slight lump on my prostate. And then we took a biopsy a few days later. And after about 5 days, the test results came back, and I was positive for prostate cancer. And then the journey began. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dave Austin. I am a prostate cancer survivor. And the way I found out, my primary doctor used to test me. I go for a physical every year, and my PSA was high. But I ain't paying no attention, but he said that I think I need to recommend you to a urologist. So I went to a urologist, and he gave me the test. He said, you know, the digital test, everything was smooth, so I didn't worry really. But then once we went further testing, it came out that, yes, I did have prostate cancer. So moving forward, once I found out about it, he walked into the office, I'm sitting there, and he said, Dave, there's no sense beating around the bush. You have prostate cancer. And that's exactly what he said to me. I was like, wow, you know, no sympathy, no nothing. From that day forward, you know, I talked to my wife, I explained it to her, and she was my support. You know, then I would reserve, I really didn't tell anybody. I just went into a little cocoon and didn't really do anything but go to my test, and I survived. But now I want everybody to know, and I want to be an advocate to help other people out so that they don't have to go through what I went through. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is James Daniels. I'm a prostate cancer survivor for 14 years. What happened in my situation is I attend my doctor regularly, and that's how I was found out. He indicated that my PSA was high, and he recommended a urologist for me to go see. And I went to see the urologist, and he says, okay, if there's a possibility, he said, but we'll give it another year. I said, okay. So when I came back after that year's time, he said, I do think that you have it. So after that, what he did is says, okay, we're gonna have you to go see 3 different doctors so you'll be able to make a concise decision as to what you will do and how you will treat this. So after going to the doctors, I decided at Baptist Cancer Center. They really convinced me because the information that they gave me was something that I wanted to hear. I didn't have to lose my prostate at all. There was a treatment. It was a seed implant that they decided to do for me. So after that, a couple more weeks, I had the seed implant. And after the seed implant, I have survived with no problems whatsoever. A lot of men is afraid to get prostate cancer. They're afraid to get tested because they don't want to know about they don't want to know the results. Knowing the results is very critical. So my thing is, when I found out, I was truly an advocate for this and have been an advocate since. God, thank you very much. Thank you for my family, my wife's support, and continuously, I want to represent men that have prostate cancer or had prostate cancer, and now we are a survivor. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your story of how you found out. Let's move on to treatment. What was your treatment like? It sounds like everyone had a different approach to treatment. Okay, yes, great.
My treatment, I went to 4 different urologists, and I heard about the process that he went through, and urologist gave me about 3 or 4 days to do. I didn't like it, so I went to another urologist. And like he said, everybody had their specialty of what they wanted to do for me as far as getting together prostate cancer. We went to a third urologist, and like what he said, he had a specialty he wanted to do. So there's a friend of mine, Dr. Keys, she told me about she was in Western Florida. She had a cancer tumor, and they took her earlier, so she suggested I go see them, so I went to see them, and they had a process which was, I heard about first in Jacksonville, for proton therapy, which was less invasive. So they could do the process of that there, but my insurance wouldn't pay for it, so he suggested, well, there's a program out there in San Diego that wanted to do something naturally for prostate cancer. I said, yeah, that sounds like more up my lines. Let's do something naturally. And so they hooked me up with the University of San Diego. She will call me once a week and to tell me what I was eating. Get her a list of things I was eating. I would write down what I was eating. The process of what I did was I alkalined my body with organic lemons. Every morning, I would drink a cup, blend it up real good, and drink it on an empty stomach. And then after 1 hour, I would eat a healthy meal, which would consist of with the best eggs I could find and the best stuff that didn't have any bad ingredients in them. And I was told to cut off meat. So, I mean, I don't eat pork. I didn't eat beef. I ate a little chicken once every other day. I was asked, be as much as a vegetarian as I could. And to alkaline my body, I used to blend celery, anything in the berry family, strawberries, blueberries, raspberry. I had a berry and I would blend that. Some kale, spinach. I blended all those and usually had 10 almonds. I had about 9 or 10 almonds every day with my meal. The blend and the almonds was my meal. And I even would take it to work with me. I take my blender to work with me and take my ingredients. I kept it in the refrigerator, and I would have a meal of vegetables and almonds as protein and a variety of vegetables. I had heard different ways you could just blend vegetables, but the taste of just all raw vegetables was a little tart to me, so I put some berries in it and blended it in. And a couple people said, nutritionists and people said, that's fine. They all blended up, so it's all going down, all blended up already in your stomach. So there's nothing wrong with mixing it. But usually they had a situation where berries, fruit would eat together, vegetables you eat together. So I blended it up real good and drank it and tastes real nice. And I did that day in, day out, day in, day out, day in, day out. I would exercise in the morning or in the evening when I got off from work and did little workouts, stretching and stuff like that, keeping my mind clear, keeping prayed up, and on. I did it. I would get called every week. I go over with a young lady who's assigned to me from San Diego. I would see my doctor every 3 months. About every 3 months, I go back and see my urologist, and the doctor that initiated, he was very pleased with what I was doing and the progress I was doing it, and I didn't miss any days. I think I missed 1 day out of 19 months of not blending, and I think I was traveling is why I missed a day, because I would carry my blender with me when I traveled at work and stuff like that to have my meals. And the meat process, Purdue chicken was real popular then. They didn't have no ingredients, and then I would eat that maybe once or twice a week. But almonds were my basic protein every day, about 9 to 10 almonds a day. I was told that was enough for eating every day. And then I ended up getting another biopsy about 18 months later, and this was done, like I said, every day. I didn't miss a day. Every day I was alkalining my body. I was getting vegetables and fruits and nuts and grains every day. I didn't miss a day. And after about 18 months, we decided, hey, let's do another biopsy and check to see where you're at. And so I went in, did another biopsy, and I was benign and the cancer was gone, and I still update and maintain myself today to keep it from coming back, because that's the worst thing I would want to have for it to come back. So I did just still doing it, still engage myself, try to help other people, be an advocate that will listen. And everybody can't do the natural, because they had took 100 men with this process. They never gave a report. Even a young lady that we're working with in Orlando with this program, she called them and they wouldn't respond. The hospital, my doctors at the Cleveland Clinic called them. They wouldn't get a response about how the other men did, because there's about 100 of us around the country that participated in this program with a natural, but only one I knew was me that actually successfully did it. So thank you, praise God that I was able to be committed for that long to do what I need to do to be healthy. Thank you.
Yes. My treatment, I guess it wasn't as difficult as his treatment was, because when I walked back to the doctor, once I found out that I did have prostate cancer, I had two choices: either remove the prostate or radiation. That's the only two that the doctor gave me. I didn't go to any other doctor. I had no other choice. So I chose the radiation. I went through 43 days of the radiation and the Lupron shots. And after that, everything else worked out fine for me. But the long-term effect, I don't know what it is, but it's been 10 years. I'm doing good so far. And I'm thanking God for it every day. And I thank you guys for the research and everything that you're doing. Thank you.
My treatment started after going to my primary doctor, and he would test me every 6 months. And when he found out that I had a lump that he needed for me to go see a urologist, then that was time. So I went to see the 3 different urologists, and the doctor that I chose was the doctors at Baptist Cancer Center. I was thoroughly convinced from the information that they provided to me, and as opposed to having the prostate taken out, they suggested to me the radiation seeds. So I had the radiation seed implant. I would go to Baptist Cancer Center every week for 9 weeks, and then every other week for the next 6 months. So at that point in time, I was thoroughly convinced that I needed to make sure that I was okay. So my doctor told me, one of the urologists that I was working with, he says, the seed implant, you'll be able to see for a long time. So when they put me on the scope, every time I go to the doctor, I could see them working. So that made me convinced more and more that I made the right decision. At the time, my wife wanted me to have the prostate taken out, but I wasn't willing to do that. So that's why I wound up using the seed implant. And I think the seed implant, because they informed me, had about a 95 to 97% rate that was very effective. With numbers like that, I think it would be good for me. I would take that chance, and I took that chance because I believe in the good Lord would handle me, take care of me, and make sure that I am the survivor that I have been for almost 14 years. That was the best way, I thought, and it turned out to be the best way. So I'm an advocate for contacting young men, letting them know what they need to do, because cancer is a killer. So that's why I'm an advocate. That's why I'm sitting on this platform today with these gentlemen here, all of us being survivors. And different measures by different people would be effective. So I suggest you talk to 2 or 3 people, 2 or 3 urologists, and make sure that they give you the information that you'll be proud of. Thank you.
I'm going to, first, I'd like to invite former Senator Tony Hill to join the panel. And so I'll stop and ask if the audience has any questions. Yes.
To the young man, yes, sir. You said that you had an issue with the insurance, so are you all trying to be an advocate to the insurance companies to help pay for procedures or whatever?
The issue was in Jacksonville, Florida, the proton therapy was new, and the insurance wouldn't pay for my proton therapy because I was told the proton therapy, which I was going to come to Jacksonville, and I think it'd be about 3.5 months, 4 months, I would stay up here, and they did the proton therapy versus the chemo was more invasive. The proton therapy was less invasive, and since the proton therapy then was kind of new, my insurance company wouldn't pay for it. Oh, the insurance company will pay for it now because it's gone through a process of longevity, and it's been proven now that it's working and healing and helping people. I checked University of Houston had proton therapy. There's a place in California, I think Loma Linda had proton therapy. There's about 3 or 4 places that had proton therapy, and I was trying to get the less invasive. The process that my friend, my brother here had, that I was told about that one, I didn't want to do it. There's a lot of things they want to do. So that was the case in insurance. What I was told from some people who are in the proton therapy in districts and some friends of mine was insurance, anything that's kind of newish and not really proven, had so many years behind it, insurance company wasn't going to deal with. And the natural approach I did, that was all on me. I paid for all the food and stuff like that and that kind of thing.
I have a question. Who was your support system, and how is it or why is it important to have one?
Before you answer, I'm going to repeat it so our friends online can hear it. So the question was, who was your support system and why, and how was it important that you had them?
My support system was God, my pastor, and the urologist, because for about 6-7 weeks, I ain't tell nobody. I was just closed in. I didn't tell my family. It was just like a shock. So those three, God, with prayer, my doctor was very positive. And then my doctor had told me, don't worry about, tell people, talk to people about it. That was about a couple of months. He said, it's all right. And when I started talking to people, church and organizations I was in, it felt the stress released off of me. So then I got good friends and medical people supporting me. And I just talked about it so much. I started doing speaking engagements on prostate cancer with men, with the church and fraternities and stuff like that. So that went well. So to hear it is really a shell shock. So then I told my family. My mom was very supportive. I had good friends that was in the medical industry and non-medical industry support me. They didn't understand why I was doing the natural support. They had no experience with people doing natural. So they were saying, well, why are you doing that? I said, it's going to work. I believe it's going to work. And me and my doctor talked. He said, if you believe it's going to work, I believe it's going to work. It's going to work. And I had 100% science fact. It doesn't work fast, but it worked slowly, but it did work. And it hasn't come back to haunt me. Yes. Thank you.
My support, initially, my doctor, my primary doctor. I've been with my primary doctor for over 36 years. And he was my support from the beginning. And he kept telling me, kept encouraging me and saying, hey, this is what you need to do. So when I did it, I was still constantly talking with him, seeing him, and he was the big support that I thought from a medical position was what I needed. My wife was my support also, because my wife would go with me every radiation treatment that I had to go to. She didn't miss but one out of 17 treatments that I had. These treatments was vital in my success. So my support system was my wife, my doctor, and the good Lord above. With those people in mind, or with that in mind, I knew my situation would be successful. Thank you.
Okay, my support system was God and my wife. Because for the 43 days that I had to go, my wife had to work. We had bills to pay. So as she was working, I was leaning on God. And then, in the evening, when I get home, she'd have a nice meal prepared for me or something like that. But as far as support, yes, I was like in a cocoon. I wasn't telling nobody. I was reserved. I stayed to myself, and I'll just deal with it. And once I got involved into this, that's when I started opening up. I started saying, oh, I want to tell everybody now. I want to be an advocate. That did help me, deal with the situation. And I feel better about myself. And I also want to ensure that no one else had to go through the treatment I went through, because I didn't have choices like everybody else. When I went there, it was like the doctor, and he just gave me two choices: remove it or radiation. It was no other thing. Now that there's other treatments and other means, I want everybody else to realize that, and they won't have to endure what I had to endure. Thank you.
Good morning. And I want to apologize to you that I was late, but I was here yesterday early, so I'm late today. But I wanted to say to you, as I will do in my remarks a little later, I had been an advocate through the years in the legislature. In fact, I met Dr. Odetta when she was at FAMU, and we connected, and I knew this was an issue that was paramount in our community. Was running across folks. I met Dr. Willis early on when he first came here, and I must applaud him today that, and I kind of hit him on his knee sometime like I just did. James said, did you ever think it would come to this? He was the only Black physician at Mayo Clinic. And look where we are today. But getting back to the main topic is my support, because I was an advocate. I knew some of the people to call.
iCCaRE Black Men.
And to find out what it would take, how long would I live? Because the first thing came across my mind, Dr. Willis, is that why me? And then I came back and said, why not you? It's not like somebody sitting out there waiting to give you this thing, say, hey, give it to me. But it was a period that prepped me because of my legislative endeavors to champion it. We were not successful. The insurance companies would let the bill get through all the committees, and then when I get on the floor, as we like to say from out east, they get Afronesia. And all of a sudden, the president of the Senate or either the Speaker of the House would not bring it up, or he'll motion me to come over and say, hey, it's not time. And because insurance companies were fighting it. And I couldn't understand for the life of me why they would prevent this bill from going forth on the prevention side of the house, instead of paying a big bill on the end. But we kept pressing on, and then of course Dr. Odetta was guiding us, and but my support mechanism was my wife, our faith community, because I knew the different workshops that were going on in the community, health workshops, and so I was able to attend those and be as enthusiastic as I was before I was diagnosed. And I was diagnosed in 2019, so it's 5 years cancer-free, and we're registering anywhere around 0.04 or something like that. But my numbers got up to 14. Hello. I didn't say J-Lo now, I said hello.
Let me just add this for a minute. My friend Tony, as he said, we're from out east, and that's a slogan that we use all the time. Tony worked with the legislator. I would have never thought that Tony had prostate cancer. And Tony said to me, I never would have thought that you had prostate cancer. But once we started with Dr. Odetta, with the prostate cancer survivor members, I was truly an advocate. I have a sign in my office about that size. So everybody walking into my office, they see that and they know that I'm a prostate cancer survivor. I was on television on the morning show telling how it started, how I got started with it. And also I was in the newspaper because I had to do a speaking engagement on prostate cancer survivors. So the treatment that I took was great. The treatment that most of these guys have taken has been great, and each individual have to make that decision as to what type they're going to use for their bodies, because all of our bodies are different. So some things are better than others. And like you say, if you got a good support system, you can make it happen and not go through a worration, and that's what I did. Thank you.
I would be just one other point. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my pastor, T.A. McNeely, who suggested going through the natural approach. And then Dr. Carrie Keys, who lives here in Jacksonville, she mentioned it about going to Cleveland Clinic. But they were great support in me keeping on pace and doing what I need to do. Talked to Dr. McNeely. He was really positive about the natural approach, and I think he had worked with some people about doing it, and I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes. Oh, there's a, okay. I'm sorry, just 1 second.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone, and thanks so much for sharing your experience. As you are aware, we have our colleagues all over the world, particularly in Africa, who are also joining us for this event. Someone wants to find out, and I'm not sure, you can share your experience, and I'm happy Dr. Willis is also here. After your treatment, how often do you have to go for checkup? At what intervals do you do your regular checkup now that you're cancer-free?
Okay, I go for checkup every 6 months now, and I ensure that I get my results. I do follow-ups. I make sure I try to eat healthy. You know, I talk to my doctor regularly, even though we're cool, but the way he explained that I had cancer, we all right, but he should have been more of sympathetic towards me, but I have no other choice. I think I'm stuck with him. It's like a love-hate relationship, but but I make the best of the situation. As long as I have God on my side, everything's possible.
Okay. But you said you went through natural process. Do you still now have to keep going for checkup?
Yes, I just moved to the Ormond Beach area about a year and a half ago. My big support now is my wife. She's here, Elise. We're in the house, Elise. She's my big support now. She on me. Oh boy, she be getting on me about that. And what did you do? I got new doctors now, so everybody's about a year old. All my doctors, and I'm gonna be set up to take the PSA and getting accoladed to my new doctors. So getting around about 4 or 5 different doctors. So I checked with my cancer. I told them I had cancer and did it naturally, and they was like, "You did?" I said, "Okay." But usually yearly or twice a year, because 2 of my doctors, my primary doctor, nurse practitioner, and my urologist are the ones that's always asking and checking up on me.
Okay.
The rest of that.
Thank you, sir. So you said, as you answered that, there's another question that came up that relates to you, particularly since you talked about having radiation seed implants. So somebody want to find out, is it permanent or was it removed at some point? The seed implant, the radiation seed implant that you.
No, the seeds are with me. And every 6 months for the first 3 years, I would see the doctor. He put it on the scope and you could see the seeds working. And then after that, it's been a year. I was going to the doctor every year, once a year. And once a year from the 3rd year to right now, the seeds are still working, but I only have to go once a year. And he said, maybe I might not even have to come once a year because the seeds are working and you can see it. And it made me feel real good to know that it was still working. So that's what made me very, very, very comfortable. And so he's been with me since it all happened, both he and my primary doctor. So my urologist and my primary doctor is great support because they're concerned. And like I say, I go check those seeds every year, once a year.
All right, thank you, sir. Senator?
Well, in my case, I have switched primary care because I was a veteran, so I'm under the VA hospital care. But that is one of the number one checkoffs when I go to the VA clinic, and of course, talk with my primary care doctor. But I would say to you that each one of us up here who are survivors have different type treatments. When I went to a oncologist, and because the urologist was sort of like my friend here from Miami, it was like, okay, we'll monitor it, we'll look at it, we'll keep checking on it and stuff there. And so I had a friend that was an emergency medical doctor who happened to came back to Jacksonville. She was a traveling doctor and headquarters out of Atlanta, and then sometime over on the West Coast, told me that her brother-in-law had prostate cancer, and that he went to see one of her classmates who was at Emory University with her, and his name is Dr. Turk. So I took my records over to Dr. Turk, and Dr. Turk said, I don't need to see anything else. We're gonna do the seed implants. And within a few weeks, the seed implants had fell out, and I immediately went into radiation treatment. So I would go in the morning before I went to work, and a lot of people at work didn't even know that I was going through the treatments. And we went through a series, I think, of 21 or 22 sessions. And it was very invasive, very quick. You're in and out. And after that surgery, and then after the radiation treatment, we start coming maybe every 3 months, then every 6 months, and then, as James just said, every year, and we'll get it checked.
Thank you, gentlemen, so much for sharing your story and the knowledge that you've gained over the years. We will be hearing more from them a little later. We'll have several breaks throughout the day, so we'll be able to ask them questions. And we'll also keep you posted of questions that will show up online. Thank you so much.
I'd like to say one thing once more. This program and working with Dr. Odetna has been very successful because we are advocates. And I mean, when we say advocates, we are true advocates. We have observed, we have gone through it, and now we can talk about it. And we can let people know and keep them informed. So I know of several guys who have had prostate cancer that have gone through a lot of problems. And I can say, for one, I have had no problems whatsoever, no fallbacks, no kickbacks, no hurt, no nothing. So I'm truly a prostate cancer survivor because I do not want my friends, whether they're friends or family or just otherwise, I don't want them to go through it because people worry about the word cancer. And that is fearful in most people. It's fearful more so with the Black male. And see, they don't go to the doctor like they should. The reason why I'm here, I was one that utilized my insurance. You pay for it, so use it. Don't be afraid, because the family that you have, you want to keep, and they want to keep you. So if you do what you're supposed to do, you'll be around for a long time. I'd like to say I'm 77 years old and I'm thankful. Mm-hmm. So I'm one of those that have been there and have done it. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Odetna.
So at this time, I'd like to invite our iCCaRE for Black Men Consortium Director, our fearless leader, none other than Dr. Odetna.
Oh my God, this has been an emotional day from yesterday. 10 years ago, we reached out across Florida to be able to really get to know the experiences of Black men, because nobody was asking, nobody knew. And we said, you know what? Let's just see whether we can find out. To the glory of God and money from Department of Defense, we were able to reach out across Florida. The men that you saw, they took a leap of faith. They said, yes, we want to be part of the research study. I just want to give it up to Dr. Mary Ellen Young at the back because I'm seeing her. She's my partner in crime. She was my partner in crime 10 years ago to really be able to create the experiences. Thank you so much for all you do. Thank you so much because you decided to share your experiences, and 10 years later, we are here today. I've been emotional since I knew that you were coming. We've all been emotional because we can't wait. But as we celebrate you and as we celebrate also Mr. Merriweather, unfortunately, who couldn't be here, is at the hospital, we know that we also lost a lot of people in 10 years, including the research coordinator who talked to you. And that is hard for us. A lot of people ask the question, why do we sleep at 3 a.m. and wake up at 5 a.m. and keep going? It's because we are losing lives that we should never lose. And that is hard for us because we are in the community. But actually, one question that I didn't get to ask that I would have loved to ask the men, including Senator Hill and everybody, you all look the same, but I'm older. What is going on? Okay, you got to share that. Because, like, I think I got fatter and I got older. And I'm looking at them. I still saw your video a couple of weeks ago. You all look the same. Okay, the men, our black men are hiding whatever they're doing. So we got to get better at that. But we're going to hear from Mr. Merriweather in a minute, who is a trooper, despite the fact that he's in the hospital, still made a recording to welcome everybody. He's my partner in crime, has been for decades. Mr. Daniels, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Austin, Senator Tony Hill, oh my goodness, thank you so much for all what you do. And several other men who couldn't be here, Mr. Agwola, who was almost in tears telling Dr. Kaninja that I can't come, I have an emergency, and people that had late emergency, thank you. Thank you. You are now part of the iCCaRE family. You are now part of our investigators. From participants, you're moving to investigators. So Vanessa is going to talk to those people who are not already part of the iCCaRE investigator team, and she's going to appoint you as part of the investigator team because we can't let go. It's your story and it's your legacy, and we need you at the table to be able to conquer this disease in Black men. I want to switch back and welcome everybody in the room. I'm going to do a proper welcome in a minute. And you know how we do a proper welcome in Africa. We get up and dance. So hold on to your thought. But I also want to welcome everybody who is joining us through live streaming. I especially want to welcome the teams in Nigeria who have conference hubs in Abeokuta, led by Dr. Olado Yimbo, in Ilorin. And by the way, Abeokuta is my city. So that's why I'm calling Abeokuta first. Sorry. That's my homie. That's my hometown in Nigeria. In Ilorin, Professor Pokuola. Again in Ilorin, Hebron, Professor Adeniji. In Ekiti, Dr. Monisi. In Enugu, a dear Pinky Prof. Okoye. And in Calabar, a fearless media guru in Africa, Dr. Bassi. Please give them a hand of applause. They can hear you. We are so happy to have you join us and all the fabulous work. And I see all the things that you're creating, the bags, the hats, the clothes, the t-shirt. Africa does the best. They just make everything so fancy. Look at all the iCCaRE t-shirts. Everybody wearing iCCaRE t-shirts, please stand up so that you can actually see. This was all made in Africa. All made in Africa. We always say that we want to wear something and they go out and they show up and they show off. That's what they like to do. But we in the US are going to come back at them. Just wait. This symposium is focused on centering the voices of prostate cancer survivors. Before I have Mr. Merriweather come on, we started way back in Florida A&M University with a $1.2 million award. Shannon was with me at that time, focused on fighting prostate cancer globally. $1.2 million in 1997 was a lot of money. And I just want to recognize the Department of Defense because it's the organization, we get a lot of funding from National Cancer Institute. I'm recognizing Department of Defense because it's the high risk, high impact. I want to say that again. They fund high risk, high impact. A lot of the research that we do in our Black communities, they've never been done. Makes them high impact and high risk. If you have not documented the evidence, you are not going to get funding for it. But Department of Defense is the one that would say, yes, you haven't done it, we know, but this is a high impact. We think it's going to make a difference, so let's fund you. From $1.2 million, the iCCaRE in total, with the Department of Defense awards and the funding by Mayo Clinic and the funding that we currently are going to have by multiple other organizations, City of Hope, Covenant University, Georgia College. I hope I'm not missing anything. Are you ready to hear it? Are you ready? It's going to be over $30 million. Over $30 million to make a difference squarely in prostate cancer in Black men. That is significant investment. We're not going to be only here. We are going to be everywhere. During our last meeting, I wasn't there, but Dr. Kaninji was just giving me comments about somebody in England who presented the study that she wants to launch in Black men in England, that it was outstanding. We are in Africa, fully in Africa. We are working very closely with our Caribbean brothers and sisters. Like I said, we are everywhere. This, we should not take lightly. Everybody that is in this room, everybody at the hubs in Africa, everybody live streaming with us, a lot of investment is being made for our community. We cannot let anybody down. So we are all responsible in making sure we find the answer to what is affecting our community. As Senator Tony Hill said, it is our community. Don't expect anybody to come outside and fix your home for you. We can fix our home ourselves. We can fix our Black communities ourselves. Yes, we need allies, but it is all on us. So are we going to do it? Yes. Can we do it? Yes. Are we able to? Yes. Are we going to do it? Yes. Yes, we are going to do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We are going to do it. We are going to do it. So I am so excited because there are people that believe that we can, and we will, by God's grace. God has been good to us. Now we have the money. Let's go do it. And we know we're going to have more money, because if you are a pharmaceutical company and you're benefiting from our community, it's time for you to put money in our community. So now we have a platform. We are going to put our prostate cancer survivors in front of us. And they are going to start calling people out, because we need more money. We need more money for discovery science. We need more money to figure out what is the genetic etiology of those diseases. We need more money to put in our community so that people within our community don't have to even take a car or take a bus to get to a center that is going to provide all they need. We're working very closely with the American Legion Post. Can you please stand up if you are with the American Legion Post? Please stand up and be recognized. The American Legion Post has been recognized by the Department of Defense as one of the novel initiatives that we have to put all kinds of resources within the community. And we are doing it. We went from iCCaRE, we got additional money. I haven't told you this, but I'm going to announce. Last week, Our CEO at Mayo Clinic, Florida, Dr. Tilland, called me and said, I'm sure you forgot because you visited Mayo Clinic and you told him what you needed. I'm sure you've forgotten since you came. But he said, I have a place to give the American Legion Post $100,000 to start building the telehealth. I'm going to link you up to the person. Can you spend it by the end of the year? I said, don't worry, I know my people. We will spend it by the end of May. Money doesn't stay with us. We spend the money, okay? But I'm just announcing it now. But the more we hear, the more we do, the more it becomes the focus that everything we do has to be community living. So I am so excited about what we can do together. This is truly exciting. I'm going to step aside and have Mr. Merriweather do our welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to
He's pulling it out. Hopefully she will be. If not, I will just do it the traditional way. I'm going to take my phone, I'm going to put him here, and you all can look at him. That's just the best way. I really want to recognize our iCCaRE PIs and community PIs. Please stand up to be recognized. You're going to be introducing yourself later on. Please stand up. Dr. Willis, please appear. Our community leader, Senator Tony Hill, where are you? Senator Hill, you're a community PI. Dr. Young, Miss Dr. Young, come on. Please give them a round of applause. Please give them a round of applause. Dr. Jerry Kulon Otero, Dr. Fullwood, please stand up. I mean, it's just, and I want to recognize them for various things, and we're going to do some recognition much later on. Dr. Kaninji, keep standing. Keep standing, it's okay. But these folks, and Shannon, Vanessa, stand up as well. Shannon, Vanessa, these folks worked unbelievable hours for us to get iCCaRE Phase 2. We walked through the Thanksgiving, we walked through Christmas, we walked over and over and over again. It was a labor of love and sprinkled with God's miracles, as I would say. So thank you so much for everything that you do. Thank you. Applause for them, please. Are you ready?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to iCCaRE Black Men's Consortium. I'm not able to attend this morning program, but I'd like to welcome you all who are attending this program, and we wish that you will have a wonderful time as we start our morning session. And once again, welcome everyone, and have a wonderful time at the consortium.
Whether the trooper, and he wanted to be here, and so I said, okay, don't worry, I'll come down to the hospital and I take a video. And he kept telling me, they're going to discharge me, I'm going to be here Wednesday. I said, no, Mr. Merriweather, The medical director for this program is Dr. Willis. If I don't hear Dr. Willis said, yes, you can come, you are not coming. You will come in, we will wheel you right back to wherever you're coming from. So we miss Mr. Merriweather dearly. He's just been, he's been an amazing leader. But hopefully he will join us if he can. I know that he's going to be very well represented here. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. We look forward to it. We are going to finish our welcome. Where's the iCCaRE song? Do we have the iCCaRE song? Let's do it. Everybody up. We're going to practice for what's going to come up tonight. iCCaRE people, you cannot disappoint. You better know how to dance. If you don't know how to dance, you can sit at the back. Just tell people you are not with iCCaRE, because we never carry last in iCCaRE. So whenever you're ready, cue everybody up here. We're going to make the move. Make the move. They're going to see us. Come up here. We're going to come up here. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Come up here. We want all our advocates in front. Come up. We're going to dance. Come on, D. Come on, everybody. Are you ready? Come on.
I'm telling you, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to tell you.
Okay, we have 2 songs. I told you all that. Dr. Moore is going to be showing us some dance steps, right? Yeah, okay. Whatever you say. But we have 2 songs, but this is the Afrobeat song. We want it to trend. You better, if you can't dance, move to the back. Over here. Okay, D, you need to stay in front because you know how to move. Okay, all our hubs all over Africa, please make sure you get up and dance as well. And we want to see your video online as you dance. Okay, let's do it. You ready?
Fight through it. I am fine. I'm 45 now. I feel great. I can go to the gym and work out with the big dogs. Trust me, I can. And that's after me having prostate and really lost everything. I have no strength or none of that. But I work myself back up where I'm at. I feel great. It can happen, guys. Trust me on this.
Okay. So at this time,
Needs everyone to care. This global illness needs everyone to care. Now wherever you go,
I should stop. Oh, wait.
We must win. We will fight.
So at this time, we're gonna take a moment of silence for those we've lost. So prostate cancer. I have a video of some of the individuals that Dr. Odena has worked with in the past. So.
Went in on the morning, had the surgery, and the evening, once I woke up, I realized that something was wrong with the picture from the start to that point. And I laid in my bed and I promised myself that I was going to do something to change that. I had no idea what that something was going to be, but I knew I had to. I didn't want anyone else, if I can help it, to go through that procedure that I had gone through.
Between the different departments, they have to listen to the department, you should get more others more than that, so that they can work together, put their hands together.
At this time, I'll call up former Senator Tony Hill to give us our first keynote.
Good morning again. I was just thinking some of the folks who have gone on to glory, but guess what? We're here to tell the story. And I was looking at Brother West as he would come up to the Capitol to advocate on behalf of early detection. But I was also asking Ernie back there was another black guy, Dr. Odetta, that was from Tampa, that was a big advocate, and his name escapes me now, but I think those individuals led me to Dr. Odetta, and we became great friends. And so just think for a moment, in 1997, 1.2 billion. And Brother James, I could tell you I was excited back then as I am now when I heard this report of the 30 million. And I want you to know I wanted to put my remarks around a conference, and I don't necessarily mean as it relates to athletics, but ACC. Somebody say ACC. We're going to talk a little bit for a few moments in my remarks. We're going to talk about advocate, commemorate, and then celebrate. Hello? And I want to look at it from that lens as we spend some time together here over the next 2 or 3 days. And then, of course, tonight, I'm deliciously excited about tonight, dinner. And I stand with tippy-toe anticipation on the work that Dr. Adetta is going to give to us tonight in our fellowship. So some of you might not know me, but I'm gonna get to know you a little bit better tonight. And all I'm asking is that when I see you somewhere not in this setting, don't act like you don't know me now. Oh, y'all don't want to talk. I thought y'all wanted to talk this morning. Y'all don't want to talk. But I want to kind of focus a little bit on a speech I did some time ago, but I need some audience participation. Can y'all say "Si Prede"? I know we can do better than that now. "Si Prede." Y'all know what that means? Yes, we can. That was one of President Obama's key slogan when he was within the Hispanic community. Till James, I got excited about it. I said, I'm gonna say that all the time. You know, act like Dr. Willis had some further degrees or something. Si Prede. And yes, we can. But that was Cesar Chavez's theme march as the farm workers were trying to move out of that surrounding in California. And so I pay tribute to Cesar today, a great labor leader. But Dr. Odetta forgot to tell y'all, she was talking about Africa. 2 years ago, I had an opportunity to go to South Africa. And believe it or not, y'all, the ambassador is from Jacksonville. Hello? He's from Jacksonville, grew up right here in Jacksonville, went to public schools here in Jacksonville, went on to the Navy Academy and graduated with honors and was in a professorship, and then went on to be president of the University of the South in Tennessee. And President Biden had the wisdom and the fortitude to nominate him as ambassador to South Africa. And Dr. Reuben Bridget, young gentleman. And so while we were over in Cape Town, he came over to speak to our group. And of course, some of the folks who Dr. Willis that didn't think we had the fortitude or whatever, the first question that came out there, y'all know the ambassador? Yeah, we know him. We know him. And we know his father and we know his mother. And of course, a few months ago, he came home for his father's 80th birthday. Now, I want y'all to know that his father was one of the first African Americans to graduate from the medical school at the University of Florida. All right, and graduated with honors. In fact, back then in the 60s, he took his clothes to the cleaners. And they told him, we don't take colored clothes here. So he was sort of naive. He said, Tony, I was naive, Dr. Willis. He said, so I went back and brought some white shirts. So let me get on into what I wanted to talk to y'all about. So here as an advocate now, I want to remove from a survivor to an advocate, right? And I want to say to you that every year in Florida, nearly 14,000 more men are diagnosed with prostate cancer. And those numbers are probably grown since the time I made this presentation. But except for skin cancer, this is the most diagnosed type of cancer in the state. In fact, in the nation, this is important to us here in Florida because our state also has the second highest rate of all new cancer cases in the U.S. But while prostate cancer is number one diagnosed cancer in men and the number two leading cancer relating to death in American men, prostate cancer receives just 3.6% of federal dollars. Well, we know that's not true because we heard what we're receiving today, 30 million. So we can up those numbers, but just for the sake of a conversation with you today, I want to say that prostate cancer advocates work to increase the total federal prostate funding. And we owe Dr. Odetta a hand of gratitude for that. She was at FAMU when I met her, and moved to the University of Florida, was at the University of Florida, and then moved to FAMU, and then next thing I know, she was in Tampa. And then one day she called me and said, I'm headed to Jacksonville. And I said, well, what are you going to be doing in Jacksonville? She said, I'm coming to Mayo Clinic. They made a compelling argument and a compelling story that drew my interest. And I want y'all to know now, when I met Dr. Willis, he was the first African-American at Mayo Clinic. Hello? The first physician. So I asked him sometime, thank you for coming from Georgia, that little small town. Thank you for coming. And now him and his wife is a household word name. His wife works for the Community Foundation. And so she's just doing it. And their kids are just outstanding. But listen to this. It says that contact your congressman, senator, and the president. Right? Florida does not currently recognize prostate cancer as a high priority. So it's left for us in this room. We have to leave out of here running with excitement. Now, I'm going to tell you a little metaphor there is, if you get excited, other people are going to get excited. Hello? Now, the way I can get you focused on that is we're downtown, right? So that means we can go leave this hotel, walk out there in the middle of the street and start looking up, and people stop their car and start looking up too. Hello? I mean, if you get excited, right? Then other people around you will get excited. So statistically, black males are twice as likely to contract prostate cancer as white male. And all men over 65 run twice the risk as those between 50 and 65. Now, we have to also take our health in our own hands when we go to the doctor. I mean, I'm telling you, Dr. Willis, I was to the point that I was getting ready to give my life over to somebody else. Because now, before I was elected, I used to work as a longshoreman on the docks. And you know, longshoremen, they got conversations all the time. And so I heard the guy said, and he was doing a colonoscopy. And James, he said, they got this big pipe, right? So I said, well, I don't think I'm going to get that piece done, right? And so I'm sitting there, I'm in 50s, maybe in the 40s, late 40s, and the doctor said, bend over. So all my mind could go back to is working on the dock, hearing them guys on the docks, right? Right? I don't know if they were exaggerating or what, but they had to be exaggerating. So my primary care doctor did it so fast, I still had my pants down when he had went to go see another patient and came back. As they say out east, Brother James, you learn, you listen and learn, right? You live and learn, right? And so since Florida is the oldest state and one with the highest than average African-American population, our demographics do not play a part. And so I'm coming to you this morning to say in the next 24 hours, prostate cancer will claim the lives of almost 80 million American men, all right? And each day, 44 men in Florida are expected to be diagnosed with prostate cancer, making it the #1 diagnosis of non-skin in our state, right? Remember we told you skin cancer is #1. So this would be, in our opinion, as African-American men, #1. And then let me go a little deeper with you and say that 1 in 6 American men has a lifetime risk of prostate cancer. So if I'm in a setting and there's 6 brothers in there, 1 in 6, but now 1 in 4. Let's go a little deeper, 1 in 4. And then you ask the people to count off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 in 4. All right. And so this morning, I just wanted to come and talk about advocacy. I wanted to come and talk about commemoration, right? Because there has to be a story and timeline, and Dr. Adetta took us back to that, 1997, right? And I got involved with the program, and here's an article I found in 1998. Bernard Gregory was a civic engaged guy. His son was a lawyer here, Rod Gregory. And we had Dr. Carl Smith to be the 1998 Bernard Gregory African-American Men Health Summit. And that was held at Shands, Jacksonville, right? And so we've been in this fight for a period of time. And I tell you, I have a hobby. I collect Black weekly newspapers. Hello? And here's one from the Baltimore Afro. What to know about prostate cancer in the Black community, as told by 2 survivors, all right? And then the other one is the Golden Standard offers free prostate screening. This is some stuff we're talking about when we talk about advocacy. We have vitamin D, prostate cancer, and racism. And then the last one here, we have prostate cancer. Early detection saved my life. And I want to say to you this morning that early detection leads to directions, right? Early detection leads to direction. But can I get a little personal with you? Are y'all ready for this? Early detection also leads to an erection. Let me, y'all got quiet on me right there. See, y'all got real quiet right there. Y'all got so quiet on me there that y'all made me think I was in the room all by myself. But I'm just saying to you that if that is a real concern, then you will be out advocating, right? Because we got some ladies that at home get excited, but they're not gonna get excited. Well, let me go on. So at least somebody said amen. But here's what I did as an advocate starting in 2003. I started sending out letters from our letterhead in the state Senate. And the letters sort of went, this was Jim Calhoun, who was the head basketball coach at Connecticut, who just won the national championship back to back. And I would put a scripture in there, but they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up like wings of an eagle. They shall run and not be weary, right? And they shall walk and not faint. And I would send that out to Coach Calhoun, and I would just simply say, I just want to take this opportunity to let you know that my staff and I are praying for you. Hello? And we would send that. We sent it to the former president of FSU, T.K. Weathering, who was from Daytona. And I would have the same scripture, Isaiah 40:31. We did the same thing for Pat Robertson, all right? Faith leader in our community. We sent the same thing to John Kerry, who has just received the Presidential Medal of Honor the other day, right? He was a U.S. Senator. His office was in the Russell Building there. We sent the same thing to Dr. Benjamin Carson, all right? At the time, he was at John Hopkins. And then, you know, we did some publications out. We even sent it to Colin Powell, was Secretary of State from Jamaica, all right? And so Jim Smith, who was our Attorney General at the time, but these are, and here's the response I got back from some. It said, what a delight it was to receive your wonderful letter and that inspiring verse from the 40th chapter of the book of Isaiah. All right. He said, I was diagnosed with prostate cancer the day after Christmas in 2002. And following that result of my biopsy, elevated PSA reading. All right. And then Ben Carson sent me something back. He said, thank you so much for your kind letter dated February 24. I applaud your interest in health and well-being of men in Florida and throughout the nation. I even got a letter penned from Colin Powell on his stationery. Your gracious get well message was a wonderful boost. Remember we talk about support groups, right? And he said, I'm doing well and I'll be back to work. With best wishes, Colin Powell. Dr. Earl Graves, right? Who passed away, and him and his sons now run their Black Enterprise magazine. And he said, thank you for your kind remarks and well wishes. It is very important for each of us to encourage the male members of our circle of family and friends to get a simple PSA test. Hello? And so this were some of the advocacy I was doing before I was even diagnosed. So I knew what to do. I didn't panic, right? And now at church, you know, I kind of sit up front at church because I'm a deacon at church. Y'all pray for me. I'm a deacon at church. And if I see some guys around that same age I am getting up in the middle of service, going to the bathroom, it's time to ask them a question. Hello? If you at any fraternity meeting or you at any gathering and you see men 2 or 3 times get up, that's the time for you to be an advocate, right? To let them know that they're not alone. So we did some Senate resolutions. Again, the 100 Black men, they got engaged and got involved with us. And then, of course, we received a letter from the Department of the Army, Department of Defense, thanking us on behalf of participating in workshops through Dr. Odetta. And we even went as far as, Dr. Odetta, I meant to tell you thank you, because I had never been to Egypt. Hello. And so, yeah. But here's a picture of her. And I was just going through some of my stuff. That's why I tell my wife, don't throw my papers away. I knew it was going to be a time for this. But this is all a part of advocating. This is all a part of engaging our community. But it's more important when you see a leader stepping out, all right? And so we had a platform, y'all, for almost 17 years. And in that 17 years, I would say maybe 15 of that years was focusing on prostate cancer, right? I mean, even when I was in the legislature, some of the guys would ease up to me and say, Tony, I got it. Or I had it. I'm a survivor. I mean, John Thrasher. And then I want to throw this out at you, because recently we have really been able to get this message out in a high profile manner. I'm to the point now, Dr. Willis, I'm not shocked when I hear someone, but just think about it. Dexter King was battling that. That was a platform he had. I think about O.J. Simpson, another platform that they had, right? And then I think about the great Black Eagle, Joe Madison, that he would say that on the radio in the morning. In fact, he's the reason why I have SM radio now, all right? Trying to keep up with what's going on in our community. And so again, I want to just thank you for tolerating me this morning, and we look forward to breaking bread with you later on today, but also to hear some of these great speakers, because Dr. Willis, we need to do something at our church. Everybody say, you always talking about the Bronx Day. When you going to bring it to the church? So we want to try to connect with you so we can connect with some urologists and oncologists, and we want to take this beyond the American Legion Post. We want to really saturate our community. And then Brother James, not realizing that he had prostate, he told me, hey, call on me. I'll come and do a testimony. So again, thank you for the opportunity to come and share.
Thank you so much, Senator Hill. At this time, we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes. So please, there should be some light refreshments in the back. And the bathrooms are down the hall and to your left. So we're going to take a break and then we'll reconvene. Thank you.
We are strong, we will fight it. We are more than what we have. We are black, we are champions for better days. We are strong people, happy people, loving people, caring people. I care, you care, we care for our health. We are strong, we will fight it. We are more than what we are. We are black, we are champions for better days. We are strong, we will fight it. We are more than what we are. I care, you care, we care for our health. So this thing we'll call prostate cancer is what we're talking about. So make we hold ourselves together. Make we pray for one another. We are strong people, happy people, loving people, caring people. I care, you care, we care for our health. We are strong, we will fight it. We are more than what we are. We are black, we are champions for better days. We are strong, we will fight it. We are more than what we are.
study, or you just pick one WHO questionnaire, validate it, and just share it to the community. But now coming here and now going to the community and telling them that what can we do? Not that you even have your research topic, and you're here and asking them, what can we do for our community? What are the research priorities? What do you think should come first? How can we really, of course, Dr. Dedino, I would say it's a pro, and she talked about the science of community engagement research. So now, learning the science now, how to make community generate research priority. Because back home in Nigeria, I thought I was in the field. Just sharing the questionnaire that we developed. You just click on the computer, download one FAO that's Food and Agriculture Organization or WHO questionnaire and just share. So I thought I was a field worker. But now this kind of field, it's amazing because now you don't even have the research in quotes title or the topic yet. You have to generate it from the community and then generate a questionnaire with the help of our community scientists and advocates. So it's a real big difference. And this transitioning, of course, it's not been so easy because I have a lot to learn, but one thing I see is that it's really, honestly, the way to go, because it's easy to just sit down in your office, click on the computer, download hundreds of questionnaire. But the question is that what the community needs? They know what they need. It's not like this idea of thinking that, let's go and help them. Let's go and do this. Community have solution themselves. They know what they want, and they know, really, honestly, they have idea of how to do it. So it is nice to really engage them, and that's from conceptualizing the study and even down to design and implementation. Yeah, so that's what I'm learning.
That's amazing.
And it's a lot.
So since you have noticed that this is the way, as you say, how are you taking that information now to develop your program of research and speak to how you've allowed this new way of thinking in the field work to inform your work in the research design?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's an excellent question. The first step I had to do is, I am currently working with the African immigrant community.
Okay.
And so I tried this out. Let's try this science, since there seemed to be this step-by-step way, go to the community, ask questions. So we called some leaders of the African immigrant organization. We had a meeting, a dialogue where we identified priorities, things that should come first. And when we ended that meeting, we found that, the first thing that they want us to do is to train advocates. They want us to train advocates. They want people that would have an understanding of what is happening, that will be able to go back and talk to people in these communities. So, and God was so good to us. There was this call from Mayo Clinic, Translational Science and Clinical and Translational Science. We decided to put that into a grant.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we did. Exactly what we came up from that meeting, because in that dialogue, training advocates came first, that they need people to be empowered, that will continue to talk to our people in the community, that will continue to let them know that they need to screen, they need to go for screening early, they need to go for health checkup and all that. So, and that was what we do. We put that into a grant that's collaborating with those community organizations. Okay. And we got the grant.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So do you have any findings from what came out of that?
Yeah.
Thus far?
For now, we just got the grant. We hope that, now I've already informed those communities that we need to come back to the table now and implement what we had in that grant, what we wrote into the grant. Because we said we want to train a couple of advocates in different African immigrant community in Florida. And so what we want to do now is they would have to nominate those to be trained. They would be the one to nominate those to be trained. and we're going to train. And in that grant, we also said, as they are trained, they will be charged with dissemination. So they will come back and tell us how many people they were able to talk to about cancer, how many people they were able to engage. It's basically to engage the community about cancer, and that's to increase awareness and the need for preventive care and, of course, early screening. So we hope that by the time they would nominate, and they would let us know who should be trained in their communities.
And that's some exciting work. It's almost like train the trainer, right?
Exactly. Yes.
So
yes.
you bring them into the conversation of research design, and you kind of come up with a list of ideas or concerns based off a needs assessment. Then they start to outline what are the most important priorities. And so then you apply for this grant, you get the grant. And so now y'all are going to come back to the table to start to figure out how you're going to roll out this process of them, and then they will collect their own matrix to bring back to the table.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yes, yes. So we hope that when we are done with that phase of the project, definitely there will be other priorities, because there will definitely be feedback from the community. There will be definitely be, so that would honestly now inform our next steps, working with the same community.
So not to put the horse before the cart, but have you thought about what some of those next steps might be, just from being already in one of these engaged conversations that led to getting the grant? Do you foresee or have any hypothesis of where you might go next?
I don't have now.
Okay.
I honestly don't have now, because I do not want to preempt what we will come up with. But I'm very certain that if our communities are engaged, I am waiting for those feedbacks from them. I don't want to be the one to design what I think they want to do, or I don't want to preempt the next steps. So I know that as they would go out to do their thing, they will come back with what they think we should do next.
Okay, that's good. Just to let it happen organically all the way.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's just kind of come back to your early stage investigator. You're here now in the States, developing your research portfolio. Where are your next steps? Like, is the point you're in this community engaged research? Do you have other aspirations to kind of break off and follow in your research? Or do you plan to stay in this community engaged space and just kind of build off of each of these conversations?
Yeah, thank you for your question. That's an excellent question. I plan to stay in the community engagement research, because I see this approach as, number one, scalable. And of course, I see here that you can actually adapt this model to so many other things, not even cancer. We can delve into cardiovascular health, but the most important thing to see how we can work with communities, especially in controlling, and that's the control and management of chronic diseases. I'm currently working with cancer, but I know that whatever we find out, and as we continue to disseminate our research outcomes, I know I see opportunity to work in other areas. I see opportunity, I know, because this kind of model is very, 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 very scalable, and you can translate it to other parts of research. So I see possible opportunity to collaborate with other investigators. I see that they might not be cancer, basically, but using this model of engagement, I see that happening. And for my personal research, I'd like to be known as an investigator that collaborate with the community. And I would also like to, so really changing so much would not be so much for me, because I believe that this is what I want to do, and this is the path to follow. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Dr. Bolojoko, you are definitely a rising star, and you're definitely spreading rising hope to our communities here in Jacksonville and abroad.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank you for sharing your story and your research with us today.
Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning. This is Dr. Doddington Fullwood for the Cancer Health Equity Research Program. And today we'll be interviewing Dr. Obioma Bolajoko, who is an early stage investigator. The first ESI to be accepted from the iCCaRE program. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Fullwood. I'm fine.
So tell me a little bit about your program of research.
Well, thank you very much. My program, and as a postdoc in the Cancer Health Equity Research Program, is an interesting one. And I am particularly affiliated right now with the Ironman study, that is the registry of advancement with prostate cancer. We're trying to look at how this impacts them, the treatment. And the interesting thing about this study is that we're looking at men with advanced prostate cancer here in the US and in Nigeria. So we have about 8 sites in Nigeria. We have site and sub-site, and we have a lot of clinicians working with us. We have lots of research coordinators. And here in Florida, we also have clinicians working with us. We're recruiting men with advanced prostate cancer. And I am also, as an ESI with the iCCaRE, it's very exciting because this particularly, it's more or less taking me out of the clinic straight to the community, which is really very exciting, working with Black men in the community, seeing how
All right, thank you, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. At this time, I'd like to call Dr. Solomon Rotimi to the podium. Dr. Rotimi is an MPI on the iCCaRE for Black Men Consortium, and he leads Pilot Project 5.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vanessa, and good day, everyone. As we say in Nigeria, permit me to stand on existing protocol. Yeah, so what I want to do is to contribute to answering the question that former Senator talked about, which is why me? And that is the question that we try to answer from the basic science and genomics and biology perspective. Why do Black men develop this disease? And unfortunately, there's no time, but my story what brought me to this, and I keep sharing this, was my love for food when Professor Dedino came to give a talk. But what got me on was when she said, risk factor for prostate cancer is being Black. And that was tough for me to accept because of my background in basic science. And she challenged me to get into that field, that we need to work together to really understand what is making our Black community, our Black men, develop this disease, and when they develop it, why is the disease so aggressive? So I thought I should talk about the ancestral insight into prostate cancer disparity in Black men, identifying the gaps and then talking about what we should the solutions that we're pioneering. I hope at the end of the day, I'll be able to explain to you the ancestral foundation, the roots of prostate cancer, and now we can link it back to Africa. So just to give you a little bit of epidemiological, context, you could see that if you look at the incidence of prostate cancer, it's not just high among the African American alone, but we see the same pattern among indigenous Africans. I think I'm lagging behind. That's what. No, actually, this is okay. Go ahead, but this is the wrong. You're sharing old one. Sorry, just. Okay, please pardon me. I'll try to coordinate with what you're seeing. Okay, go ahead. Next, yeah. Okay, so that's the pattern. We see a pattern of, high incidence and high mortality. Again, Senator Hills already talked about data from United States, where, you have it here that Black men are disproportionately affected as well. Again, if you look at the data from the UK, what you see is, again, Black individuals are disproportionately affected as well. It's like 3 slides away. Yes. Yeah. So just to be, please pardon, we just need to coordinate. Keep going. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so that's data from the UK where clearly you see that Black men present with higher PSA. Next slide, please. And so the next thing I would like to talk about is what is unique about Black people that's making us to have this high burden of the disease. And this inquiry, you could take it back to scientific publication over 100 years ago. And I take it back to this publication, where this individual was arguing about difference in biology between the races. And the title of this publication is that the Negro, is he a biological inferior? And in this paper, the authors argued about, again, if you look at the data, you probably want to say Blacks are inferior, but it described the phenotypic presentation of Black people. He's Black, his nose is broad and low, his ear is kinky. However, the interesting thing is that there's a sweeping claim of white superiority are not justified on the basis of scientific evidence. And then we must investigate to really understand why these two races, as it were, behave differently. Next slide, please. But around the same time, again, we're taking you back 100 years ago. There are also parallel scientific publications that are arguing that actually Black people in indigenous community in Africa were sort of free from cancer. And so you see this publication saying freedom of Negro race from cancer. And this was looking at Nigerian population in Lagos, and I was saying after over 20 years of looking at the population, it was very rare to see a case of cancer. Again, this is not anecdotal presentation. This wasn't somebody just cooking up something. This was scientific publication. Next slide. This was in southern Nigeria, Lagos. Around the same time, another publication came out on the indigenous people in northern Nigeria, Sokoto. And these authors went as far as saying, wait, if there is cancer, I've looked at about 2 million women in this community. They were not fully clad. So if there was cancer, we will be seeing it. And he said, over 20 years of practicing in Sokoto, you could only see one case of breast cancer. Now the question is, what is changing? Around the same time, again, around 1920, thereabout, this publication by J. Randall came out. I described a case of cancer in an indigenous Aboriginal Ijebu man. And he said, the Ijebu people were very conservative. In fact, it was very difficult for the British to colonize them. So the British had to use a very brute force. He said, when the Ijebus were conquered, he was sent to them to serve as the physician that will be attending to the British Army. So there was a case of an indigenous chief that was presented to him. The man had breast cancer. He persuaded the man to excise the disease. He did. Unfortunately, the man died. Then he said, 20 years later, the son of this man presented with this same disease. And that showed us a very example of genetic relationship as far as cancer is concerned. And so we, within our consortium, started asking the question, knowing that, next slide, please, that there is a relationship between Black men in the United States and then Black men, of course, in Africa through the transatlantic slave trade. In fact, recent data showed that the genetic pool of African Americans that we have right now is highly enriched with Nigerian genetic pool. And so we thought, first of all, the question is, why is inclusion important? I really want to take a detour to really explain that why should this population be studied? One, next slide, please, is that we know that the social determinants of health is real, but we need to also study what are the important social factors that drive the disease in Black population across the globe, and particularly on both sides of the Atlantic. And then when we peel off that layer, we then need to understand what is the genetic relationship that's driving this disease. Next slide, please. The reason is that if we take away, we address all the social determinants of health, we provide access to care. The question is, what is that care? What if that care that is suited for the Black people is really not available? The reason also is that care for cancer, one, must be effective, it must be safe, but importantly, it must be people-centered. And so it's that people-centeredness that we are trying to address through our research. And so through the CAPTC, this work started with CAPTC, primarily CAPTC Consortium, and we're very excited our CAPTC investigators are online. So we did the first whole exome sequencing, which is you take the tumor, you extract the DNA, and then you look for the DNA parts that really codes for protein. And then we sequence that. And I really want to pause a little bit so that the presentation will catch up with my talk. Okay, it's coming up. So what we found out was that, so we compared the data in indigenous Nigerian men with data from African Americans, and we compare with Caucasian. Again, understand that most of the genetic information that we have, that we've used so far to develop the care, came from white people, over 95% of that. Okay, so we look at the data at least that is available for African Americans, then we compare with indigenous, next slide please, with indigenous Nigerian men. What we found out is that the mutations that are very overrepresented in Nigerian men are mutations around very common things that people are very familiar with: BRCA1, BRCA2, APC, ATM. This group of genes, the function they do is that they regulate and repair DNA damage. We look at data in African America, it's not as high as we have in indigenous African men, again, because of admixture. And this kind of mutations don't really come up for Caucasian men. Interestingly, we went on, we looked at benign prostate hyperplasia. We found the same mutation in BPH. In fact, in our work, we went ahead, we look at DNA from urine, which we call cell-free DNA, to say, do we still have the same mutation in this, which is what you have over there? Again, we found this similar mutation. Now, if there's a number I want you to think to put in mind, is this RS79917. As at this time that we're doing this study, we're not sure, is this about the tumor or about the individual, what we call the germline, that's sort of the genetic composition that you are born with. So we started speculating. And our current work that we're doing right now in the lab, next slide, shows that we can pretty much say about 95% of Nigerian population that we have sequenced actually carry this mutation in the germline, which means a natural variation that people from West Africa carry. What does that mean? It means that these individuals, should they have this disease, there are important treatments that have been shown to work very well for them. Example, PARP inhibitors have been proven to work very well for them. When individuals harbor this mutation and they develop solid tumor, the solid tumor responds very well to radiotherapy. Okay, because of the data that we're generating from our population, we're beginning to see that there are treatment that Black population should respond to very well. And then we now need to take it to the next level. Another part of the study that we're doing is to really understand that there's a relationship crosstalk between DNA repair mechanism and inflammation. And next slide, you see when we did RNA-seq, and you can see on your right, that is European American data, and on the left is Nigerian data. This is the same glycine grade, for the tumor, but the transcriptional pattern is completely different. So histologically, they are the same, but biologically, they are different. And so when you take the histology to prescribe treatment or use to develop therapy, you're probably dealing with a different thing in the Black people. And so we're taking it further to really understand the implication of this unique pattern that the tumor in Nigeria men present. And we found that is that there's a particular signature that makes them to respond to resist, evade immune system. And we're working continuously on this. And what we've seen is that this ability to evade immune system is regulated by two things: hyperinflammation and stress. And so that leads us to the impact of the environment, the social environment, that the way Black people respond to stress, particularly within the context of prostate cancer, seems to be unique. And so we're investigating that through the iCCaRE. We started investigating that through iCCaRE phase 1, and we're rolling it further into iCCaRE phase 2. And again, once again, we're grateful to the DoD for providing us this fund. So from the data that we have seen from our study from phase 1, which we are writing up now, keep going, please. We've seen that there are specific, unique stress response pathways that are unique to indigenous, Africa. And this is the work done by one of the, master student funded on iCCaRE. And then she just graduated, and then she just completed waiting for her graduation. And then we're writing up this manuscript right now. We're seeing unique pattern because this is the pathway. We look at the pathways of stress response. We also went ahead to ask the question about this inflammation. Again, Professor Deno was at FAMU, and she's also a co-author with Dr. Renee Reams, who actually showed the first study that really showed that inflammation is a major driver of prostate cancer disparity. And so, again, Stefan Arms went ahead to show that when Black men take anti-inflammatory drugs, they do very well. They have very good and improved clinical outcome in prostate cancer. And so the question we are asking is that at biological level, what is responsible for this inflammation? And we're using a tool called metabolomics, where you take the blood sample and you profile almost as many metabolites you can profile as one, very high throughput using NMR. And next slide, please. And I'll just break down that complex, this one on the part, so you can break it down. What you see is that the first two panel there, glycan B, glycan A, these are highly inflammatory biomarkers of inflammation. Next slide, please. And these biomarkers have been shown to contribute to increased risk of cardiovascular disease. Next slide, please. And what you see from next slide is that the major cause of mortality in prostate cancer survivors is cardiovascular disease. And with the data that we are generating, beginning to really understand the root of that problem that prostate cancer survivors, often have, particularly when they are Black men. So we're not just stopping there alone. We're also, doing continual research to really understand how can we address this inflammation that we're seeing. And one way to address that is through vitamin D, intervention. And Senator Tony is also, mentioned that. And I'm very happy that Dr. Colin Otero is here and is leading that study now, that we now want to do clinical, trial intervention to give vitamin D to Black men. We have data from basic science study to really show that vitamin D regulates not just immune response, but genomic response, genomic transcription in Black men in a pattern that is uniquely, that's very unique to Black people. And the way vitamin D regulates gene in a Black person is completely different from the white folks. Again, we have data to show this. Again, last year, a publication came out to show that when individuals have sufficient vitamin D level, they respond very well to radiotherapy. I think that will be the next slide. That when you do cell line and you give that cancer cell, sufficient vitamin D, the cells respond better to immunotherapy. Again, next slide, again, talking about our phase 2 study that I'll be doing. I believe Professor Opola is online also with the team at University of Ilorin and with Dr. Gerard Colon-Otero, and he can speak more to what he's doing. He's here in the audience. The role of vitamin D in modulating immune system. Again, because of our Black complexion, Black men are at higher risk of having vitamin D insufficiency or deficiency, and this impacts the prostate biology and clinical outcome. So my conclusion is very simple. That one, the man is a product of his environment. Because of this transition and rapid change in environment, that is, having impact, interact with our genetic composition and then, impacting the disease outcome. And the lack of understanding of this uniqueness exacerbates prostate disparities, not just in prostate cancer, but in other diseases that we're seeing. And therefore, inclusion in the science that generates the evidence that we accumulate in clinical care is very important. And to understand, humanity, the biology of disease that we're seeing, we need to go back to the root of human evolution, and that is in Africa. And in a nutshell, continue to study African men wherever they are globally holds immense key to future medical breakthrough. Thank you very much. And I just want to acknowledge all our CAPTC and iCCaRE sites across Africa. Also, I want to acknowledge all the inner core people that work with me in the lab. I'm the only man in the group. If you go to the last slide, you will see all of them. The only person that is not there, and I've asked her why is she missing, that's Tomiwa. We all look like, but there's a man in that group. I'm somewhere hiding there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rotimi. At this time, we'll now hear from Dr. Willis for a prostate cancer clinical update.
There's going to be an accident here before too long. I know this computer's going to fall out. But good morning. It's really a delight to be here. I am really encouraged by the number of people in the room, and I think I'll start off by deputizing everyone. I guess if I was a pastor, I would bless everyone. I'm not quite there yet. But to deputize everyone to really be ambassadors for spreading the information. That's probably the most important point I'd like to make today. I was looking for an interesting fact to kick this off with, and I found one. I'm not sure that it's accurate. I know there are others in this room that are way more expert at this than mine, including Dr. Odetna. But the fact that I found is probably the most important one that I can convey today, if it's accurate. And I believe it is, because it came from the American Cancer Society newsletter. And it suggested that only about 33% of Black men who are eligible to have a PSA screen actually get it. Not that much higher for whites. It's in the 40s, maybe 50s. But if you can just imagine that for a second, of all the men that we all know, particularly Black men who really need to have this PSA or some other type of screening done, preferably PSA, it's only about 30% of them, which means they're not even in the doctor's office. And they probably aren't going to get there without this work. That's how important it is. So I just wanted to reiterate what Senator Hill has said and everyone else, that we're on the front lines of this. Of course, all of us that work in the medical offices are committed, but I think everybody in the room, Dr. Colon, I mean, we all know that the outreach is extremely important for the healthcare and the research. So next slide, please. We'll talk a little bit about what is prostate. Sometimes people wonder, what exactly is it? Where is it? What makes a prostate unhealthy? When should you get it checked? Next slide. Nope, 2 slides back. So I have to give credit to a couple of my urology colleagues who are using this as illustration that, women live longer than men. And it's not necessarily breast and prostate cancer that shortens our lives. This is just 2 illustrations, just so you know, why the women are outliving us. Next slide. I mean, you probably should be living twice as long as us with us making these kinds of decisions. Next one. So you probably recognize this gentleman, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. Got into a little bit of trouble recently. I think all he was doing was trying to keep his personal business personal, but I guess in his position, you just can't keep it personal. The next slide, please. We all know who that is. And there could be a few other photos up there. O.J. Simpson and a few other folks that have suffered with this here recently. The question that I asked with these 2 prominent gentlemen is that you could argue pretty strongly that both of them had access to things that Dr. Rotimi was talking about, these social determinants of health. They really negatively impact people in general, particularly Black people. But they probably didn't have a whole lot of that going on, the social determinants of health. So the question is, did they get their PSAs on time? Were they having their screenings in a timely fashion? And I would never second guess their providers. That's not what we're here for. We're just raising the thought that if these 2 prominent, likely well-insured gentlemen can fall prey to prostate cancer, what about those 75% of others that are out there that might not even have the opportunity or the knowledge to go, except for us and the work we're doing and probably going to continue to do? Next slide. I think Dr. Rotimi used this slide, or a version of it anyway, So it's a very, very common and prevalent thing. Prostate cancer, number 2 on the list for males. And it's really important that we understand what it's doing to us. Next slide. So for the ambassadors in the room who might not have a pharmacy degree or a biomedical degree, it's useful sometimes to just know what it is. You can see those tubes leading down from the kidneys. They go down into the bladder. And then that bladder, you see it over here, the big round thing, that's where the urine collects. And the yellow is the prostate. Does that make sense? That's where it sits. I think it's useful just to know exactly where it is. We'll talk a little bit later about how you feel it, how you touch it. But I think it's good to have a visual if you're telling people about it and trying to explain this to people. Next slide, please. So what does it do? It's a gland, helps to mix the sperm and the other fluids that come out during intimacy. It's one of the principal functions, so that that sperm can go where it needs to go. And we had a talk at post 194, I think. I don't know whether anybody's in the room here. And 197 is ours. 194, what was it? 194, right. They were very interested in this whole notion. And many of them were up to date with their PSAs, but they were curious as why is it there? And what happens when you take it out? So it mixes. It's a muscle to some small degree, helps to push out the semen and the sperm. Some say it helps men to experience orgasms and the so-called male G-spot. We talked about that for a little while when we were downtown a few weeks ago. That probably is beyond the scope of this presentation, but people were really curious about that whole thing. But it's a spot on the body, men and women reportedly have them both, that heighten your sexuality. And some people think the prostate helps to do that. It filters some of the toxins out. It doesn't actually cause you to have erections, but there are very important nerves that go through the prostate that help you to keep erections. And that's why a lot of times when people have to have it or decide to have it surgically removed, they will search around and try to find the place that says they can do it most expertly. Take out the prostate and leave those nerves in place. And that typically has been a pretty raging debate between those people who say they can do it with their fingers and some microscopic glasses and others who do it robotically. I think of almost most of these surgeries are done now to remove the prostate is robotically. But those nerves pass through that prostate. Again, we talked about the secretions and not so much with the hormones, but yes, there are a couple of valves there to keep the fluid and the seminal fluid from going in the opposite direction. But I think it's useful as we talk about it to be able to say, well, here's what it does. And yes, it's an important gland, not vital. You can take it out like the gallbladder. You can remove it and still get along okay. Next slide. So what causes it to be unhealthy? When we're out in the community, a lot of times we spend almost the entirety of our discussion on this slide because it illustrates some of the symptoms. Difficulty urinating. And we can have benign prostate enlargement, benign prostate hypertrophy, which is not cancer, happens in a lot of men. You live to get 40 something, it's probably happening to you a little bit. So sometimes over years, you can find that the urine is just not flowing out like it should. But when that happens, we want to talk to somebody about it. Don't want to stay home for years and years observing that because you never know. It could be prostate cancer. Now, it's a different thing. If you've had your PSA and you've had your examination, you probably have been told it's not prostate cancer. But those one of the symptoms, a weak urinary flow. When we were in Minnesota, we used to ask the farmers sometimes how many rows over they could urinate if they were standing at the edge of the cornfield. Use any kind of example you want, but the stream is usually much, much stronger as you're younger, and when it begins to drop off, that could be a sign. Blood in the urine. Sometimes having trouble getting the erections. These are all things we should be aware of. They're probably not number one on the list for prostate cancer symptoms, but when those things are happening, there's something not quite right with the prostate. Pelvic pain, bone stiffness, that's when that prostate cancer has really probably spread beyond the prostate. And if people are having those symptoms and it is prostate cancer, we probably got a little bit more work to do to fix this. Someone mentioned earlier, or maybe I have it in one of these slides, this is where it becomes really, really important to connect with somebody, your healthcare partner, family physician, nurse practitioner. Most of the screenings are done in this country by someone other than the urologist and the oncologist. It's done by your primary care team. So connect with someone to walk through these symptoms. Next slide. So I put this in specifically because of the conversations that we had at the Post in St. Augustine last week. People were really interested and curious as to how you can prevent the prostate cancer, or what can we do to make it better. It's a tough thing, and lots of information out there suggesting that, the vitamin D and the appropriate diets will help it, but I'm not aware of anything that can really stop it and dramatically reduce the risk of it. It is very similar to the information that's put out on is very similar to what the Centers for Disease Control and other bodies will talk about in living a healthy lifestyle, reducing obesity, because over time, eating those nutrient-enriched foods and reducing that fat not only may reduce the incidence of prostate cancer, but it likely will reduce the incidence of lots of other cancers as well. So there's a lot of wisdom in doing what all of our grandmothers told us to do. Get some sunshine, increase your vitamin D, and eat your fruits and vegetables. Next slide. Same slide that we talked about a few moments ago. But this is the leading sites for new cancer cases and deaths amongst Blacks. We've seen this a number of times, and you can see without question, prostate cancer is at the top or close to the top for both death and incidence. Next slide. So the most common solid organ, second leading causing death of men after lung cancer. 1 in 9 men in the United States will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and that number is higher amongst African Americans. Next slide. Next one, please. Looks complicated, but this really isn't that complicated. And it bears stopping just to talk, particularly to those of us who are going to go out and try to spread this word. So they started doing PSAs, in the 80s, and the amount of prostate cancer really, really went up. And deaths from prostate cancer began to go down. But despite that, it's not the easiest thing in the world to decide who does and does not get a PSA. Every man at every age doesn't necessarily walk in and say, hey, I'm here for my PSA. And I, looked at a chart someplace and it told me exactly when I was supposed to get it and how frequently I was supposed to get it. A lot of this is an individualized decision. And that's why it's so important to go in to partner with your healthcare provider to discuss when it's time for you to get it done. Most of the time is somewhere in the 50s. And that's why you'll notice as time went on in 89, 91, 93, things began to drop a little bit because everybody wasn't getting as many PSAs as they once were. But in the 50s is when we really find it very, very important to not be in that group we talked about earlier, the 30% that actually have gone out to get a PSA. You want to be in that group, and we need that group to go higher and higher and higher. Those people who are at increased risk for prostate cancer, people who have family history, and interestingly, just about every African American or male of African descent needs to get it done earlier. So around 40. That makes sense? 40s for people at high risk, somewhere in the 50s for others. And the high risk are African Americans or people who have had a lot of family history of prostate cancer. I'll go on to say, as we get older, there comes a time that maybe we really don't necessarily want to get the PSA. Everybody's heard that before? Again, very individualized thing, but somewhere in the 70s, you may not necessarily want to get screened because you might not necessarily want to know, because you probably would pass away from this earth with prostate cancer instead of from prostate cancer. But this is where it's important to go in and talk with somebody. Everyone is different, and I have plenty of patients who are 80, and we talk about this whole notion of, maybe we don't want to look for trouble. But some of them will say, well, I do want to know. I don't think I'm going to do anything about it. If I had it, I don't know that I would treat it, but I just want to get the test because if there's something going up and putting me at risk for prostate cancer, I want to understand it. And then the next 80-year-old will say, I don't want to know. So it's an individualized thing, and you really want to partner with someone to make those decisions. So the screening itself, next slide. I have to thank one of my urology partners for this. Yes, we want to get the screening. We want to be smarter about it. And we don't want men to be afraid, like Senator Hill was saying. It's a terrifying thought, but it really is not as bad as one thinks it could be. Next slide, please. So again, for those of us who are going to go out and talk to people about it, we all talk about this rectal exam. And it's an important thing, but I can tell you why sometimes it's not as complete as we all think it is. So you see where that finger is. This is the man leaning over the table, just like Senator Hill just said. I tend to have my patients lie on their side. I think it makes it a little bit more comfortable than bending over the table. But to each his own. And you can see once that finger is in the rectum, you see it touching the prostate. You see that little pink area between where the penis is and the bladder, because we looked at that before. It was yellow before, it's kind of pink right now. Once that finger is in the rectum, you can mash on that prostate and sometimes find nodules or tenderness. But I think everybody in the audience can also see that there's a part of that prostate right on the backside. You can't touch it. You can't find it with your finger. You just can't feel the entire gland. And so it's really, really, really important to get the blood test, the PSA blood test. Does that make sense? Next slide. So I think I said this, most prostate cancer screening is not done by the urologist. So for men less than 40, they say they have no real need to get it. And there's some schools of thought out there where they think about getting a baseline somewhere around 40 or maybe somewhere before 40. I tend not to do that. I usually do 50, somewhere close to 50 or the 40s if there's high risk. Men 54 to 44, and these numbers aren't absolute. I think this came from Mayo Clinic's website, but you can find the numbers and variations on the internet. It's really important, again, to lean upon your healthcare partners. You don't want to sit down and try to figure out whether or not you should do this all by yourself. But men 40 to 54, initiating screening, men at higher risk, African Americans, family history, hereditary prostate syndromes, we started at around 40. And then 50 to 69, routine screenings after informed shared decision-making. And you will find some literature out there that would suggest that, even in the 50s, doing it every year is not necessary. And sometimes some will say doing it at all might not be necessary. My preference, particularly when it comes to Black men, is just get it done and try to consider doing it annually. It's an important test, a reasonably priced test, and I think not a risky test at all. So I would plan on doing it unless your healthcare partner thinks otherwise. And again, men over 70, 75, sometimes 80, we really have to think long and hard about that. If someone is 72 and they're really not doing well in some other areas, they have heart problems or they have some other malignancy, it's probably reasonable to say, I'm not going to look for that trouble. I already have enough things going on. In all likelihood, the prostate cancer is not going to make me as sick as some of these other illnesses. So it's quite reasonable to work with their healthcare provider and decide, that maybe you won't continue the PSA screenings. Next slide, please. So age-specific guidelines, this is just general guidelines for those people of certain ages and where their PSA should be. Not a slide you want to take a picture of or try to remember. You definitely have talked to your healthcare provider about this. Now, why is that? Because you can be 50 to 54 and your PSA can be 2.0. But if it was less than 0 last year, and then it went up to 1.5 this next year, and then it's checked again and it goes up higher, doesn't matter whether it fits into one of these ranges or not, it is going up too fast. Does that make sense? If it is going up faster than your doctor feels it should, or if it's going up generally more than 1 point in a year, ask questions. Be your own advocate. And it's reasonable, I think, for me to pause. Again, this is a give and take. We are learning as much from our community partners as we know. We were at the Post, and a gentleman was saying, well, I made the statement, and I'll repeat it, that as a family physician, we often talk about our important numbers. What are they? Yep, blood pressure, diabetes, blood sugar, right? Cholesterol, very, very important. Weight, another number. But I threw another one out there, So every man in this room, probably every man that over 50 needs to know their PSA, unless they've had a discussion with their doctor and decided not to do it. So it's a really important discussion to have. And this particular gentleman, thank you, sir. This particular gentleman said, well, you know, it's interesting. I go to my doctor all the time and we talk about the blood sugar and we talk about the blood pressure, but I never got the PSA mentioned. Nobody ever said anything to me about it. I said, I guarantee you it was done. It just might not be as high of a priority and we might not be talking about it as much as we should. And that's why we're doing this. It needs to be talked about. Dr. Rotimi just talked about this, so I don't need to repeat that. I mean, there's some of this that truly may be out of our control because it may be genetic. But I'll also tell you, and again, I'd have to consult with Dr. Rotimi and his team about this, but I know it's true with vascular disease and dementia and other kinds of things. You can have the wrong set of genes, but if you're treating your body the right way, eating the appropriate way, exercising the right way, the right diet, you can have the worst set of genes and overcome that because you improve your gene to environment interaction. So even though it may be, we may inherit some part of it, I think between our own activities and going in to get the early screening, as Dr. Odetna would say over and over again, we can make an impact. We can narrow that gap. It was working. Oh, that's okay. You can you, it's just a few more slides here. Let's see. Okay. Yep. So again, just so we're educated as we go into the community and we talk about these things, what does it look like? That's the biopsy. You see the bladder and you see that needle, it's going through the rectum, right? Now we're talking about not screening, but diagnosis. We got to get a piece of tissue to understand exactly whether or not there is or is not prostate cancer. So can be done in the office. Most of the time, I think it's done someplace more controlled where medicines can be given to men to make them a bit drowsy and a bit more relaxed. That doesn't look like the most pleasant thing to do while you're awake. Although I think it used to be done. Dr. Colon, correct me. I think this used to be done 30 years ago without much of anything. Just grit your teeth. Okay, we're going to do this biopsy. But I don't think we do that anymore. You might have to advance it, Vanessa, because it's right. The other next level test is back in the old days, you'd have to do that biopsy and often multiple biopsies at multiple sites to figure out where the prostate cancer might be and might not be. Well, now we have an MRI, dedicated MRI of the prostate. That's very useful in that it can help the urologist know exactly where the irregular part of the prostate might be, and you can target that for the biopsy. Next slide. And so you can see the spot that you need to hit and not have to biopsy multiple sites, and we can go to the next slide. So the targeted biopsies can be of great help in saving time and pain, and in some situations, if the MRI looks good enough, even though the PSA is elevated, a decision might be made not to do the biopsy at all. Because we talk about prostate cancer, but there are quite a number of other things that can cause the PSA to go up, right? Infection, infarction. Some people have heard myocardial infarction where the heart has a blocked artery and a piece of the heart dies, that can actually happen in the prostate as well, and it can make that PSA go up. Sometimes something as simple as intercourse and ejaculation a day or two before getting the PSA. Sometimes the doctor will put the finger in the rectum and mash on the prostate, and that in and of itself might raise the PSA. So it's really a team effort once it goes up to talk with your doctor and make sure that it's up. And if it is, does it stay up? And if it stays up, then what do we do about it? Next, I'm almost done. And this is beyond the scope of what we're talking about in my presentation, but I thought we ought to at least put it up there so that, and we've heard our cancer survivors talk about much of this. Surgery, removing it totally. Hormonal treatments, we talked about that as opposed to, it's very effective, but the way that it keeps that prostate cancer from growing, it also affects your hormones and can sometimes remove or dampen the sex drive and cause a number of other side effects. Radiation therapy, we talked about that earlier, the seeds, proton beam treatment, then chemotherapy and immunotherapy. I skipped the first one because that's something we're having more and more discussion about, active surveillance. And it used to be a very, very old study where they looked at, I think it was maybe 100 or 200 men who were all 100 years of age, and they died, and they looked at their prostates, and almost all of them had prostate cancer. So if you live long enough, you may have it, but the thing is, you may have it and it really may not bother you at all. So if it's decided that you have a very slow growing prostate cancer, and if you're in an older group, sometimes people say, well, I'm just going to check the PSA in 6 months, or I'm going to check it in a year. And if it doesn't go up very high, I might just observe this. Next slide. And that's it. That's my quick update. And I very much appreciate your time, and hopefully a little bit of that information will inspire us all to go out in the street and preach the story and be armed with just a little bit more information to help those survivors, understand what they're going through, but also to encourage those people who have not gotten screened to get screened.
Our next speaker will be Dr. Doddington Fullwood. Dr. Fullwood will serve as a MPI in our Phase 2 grant, lead-in Pilot Project 6. Dr. Fullwood.
How y'all doing? So we're gonna do something a little different today, because I'm kind of the one that gets put on punishment, sometimes on the team. So if you have a pen, because there should be a pen by the table, I need you to write down a couple of things, okay? Because this is going to be an interactive presentation. The first thing, when I point to you and I let you know, I want you to say, the first thing I want you to write is, go ahead, Doc. Okay? Go ahead, Doc. Then the second thing I want you to write down is right on, Doc. Okay? So let me hear you first say it. What's the first one? Go ahead, Doc. I mean, you say with a little feel. Come on now. Y'all gonna be dancing tonight, so it's either you deal with me now or you deal with her later. So let me see it. Let me hear the first one. Go ahead. Now that's what I'm talking about. And now tell me the next one. Okay, now I'm gonna cue you when I'm ready for it, but first I'm gonna need y'all to stand up first. All right, come on, stand on up for me. Because y'all been sitting down when we've been talking about moving the body. So first thing, I need you to just wiggle your fingers like this, all up high, like we're going to the sky, right? Now I want you to come down a little bit. Then I want you to get right here, lock it in, tight, right? And go left, right, left, right. Not yet. Now you got your thinking caps on and you're ready to receive this message. Now the dance move though, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go 2 steps to the left and then we're going 2 steps to the right first, okay? Then you just watch my hand movements and then I'm gonna bring y'all in, okay? All right, so we're going 2 to the left, then we're gonna go 2 to, no, you can put your hands down yet. Put your hands down yet. I only got 10 minutes. They always treat the postdoc bad. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm doing my show. All right, cool. All right, so we're going 2 to the left, then we're gonna go 2 to the right, and then I'm gonna bring the hands in, okay? And you just follow my hands. You ready? All right. So what? All right, so we're going 2. No, y'all gonna go y'all follow me. My left. I get to be the PI right now. All right, let's go. We're going this way. Okay, I'm putting the hand up. 2 this way. Right. 2. Come on. 1.
You didn't touch on that one.
We coming. All right, we're going to the presentation. All right. So I was asked to talk about survivorship care, and over the last 18 months, this topic has really kind of transformed how I kind of conduct research now, how I listen to stories, how I interact with community members in it. So I thought really hard about this topic. And so the topic is honoring the hurt, finding strength in healing and in self-love. So what I really want you to kind of take away, and what I heard from the advocates when we started this whole thing off is that there's 3 things that I want to leave you with, because most people don't listen to you in the beginning during your talk, right? So I'm gonna just tell you the nuts and bolts right now. So this is more about empowerment, healing, and compassion. And there's 2 ways that you can kind of get there and we're not even really talking about the disease condition. We're just talking about just survivorship care and whatever context you want to kind of take that in. So if you can kind of get to empowerment, healing, and compassion, there's 2 ways to kind of get there. First, you have to recognize the near end. Then you have to come back and recognize that there's going to be a new day. You with me? And what were you supposed to say? Go ahead, Doc. You got to know when to kind of, I'm going to point you, okay? Go ahead, Doc, and then right on, Doc. Okay. But before, come on, we have the signals, player. Come on now, don't make me look bad. All right, so I have to start off here because I used to be at the University of Florida, and I didn't really have that empowerment, and I had a lot of hurt, and I was feeling some type of way. And the way that I went into that near end in that new day was through anger and frustration. A lot of the emotions that some of the men and some of the stories that I read at first when they got diagnosed with prostate cancer. But I realized that, and that kind of propelled me, and it only lasts so long, but I was able to kind of go out and recruit. And this is why I'm in love with Jacksonville, because I was able to go out in 60 days and recruit 60 Black men in Health Zone 1 and do all their interviews and publish 4 papers off of that study in Jacksonville. And that's why I love Jacksonville, and that's why I kind of work with Black men. But that anger really didn't, even though I had that little success, it didn't allow me to kind of get that empowerment or that compassion. But there was someone who had just left the University of Florida and was doing amazing things, over here by the beaches, and gave me an opportunity to come here and introduce me to prostate cancer, which I was aware of prostate cancer, but I didn't really know the real ramifications around it. And so when I was able to join this team, I I was given this study to read that's right here in yellow. And this is my mentor's, like her 30-year work, and her partner in crime in the back, Dr. Young, who gives me like 1,000 articles to read, and I turn them around real quick. And even though I be mad, sometimes I get them done. But they have turned me, I was a quantitative person, like a real quantitative map type of person. And now I'm reading these lived stories and these lived experiences, and I'm starting to bring them to life. And as I sat here this morning and I listened to you four gentlemen kind of share your stories, it brought me back to the transcripts that I've been reading over the last 16 months as I've been putting this whole next journey of taking Dr. Odedna's work forward. So I'm more concerned with survivorship and all of these factors that she was able to find out, and these cross-cutting factors that are across the bottom. And the beauty of seeing some of you men here today and the ones that we lost, and even when Mr. Ken Stokes, who is probably a better qualitative researcher than I am, the way that he was able to address these men and get these men to open freely and willingly to really share these stories, because there's so much potent information. And when I was asked to take this up on with Dr. Odedna, I was like, I don't think I could really do this. And I was like, I'm an exercise guy. You know, I went to Columbia University. My degree is in exercise physiology. And so I said, well, can I come back to that topic? Because I already went ahead and did all this literature research. So I went to NIH, reported, pulled all these sites on exercise, right? And she looked at me, right? And we're in our office. And she's like, how do you know Black men want to exercise? And I was kind of stumped because it wasn't really out in the literature. And so I had to put that on pause. And that gave me the impetus to really kind of dig into this literature. And then that's how I kind of fell in love with kind of qualitative research and these stories, to really be able to kind of highlight the things that you men were able to kind of share in this study 10 years ago. And we're super happy to have you here and super to talk to you this week while you're here to kind of move this forward. All right. So now I gave you a couple words, right? You know what's the first phrase? The second one? Now, when I hear alone, I'm gonna give you the first one, then you're gonna have to figure it out on your own when you're supposed to say it. Okay, no, there's no hand cues, but the first one we're gonna do. So when you hear me say the word alone, you got two options, right? What's the first one? Okay, y'all getting a little bit better. What's the second one? All right, so I wanna start off with the near end. So when something happens or when something's going on, right, you feel like you're at that near end. But it's gonna hurt sometimes when you feel alone. It's also gonna hurt sometimes. Y'all are killing me, but I tried to wake you up. So I'm gonna just go ahead and just talk to you, and and y'all just pop in when you feel necessary to pop in. Just tap in with me, okay? So sometimes it hurts sometimes when you're in that dark place and when you're alone. But all right, that's what I'm talking about. All right, but the first thing you have to do, and what I've read going through all these transcripts over the last 18 months, is that you have to love yourself. Self-love. See, there you go. See, I'm paused. I'm with you, Ms. Thompson. See, I even know your name. But you have to love yourself. And it begins with self-love. And if you're going to do anything when that condition, or when you're in that survivorship care kind of position, you're going to have to learn to fall in love with yourself again. And that's all right. I'm trying to set it up for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to set it up for you. But maybe y'all didn't hear me. So, you know, when you're going through something, sometimes you have to pause in the midst of that situation and learn to fall in love with yourself again. There we go. See, now we cooking with Crisco. All right? But only then, once you kind of tap into that source, only then is when you can make an impact. And you've heard that from some of our advocacies today, right? Advocates today. Like, once they kind of tapped into that internal source, they were motivated to kind of go out and make an impact and share the word and pass that on. And I think they've taken on this mentality that is that most people, tomorrow is not going to be there for them, right? And they're not going to wake up. But life is not a game. Life is for the living. And there is the good, the bad, and the definitely right now. And you have to start to choose where you want to be on that continuum of care. Thank you. You can't wait for someone else to make your life better. You have to make your life better. And that means by starting to focus on you. All right. Focus on you. Come on. That was the perfect setup. But so as we kind of sit in this room today and we're sharing different ideas, there is this horizon. And when you begin to fall in love with yourself again, you are able to take flight, you are able to soar, you are able to get rid of things that you're ready to get rid of things that are one, that are not making you better, that are not making you strong, that are not making you efficient, things that are not putting you in a better place. But how do you get there is the question. Like I told you, one piece is that you have to learn to fall in love with yourself again. But the next piece is it's complete DNA removal. Like we have to kind of strip everything of how you've been thinking, what the situation is, your support system, your not support system, and it's just complete DNA removal. And then you can start to embrace, and then you can kind of keep things in that Oscar the Grouch kind of trash can right here. Because those are the things that are not making you better. Those are the things that are not allowing you to see that new day. So once you embrace that self-love and you move forward with rechanging your mindset, which is deconstructing and reconstructing your DNA, then it's possible for you to kind of move forward and soar. Oh my God, y'all kill me. So, because at the end of the day, I just want to say that whatever the condition is or whatever the problem is, if you know and you realize that you matter, that matter is going to be able to push you forward. It's going to allow you to push the line. It's almost like, I'll give you a basketball analogy because we're in the NBA playoffs right now. It's like Kobe being Bryant in the fourth quarter. You got that mama mentality and you've been in the gym shooting by yourself. Just like we heard earlier, some of the men kind of going through it by themselves and now they're sharing that. But when you have that confidence and you know that you've seen that ball go in that hoop many of the times and there's only 4 seconds left on the clock, you're going to be able to execute without a flaw. So therefore, embrace the new day, embrace the struggle, embrace falling in love with yourself again, and that will kind of lead you on your way. So that's all I'm going to give. I had more to tell you, but so that's what I'm talking about, Ms. Thompson. See, we right here. So I want to introduce you to my new team because I was given this opportunity by Dr. Odedna a couple days before Christmas. She called me up on the phone. I was about to go see my mama, who's online watching me right now, so hopefully I look fresh. But I got a call. Well, I didn't get a call. I got an email first, and she was like, read your email. And then she was like, I'm gonna need this done in about 2 days. And I was like, okay. But we got it done. I got a praying mom, and I have a praying mentor, and we locked and loaded, helping Miss Gordon, and we just got it done. And I was able to successfully get my first DOD grant. And it wouldn't have been possible if I didn't have a tremendous mentor who actually listens, and even though still tells me I can't do exercise studies, but also Dr. Marilyn Young, because there's been countless nights. It's been countless nights where you've taken my calls, You have responded to my emails, you've read my papers, you've reviewed my interview guides, and I'm so happy for you to be a part of this team and how you've been able to deposit things into me. And I know that that's one of the reasons why this was kind of funded. And there's Dr. Asidu, Dr. Catherine Ruddy. Those two are both in Rochester. And this is my main man. He's a family graduate. I didn't really go to HBCU, but he makes me feel like I went to a HBCU. And we're all over Jacksonville, and we're ready to kind of do this work. And so I just want to kind of give you a little quick glimpse. It's going to take 60 seconds. And that is, oh my God. Yeah. There you go. So we're kind of moving into this new age of where we're going to build these avatars to kind of talk to men. So it's not more one-on-one, but it's almost like a personal relationship. So you'll be kind of given this iPad, and you'll be able to kind of tell your story throughout the week. And we'll analyze that data, and then we'll bring it back. So if you say something very significant or interesting, we can kind of give that information back to you in the following, excuse me, in the following week. And then it'll be like, you said something like this, can you kind of expound up on that? And then we get that more information. And so what the end game is, and I also want to give props to Dr. Ngufor, who has kind of put me on this whole prompt engineering, this AI, virtual reality things. He hasn't really given me a lot of papers, so I'm hoping he don't talk to Dr. Young. But right now I've been coding my own stuff. And so these are my first avatars that I built on my own for my project that we're going to be starting in Heroka Phase 2. And so I just want to kind of give you a glimpse of where we're going with that. But the end game is to basically take the information that's being generated, then to prompt engineer it. So when we go into the next phase of the next funding cycle to get funding, is to really have a dynamic conversation with you and the avatar to really get the information about your needs, your challenges, your experiences, and everything. So that's all I got, because there you go. That's what I'm talking about, Ms. Thompson. Stay with me. So I just want to thank you for your attention. I just wanted to wake y'all up a little bit. And it's not a bad thing. Postdocs always get their time short, because we was in a meeting with some super smart evaluators. And when I wanted to give them my talk, I only had like 5 minutes, but it's okay. I still love you, brother. Go ahead, Doc.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fullwood. He did. I should have said before he came up here, Dr. Fullwood says sit-in is the new smoking, so I knew he would probably have made a stand and moved a little. Our next person is Dr. Moore, and we'll be having an open Q&A session. So Dr. Moore, and all the speakers. So Dr. Willis, Dr. Rotimi stepped out, Dr. Fullwood, Senator Tony Hill. And so we're going to take some time. I know we didn't have a lot of time to ask questions earlier, but if there's any questions, either online, in the room, please raise your hands, and I'll be also checking the chat. Where's the... Okay.
Okay. Good morning, all. Oh, yes, still morning. Yes, we have some questions from from our Capture C team. And the first one is, blood in the urine could possibly be an indication for another condition. So at what point do we begin to correlate it with prostate cancer?
I guess I'll take that, and then anyone else is welcome to join in. First of all, my name is Cassandra Moore. I'm a medical oncologist specializing in genitourinary cancer, specifically prostate cancer, specifically in African American men, and I'm based out of Mayo in Arizona. So actually, prostate cancer itself doesn't necessarily have to have any symptoms associated with it, and that's why screening is so important. But yes, absolutely, there are other conditions of the prostate, as Dr. Willis outlined for us. There are also other genitourinary processes, whether it be kidney stones, bladder cancer, other things that can contribute to blood in the urine. So I would say blood in the urine is never normal, and you should see your doctor about that. Does anyone else have anything to? Okay.
Okay, thank you. The second question says, does dietary intake affect the PSA values when the test is being done? Does dietary intake affect PSA
Dr. Willis?
values?
I can add it.
Yeah, you can add. What you eat and what you don't eat, I don't think will affect the PSA. I mean, I don't think you could. You occasionally can drink enough fluids that it might make a blood test be a little bit higher or a little bit lower, but I'm not aware of that happening with the PSA. So whether you ate or not, whether you're fasting or not, get the blood test, come right on in.
Yes, I would agree. There's not any thing that I'm aware of that you would intake dietary-wise that would impact your PSA level. As Dr. Willis had mentioned during his talk, there are things, ejaculation just prior to the testing, whether there's inflammation in the prostate that can raise it, but nothing from what you eat.
Then there's this note here that participants want to know, how do we ensure continuous public enlightenment for early detection?
Well, I mean, coming from an advocate side and then coming from a survivor side is, first of all, understanding the importance of early detection. We have to grasp that, especially as Black men. And as we're a member of different organizations, we need to make sure that health screening is on the top of the list. For example, in the fraternity I'm in, we talk a lot about events around Mardi Gras and other events around fraternity and stuff there. But a lot of times we leave off health as one of the requirements in order for us to continue to celebrate these anniversaries that we have. For example, next year will be 100 years for Theta Phi chapter, which I'm a member of here in Jacksonville. So just think 1929 to 20, I mean 1925 from 1925 to 2025. So in order to be around to see some of this stuff, we have to make sure we keep health at the top of the list, and especially prostate cancer.
I would just add that detection, that's good, but I think we need to start advocating more for having uncomfortable conversations about DREs to get us to that early detection conversation. We need to be able to have those conversations openly, since it's in our nature to kind of not talk about these topics or feel uncomfortable, embarrassed. We need to kind of remove that stigma to kind of move forward.
Yeah, I can't help but add to that. We have already acknowledged that women are living a little bit longer, but I think all the information would suggest that women still make most of the healthcare decisions in this country with regard to the family. Go ahead, Doc. So it's good to just make sure that women are in the loop, in the room, and feel even more empowered to encourage your men to go get done what they might not get done if you don't push them a little bit.
I would agree with whatever things that have been said. We have a support group out in Arizona, and part of the discussions that we've had is in terms of share your story. And I cannot, you know, I cannot speak to the significant impact of survivors sharing their story, advocating. You know, my dad was diagnosed based on the fact that his brother was diagnosed and told him, maybe you need to go get checked out. So it's hugely important. And as you had mentioned, it culturally has not been something that people have felt comfortable sharing from their own personal medical history, never mind when it has to do with sexual health. And so just continuing to encourage people being open and, as you said, taking away the taboo and opening the conversation.
Thank you. And lastly, for now, do people with low testosterone have greater risk?
Do people with low testosterone have greater risk?
Testosterone, do they have greater risk?
Okay, I'll take that. People with low testosterone do not necessarily have greater risk for prostate cancer. I think we had talked about the risk factors a bit in terms of advanced age, African American heritage. There have been situations, and I, as a medical oncologist, have had people come in who were not aware they had prostate cancer and then went on testosterone supplementation, and it sort of raged out of control. So low testosterone is usually not a risk factor. But if you are someone with low testosterone considering replacement, you need to know what your prostate health is.
Thank you very much. So the floor is open for questions. All the questions we've had from our captain's side, and it's so interesting that I want to say shout out to everybody out there. I'm very excited to be here and know that you're over there. Okay, yes, Mr. Stevens.
This question goes to Dr. Willis. She talked about at the very beginning the 33% of people who are getting a PSA screening. Did they share why that number is so low? And did they also share what are they doing, whether it's from the community or health organizations, are trying to increase that number higher than 33%?
Would you repeat the question first, please, Dr. Willis?
Beg pardon?
Repeat the question first.
Yeah, the question was that number that I threw out, that of all the men who are eligible to have a PSA out there, African American men, seems like only 30 or 40% of them have gotten it done. And I did not read the actual article that came up with that statistic. It was self-reported. So people ask men, you know, what's your age? What's your risk? Did you do a PSA? So that's the first thing, which makes it a little less rigorous than other things. But the only mention was lack of awareness and, you know, the social determinants of health, the other things that we talked about. And I think it is really everything that we talk about at all of these conferences. I was shocked a little bit that it was that low. And so I looked to see if there was another number that was higher. But it was suggesting that there are a lot of men out there who really need a PSA and they don't get it done. And I suspect they're not going in to see their primary care doctors, or they're going in and somehow it's not being mentioned, or they just aren't aware. That's why it's important to spread this information.
Yeah. Could I add before Dr. Moore also add, and I'm sure Dr. Moore is going to be, but I don't want to put, you know, the healthcare system at the foot of the table, but the problem is also within us. We had this prostate cancer screening controversies for so many years. And the evidence that was being sent out was based not on screening trials that was done for Black. It was on screening trials that was done on majority of people who were white. In fact, the best screening trials that included the most Blacks was in England, in UK. And we had CAPTC investigators who were part of that. And they were busy telling us, when the United States was busy saying that we should, there's this controversy, you don't have to screen, informed decision, blase. UK people keep on telling us that, okay, wait a minute, in that screening trial, we found that there's an issue with Black folks. right? Maybe we need to be thinking about screening more. That controversy and Senator Tony Hill, you really, that was part of the legacy of you coming out to also talk a lot about this. And a lot of us who are in this area of research at that time for decades, the NMA, advocates and scientists were busy saying, what you are doing is going to impact the Black community. What you are doing is going to significantly impact us. Fast forward 10, 15 years later, the American Cancer Society now came out that, oh, wow, all of a sudden, screening, they're getting screened more. Oh my God, we are now diagnosing people at a late stage. We are now diagnosing people, we are not going back. Yes, we will go back, because if you had listened to all the Black folks who are from that community, who are doing the research in this area, and the clinicians and the NMA, we won't be where we are. So I think we need to take responsibility as the healthcare system to really contributing to the number that is low. Another thing that I wanted to mention, and then I'll move back and I'll give it up to you, Dr. Moore. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that we also did a lot of disservice to our community, because at least for the last 30 years that I've been doing this, what really got people out, and Senator Tony Hill, you're part of this movement that we did a lot of screening workshop. What got people out was prostate cancer. Then we were able to do diabetes screening. Then we were able to do cardiovascular disease. Then we were able to do all other stuff. Then when we killed prostate cancer screening, then our black men just kind of like, okay, relax. We don't have to do anything. So I don't think we have done the job of finding out the impact of prostate cancer PSA screening in our Black community. It is not only in the area of prostate cancer. There's significant impact for all elder health conditions as well. And I think sometimes, I tweeted a couple of days ago that people need to start listening from the experts that come from this community, because surely we do know what we're talking about.
Yes, thank you. I would definitely agree with that. And as a medical oncologist, as these folks come through my office all the time with new diagnoses, the stories I hear go along the line of what we're hearing today. The U.S. Preventative Task Force did us all a disservice, and I said that to someone who was on the standing in that meeting. But when they came out, and they're really looking at epidemiologic studies as to how many tests do you need to make a difference in an individual, and that's how they make their assessments. They came out, I don't remember if it was 2007, 2009, after we had seen so many, and the prior chart that was reported, where we had seen new diagnoses and deaths, mortality go down, and then they sort of said, well, it's not beneficial, it's not recommended because of the potential, risk of additional testing, et cetera, et cetera. And then they came back a couple years later and amended it just to the point of saying, well, you should have a discussion with your doctor. But the problem is most primary care providers, thankfully not all, took that message as don't test. And people, as we know, especially men, they come back from their visits and said, how was everything? It was great. They took labs, said everything was fine, and that's the extent of it. Well, I've had men say, for years, I thought my primary care doctor was sending a PSA. So there was no discussion. And the assumption was that it was being tested, and it wasn't until they either change a primary care and they send the test, and then it's already 50 or 20. So definitely, having that, working with a good primary care provider, advocating for yourself and knowing to ask the question. I had one patient who said, oh, I saw they sent the lab order, and I went in and I said, oh, is there a PSA on there? He said, no, it's not. So I wrote it in. And while I don't advocate that, you better know that PSA came back and was elevated, and that's what led to his ultimate diagnosis. So definitely important.
Yeah, we're taking more questions. Do we have more? Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if it's a question or it could be. When we have the health screening events, do you all think it would be a good thing to have a bus there for men to go have their prostate checked at those screenings, or would you think they would rather go to the hospital, doctor's office?
Please repeat the question so that people online can.
Well, she was asking about when we have the health scare screening, should we have a bus there, or should we have some urologists there, oncologists there? But let me go a little deeper. The kicker is the follow-up. When they get that letter, where do they go if they don't have insurance? Right? So that is the sticker is, in a couple of weeks, I'm going to be speaking to the men of Allen, which is the AME Church. They're having a retreat in Quincy. And so we're going to do screening, but the question on our conference call is, what is the follow-up? What is the follow-up? And that's where a lot of times those of us who want to do the right thing, but because of our socioeconomic situation, right, and the cost of insurance, sometimes that's just out of the ramification. So, Dr. that is another thing as we go after these defense grants and all the philanthropist people. Now you have the brother that is one of the richest in the country. Robert Smith? Yeah, Robert Smith. Yeah, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer. So just like Millen, he has a foundation that will provide buses for our community to go in. So the 100 Black men have applied for that grant. But that's great, and then, but the follow-up, what do we do with the follow-up? I mean, how do we get that taken care of?
Well, do you think that in the process of doing that you can get a group of people that will make calls after they have done that? After you came in and you had an exam, and you know, they say, well, you have to do a follow-up. Couldn't you have a group of people to call and say, listen, Mr. White, you need to go and do, I'm calling for your follow-up. I'm gonna set up a date for you for your doctor, whatever.
These are great ideas, and people have been working on them. For instance, there are a couple of places here in town where if you don't have insurance or you're underinsured, you can go there and get care. There is another group called iCCaRE, where not only can you come to the iCCaRE clinics, but if they can't take care of you, they have generally a list of doctors scattered all over town that will see you. So some of it is in place, but getting it all in place like you're suggesting, that's what needs to be done. I don't think we're quite yet at that. It's great to bring it up, and we just need to continue to talk about it, but this is just a perfect idea.
Yeah, I've actually had some experience in doing that in Fayetteville, North Carolina, actually, where we were successfully able to do that, have PSA screenings and digital rectal. I think the women breast cancer, has a lot of models that we can benefit from with their mammography. The real key is partnership with either a medical entity that's able to sort of take that in Arizona for our breast cancer, for example. There's sort of an affiliation with a clinic, Adelante, that we know that any follow-ups, any needed follow-ups that we identify by the screening, they're already hooked into that as a community health agency. So you could do something similarly, with either individual providers, as you're mentioning, or with health agencies in Jacksonville area to be able to say, yes, we will take these folks, and there can be additional funding and grants that can be, sought after to help support that. But definitely can be done. Like I said, we did it in Fayetteville with good, and we actually made it a joint day where women would come out for breast cancer screening, which we know they come out in droves, and they'd bring their husbands along, and we'd have prostate cancer screening right next to it.
Yeah, thank you very much. That will be the end of our.
We have one question from online.
Okay.
From our YouTube.
Okay. Okay, what is your response or attitude to the use of herbs that are helpful? And this will be our last question. After you answer this, Dr. Moore, you're going to give us 3 take-homes to end this session. So I'll take the question again. What is your response or attitude to the use of herbs that are helpful?
So that's a subjective question, I guess. Herbs are helpful. So I think it's important, there's been a lot, and there's actually is a lot of ongoing research as to, from a food standpoint, herbal supplement standpoint, of what can help with prostate cancer. Unfortunately, we don't, other than sort of a heart-healthy diet, plant-based diet, limiting red meats, limiting processed foods. Those things we know, and a lot of the data on cardiovascular health actually applies, and likely for the discussions, previously discussed about the role of inflammatory response. But there have been some, like for example, there was vitamin E and selenium study where, historically before we thought high vitamin E was great. It's an antioxidant, it'll help everything. But then subsequently we found out actually it can be harmful. And in this particular prostate cancer study, neither vitamin E high dose or selenium was beneficial. And actually they were the increased risk of prostate cancer in the group that took it. So we have to be very careful with herbals. I would suggest that any supplements that you're considering, you bring to your primary care provider or your oncologist, or and really look at the data. The National NIH, National Institute of Health, does have an integrative medicine website where you can actually search in a specific herb or supplement, and they will actually give you the data that we know about on each of those. But I would definitely have you work specifically with your provider, because we don't have any solid data to show that one particular agent is going to make the difference. Okay. So 3 take-homes, I guess, as we discussed, advocacy.
I would say, going back to those 3 letters, ACC, advocate, commemorate, and then we can all celebrate.
I know this is self-serving, but find yourself a really good primary care doctor to discuss all this with.
I'm going to just say that you need to learn to fall in love with yourself again. That's where you start. And then you start to share.
Right on.
There we go. And that's how we end this session.
Thank you so much. Okay, I have 2 announcements. I'm going to give this one first. We have some t-shirts, some iCCaRE t-shirts in the back, but we only have a size large. So if you don't wear a large, the rest will be coming later this week. So if you don't wear a large, please just give me your size and I'll find you somewhere throughout the conference this week. Second announcement is that food is in the hallway waiting for us. So please go take your food and come back in 10 minutes. We'll be having a working lunch.
We have the advocates go first. We allow our advocates, survivors to go get it first.
We'll be having a working lunch led by Jessica, who will lead us through an ideation session. So please, lunch is outside through those double doors.
Today we have Dr. Ratini from the country of Laos, Nigeria.
Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Ratini. How are you, sir?
I'm doing very well, Mr. AJ. Good to be with you again.
And Dr. Ratini, can you tell the audience a little bit about yourself? Where you from? Where your occupation or anything? I want the audience to know a little bit about you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. AJ Merriweather. I'm excited to be here today. My name is Solomon Rotimi. I'm a professor of clinical biochemistry from Covenant University in Nigeria. Covenant University is located in the suburb of Lagos. a Yoruba man from southwestern part of Nigeria, and I work I work, of course, at the university as a scientist, and my research focuses on understanding the biological and environmental factors that predispose, men of African ancestries, Black men, to the risk of prostate cancer, and the factors that contribute to them having the very aggressive or very, what I can consider to be very, terrible type of the disease. So that's what I do. And in this project, the iCCaRE for Black Men Consortium, I lead the pilot project 5, which is focused on understanding, again, the biological factors that are responsible for poor, clinical presentations, poor clinical outcomes among ethnically diverse Black men. One thing, and Mr. Meriwether, that is important for me to mention here, which many people outside the continent of Africa may not be aware, is the extent to which the people of Africa are ethnically diverse. We have a lot of ethnic groups, which most of them are actually unique in their own genetic composition, and so the fact that we all have the same or similar skin complexion does not necessarily mean that genetically we are homogeneous. So this our work, is interested in understanding how different ethnicity varies along the genetic line, and how that differences or similarity affect their prostate cancer risk or prostate cancer outcome.
So, Dr. Rutini, I want to take it to a different way. I got a few questions with you, so bear with me if I throw them at you rapidly, because I want to be able to get your audience to understand what we're doing. One of the things that occurred to me, can you tell me, are there any barriers in your work when it comes to explaining to your community about what you do? Meaning, in America, we always say we talk about it. We talk about prostate cancer, but tell me, just give me a couple of examples about the barriers you experience in your research as you try to go out into the community.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Meriwether. So the first barrier that you have in our community across Africa, and the Lancet Oncology Commission actually touched on this, is that the local languages don't have words to describe this or some of these organs. For example, there's no local language in my language for prostate. Okay, and so now recently, people just tend to describe the location of the organ or the common symptoms that men feel to show that something is wrong down there. But really, and it's easy for you to say, oh, there's one for breast. So you can tell ladies that, oh, when something is wrong with your breast, there's a Yoruba language for breast. There's a Yoruba language for that can describe the cervix, you see, because those are organs that the ancient people really were seeing, and that's what they created language for. And so now that when you're telling people that you have prostate, you need to describe, to let them know that between your testicle and your, penis, which are words that we have, and somewhere below your bladder, there is an organ there that functions as part of the system that produces the semen. So we know so all of those things that I mentioned, there are local languages for them. Okay, they use that descriptive thing pattern to explain to them. That's number one. Another thing is there's a common belief that what you don't know cannot kill you. Mm-hmm. So that that ignorance sort of immunizes, makes you immune to dying from a disease. And so you need to we often let people know that that you don't know something doesn't mean that. In fact, it's good for you to know. Knowledge empowers. Okay, so when we cross that barrier, the next barrier is that if you tell people to go screen themselves in a situation, you have an environment where you don't have insurance coverage, who takes care of them?
Well, let me intervene one more. Something popped in my head. Professor, I noticed you got a shirt on, mm-hmm. and it says iCCaRE.
Right.
Tell me about what does iCCaRE mean in Laos.
In Lagos, thank you. So iCCaRE means not just in Lagos, everywhere you have black men, we care for black men. It means inclusive cancer, research for black men. So it's a consortium that, a couple of us came together working with, people like you who have experienced the disease. And at this point in time, I really want to say shout out to, Captain Ayinde Yaya, who is also a veteran of Nigeria Army and also experienced, the disease and has survived and has worked closely with us to really define the work that we do. So what we do is that beyond the high-falutin science thing, we also go out to communities to create awareness. Because if you care, then you need to provide knowledge. So we go to communities to provide the knowledge. We also go into communities to provide, the screening service and work with the local, chiefs, kings in these communities that we go into, because within ourselves, we don't have enough resources to, follow up and take care of, those that, perhaps have high, PSA value. But when we are able to connect them to the local, healthcare system, every community within Africa has, whether the king, the palace, or somebody within the environment, within the community, within the family system, that be able to provide the necessary care. And so we also connect them to that kind of care. At the end of the day, what we want to achieve is that no black man is left behind.
Well, I got another question for you. As we get ready to wrap up this segment, I traveled over to your country,
yes, sir,
and I had a wonderful time. But one of the things I noticed was the stigma. I think you touched bases on it. The stigma about prostate cancer. I wonder, in your community, what would you say in your community about the prostate cancer when it comes to the culture there is more or less a Muslim culture. Do you think the religion itself, or just not knowing, play a role in men not wanting to get checked, or the stigma of knowing that, can you talk to the community to tell them why it doesn't matter what your religion is, prostate cancer don't discriminate, and why it's so important with the work you're doing to educate your community? Talk to your community.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Meriwether. Nigeria is a very religious community. Nigerians are highly religious people, and not just Muslims alone. The country is fairly equally distributed between Christians and Muslims. But one thread that connects most Nigeria is their faith. And so when you tell people that, they have this disease or this disease, the first thing is, it's not my portion, or I send it back to the sender, or things like that. And often when men are even diagnosed, the first thing they do is to run to the church or mosque and confide in the pastor or the imam. And these are community gatekeepers, community leaders that people trust in. And so they want to pray and do all of that. So one of the things that we're doing is to let them know that, look, the knowledge that doctors are using to care for this disease is also from God. And so you taking care of yourself is not against any faith. That if you are feeling headache, you could check yourself and take some anti-malaria pill to cure yourself of malaria. Similarly, why don't you check the health of your prostate and see if there's something wrong, so that the doctor can prescribe the necessary care for you?
I want to stop you right there, Professor. I want to get one more question in. Prostate cancer, is it common in black men in your country? I mean, all countries got prostate cancer. Can you maybe just touch, is it very common in Laos or the surrounding community? And if so, how do you change the perception that you're not going to die by saying early detection saves life? Can you maybe just give me a short version of what you would talk to your brothers and tell them what you would want them to know?
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Prostate cancer is very common. It's the most common cancer that men in Nigeria present with.
Yes.
Yes, and overall, it's next, I believe, to breast cancer. And so if you are a man, of course, prostate cancer is the highest common cancer that men often diagnose with. And so what we do now is that there's a lot of awareness and advocacy going on, and more men are getting aware of it. The rate is slow, but you see, slow progress is better than no progress at all. And so we're using, people like you who have experienced the disease. I'm happy you touched on it, that you were in Lagos and you were there with other survivors who stood up and, spoke very well. People could see them, they are living hale and healthy. They didn't die and they are doing very well. And so with those kind of examples and people saying, oh, I know Mr. A who survived this disease because it was detected early. I think it gives people more courage to come out and be screened.
Well, Professor Rotini, in closing, I would say when I was there, I understood the magnitude of this disease and the challenges you have to try to convince men. I remember you saying, Captain Allah, tell me something. How do you believe what iCCaRE and Dr. Odette is doing with the American Legion Post here? We're doing community-based education program investment. How do you feel that type of program would work with? I know we got Captain Allah, I'm gonna let you pronounce his name, but we got him on the ground working. Do you believe grassroots, by educating and keeping it simple when we explain it, would work with support of iCCaRE and Mayo and all the other researchers and doctors such as yourself trying to educate? And let's not forget one other thing. Prostate cancer just doesn't affect the men. It affects the family. And what I want you to close in on this is, as I was there and I realized certain townships have kings and kings in their community, how do you convince those local leaders to educate their men and women about prostate cancer, breast cancer, etc.? How do we tell the kings of the community, go out and educate those men and women about the disease? I want you to tell those kings why.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure when you were in Nigeria, you saw one king that came for our event, our outreach. So what we do is that every community, every local community, as you rightly said, they built around the traditional system, with the king being the head of that community, or sometimes a high chief. And then every community like that often have what they organize, a township day, where they celebrate their cultural history, their heritage, and sometimes they extend it to a week. So the experience that we have is, for example, the community where Captain Yahya lived. We work closely with the king of that community, and when they were doing their annual day or annual week celebration, so we partnered with them to include health awareness and talk and prostate cancer screening, and also check their blood pressure. We also help them in doing their lipid profile. You see, that kind of holistic health, screening. So we worked with the community. So it's part of the celebration that they're doing. Okay, so perhaps part of the event will include masquerade dancing. A musician will come. People will have party. But at the end of all of it, when you're done, tomorrow we're coming to check you up. And there was a huge turnout. And because the king also presented himself to be screened. And so that's leadership by example. Right. And so that really motivated the community to say, oh, if the king, because in the Yoruba culture, the king is next to God. Okay. In fact, the way we say it is a deputy to God. So in the absence of God, you have the king to make your request. So in a way, so that really motivated the community. And right now, as I'm here talking to you, our investigators are also collaborators and investigators are also in another community doing health need assessment in that community and working also through the kingship system.
All right. Well, Professor Dr. Rotini, we thank you for coming on today. I'm your host, AJ Merriweather with Lift and iCCaRE. We love to thank our audience for hearing this wonderful message, and we hope that this message will motivate you to find out more about iCCaRE in our African countries and our African brothers who are out there on the front line trying to save lives. Thank you, Dr. Rotini, for your wonderful expression of your word, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you.
Hello, everyone. We're back again for another segment of Lift TV. Today we have Dr. Rotini from the country of Lagos, Nigeria.
Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Rotini. How are you, sir?
I'm doing very well, Mr. AJ. Good to be with you again.
And Mr. Dr. Rotini, can you tell the audience a little bit about yourself? Where you from? Where your occupation or anything? I want the audience to know a little bit about you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. AJ Merriweather. I'm excited to be here today. My name is Solomon Rotimi. I'm a professor of clinical biochemistry from Covenant University in Nigeria. Covenant University is located in the suburb of Lagos. I'm a Yoruba man from southwestern part of Nigeria, and I work, of course, at the university as a scientist. And my research focuses on understanding the biological and environmental factors that predispose, men of African ancestries, Black men, to the risk of prostate cancer, and the factors that contribute to them having the very aggressive or very, what I can consider to be very, terrible type of the disease. So that's what I do. And in this project, the iCCaRE for Black Men Consortium, I lead the pilot project 5, which is focused on understanding, again, the biological factors that are responsible for poor, clinical presentations, poor clinical outcomes among ethnically diverse Black men. One thing, and Mr. Merriweather, that is important for me to mention here, which many people outside the continent of Africa may not be aware, is the extent to which the people of Africa are ethnically diverse. We have a lot of ethnic groups, which most of them are actually unique in their own genetic composition, and so the fact that we all have the same or similar skin complexion does not necessarily mean that genetically we are homogeneous. So this our work, is interested in understanding how different ethnicity varies along the genetic line, and how that differences or similarity affect their prostate cancer risk or prostate cancer outcome.
So, Dr. Rotini, I want to take it to a different way. I got a few questions with you, so bear with me if I throw them at you rapidly, because I want to be able to get your audience to understand what we're doing. One of the things that occurred to me, can you tell me, are there any barriers in your work when it comes to explaining to your community about what you do? Meaning, in America, we always say we talk about it. We talk about prostate cancer, but tell me, just give me a couple of examples about the barriers you experience in your research as you try to go out into the community.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Merriweather. So the first barrier that you have in our community across Africa, and the Lancet Oncology Commission actually touched on this, is that the local languages don't have words to describe this or some of these organs. For example, there's no local language in my language for prostate. Okay, and so now recently, people just tend to describe the location of the organ or the common symptoms that men feel to show that something is wrong down there. But really, and it's easy for you to say, oh, there's one for breast. So you can tell ladies that, oh, when something is wrong with your breast, there's a Yoruba language for breast. There's a Yoruba language for that can describe the cervix, you see, because those are organs that the ancient people really were seeing, and that's what they created language for. And so now that when you're telling people that you have prostate, you need to describe to let them know that between your testicle and your, penis, which are words that we have, and somewhere below your bladder, there is an organ there that functions as part of the system that produces the semen. So we know so all of those things that I mentioned, there are local languages for them. Okay, they use that descriptive thing pattern to explain to them. That's number one. Another thing is there's a common belief that what you don't know cannot kill you. So that, that ignorance sort of immunizes, makes you immune to, dying from a disease. And so you need to we often let people know that, no, that you don't know something doesn't mean that. In fact, it's good for you to know. Knowledge empowers. Okay, so when we cross that barrier, the next barrier is that if you tell people to go screen themselves in a situation, you have an environment where you don't have insurance coverage. Who takes care of them?
Well, let me intervene one more. Something popped in my head. Professor, I noticed you got a shirt on and it says iCCaRE.
Right.
Tell me about what does iCCaRE mean in Lagos.
In Lagos, thank you. So iCCaRE means not just in Lagos, everywhere you have black men, we care for black men. It means inclusive cancer, research for black men. So it's a consortium that is, a couple of us came together working with, people like you who have experienced the disease. And at this point in time, I really want to say shout out to, Captain Ayinde Yaya, who is also a veteran of the Nigeria Army and also experienced, the disease and has survived and has worked closely with us to really define the work that we do. So what we do is that beyond the highfalutin science thing, we also go out to communities to create awareness. Because if you care, then you need to provide knowledge. So we go to communities to provide the knowledge. We also go into communities to provide, the screening service and work with the local, chiefs, kings in these communities that we go into, because within ourselves, we don't have enough resources to, follow up and take care of, those that, perhaps have high, PSA value. But where we are able to connect them to the local, healthcare system, every community in Africa has, whether the king, the palace, or somebody within the environment, within the community, within the family system that be able to provide the necessary care. And so we also connect them to that kind of care. At the end of the day, what we want to achieve is that no black man is left behind.
Well, I got another question for you. As we get ready to wrap up this segment, I traveled over to your country,
yes, sir,
and I had a wonderful time. But one of the things I noticed was the stigma. I think you touched bases on it. The stigma about prostate cancer. I wonder, in your community, what would you say in your community about the prostate cancer when it comes to the culture there is more or less.
All right. Hi, everyone. We are going to get started. And in this session, we'll be able to keep eating, but there will be a part that we'll ask you to participate in. And so my name is Jessica Otero, like Vanessa said. If you find me, you can call me Jess or Jessica, whichever is fine. And we're really excited because today in this part of the day, we really want to talk about what's next in terms of cancer survivorship. And so we're going to do a little activity, which I'll explain in a second. But essentially what we want is for you to think super big. basically want to set what is the future of cancer survivorship. And as part of that, we really want to think wild, big ideas. So I'll explain the activity and you might be like, oh, I have this idea and would love it. But I don't know, it seems too crazy. We're just going to scrap that out and we're going to put all the ideas on paper. And so in front of you, you will find Post-it notes. Does everyone have Post-it notes at their table? Thumbs up if so. Perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to engage in a little activity called See and Hear. So on this side of me, on this wall, I'm going to ask people to write on their Post-it notes what we currently see and what we currently hear in terms of cancer survivorship. So I'll give an example. What I currently hear is Mr. Merriweather telling me I need to partner with churches. That's something I've heard in terms of cancer survivorship. Something I've seen the way Dr. Odedna partners with the Legion Post in order to increase knowledge about prostate cancer in that community. So currently on this wall, again, it'll be what we're currently seeing and what we're currently hearing. And then on this wall to my left, everyone's right, we're gonna write down what do we want to see and what do we want to hear for the future of cancer survivorship. And this is the part where I'd love it if you just think really big and think about, I don't know, like, I want to see the president acknowledge cancer survivors. You know, like whatever idea you might have is not too big. So as you finish eating, would love it if you engage in this activity. And then once everybody has put up their sticky notes, we're going to go ahead and see what themes resonate from it and then kind of dive deeper into there and go from that. So last time for those who are just now coming in on this side of the wall, there's a sticky note in front of you, sticky note pads, write down what you currently see and hear. And if you could write down one idea per sticky note. So if you're like, I see and hear a bunch of different things, do one per idea. So that's this wall currently. And then this wall, we're going to have what we want to see and what we want to hear for the future of cancer survivorship. Does that sound good? Amazing. So I'll give us about 10 minutes to think of our ideas and put them on the wall. And we do want to ask that everybody try to put at least 3 per side. So this is an everybody engagement that we want everyone to participate in. And then once that's done, we'll go ahead and put them into themes and do more of a town hall style to discuss them. So in 10 minutes, I will be back up for more instructions. Okay, a few people have recently joined and asked me what we're doing, so I'm just going to quickly repeat the instructions. But in this activity, we want to be thinking, both reflecting on what we've seen on prostate cancer survivorship, but also dream for the future of what we want to see. And so there are sticky notes at every table, and we're asking that everybody write down what they currently have seen and heard in terms of prostate cancer survivorship. And then we also want to write down what we want to see and hear in terms of prostate cancer survivorship. And so we're asking that everybody write down at least 3 different ideas for each of those prompts. And the only amendment I'll make to my previous instructions is that the walls aren't sticky. So we're going to use these doors on either side of me. So this side for what we currently see and hear, and then that side for what we want to see and hear. And we're going to give it 5 more minutes. So if you already have your ideas written down and can start putting them up, that would be great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And this is an everybody thing, so everyone has to participate. Thank you so much, everyone. We're going to give it 2 minutes in case there's anyone else who would like to put their ideas up. All right, this is the final call. If anyone has not put up their sticky notes and would like to, we're giving the final call. All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating. I had to take pictures of the doors because I have to stand from here, but we just wanted to discuss a few of the things. And as you can imagine, there are some things that we're currently seeing and hearing that are really encouraging. I mean, I feel like the example is right here in front of me of people who are really coming together to try to make things better for survivorship and for the prostate cancer experience in general, and hoping to reduce prostate cancer disparities. And then I really loved some of the things I saw in there. And so we're going to go ahead and kind of talk about the themes. If you saw me moving sticky notes around, it's not because I didn't value your opinion. It's because I was putting them into themes just so that we could discuss. And so something that is really encouraging in what we're currently seeing and hearing is that a lot of people said they are seeing and hearing that there's partnerships and that there's being stories told and that there's people kind of taking the charge in reducing the inequities that we've seen in prostate cancer. So let's just celebrate that for a minute and give a round of applause to everyone that's here. Yeah. that I guess from that we can see not all is lost, and we have done the work, and there's clearly work to do, but the work has already started, and we get to ride on the momentum of that. And so kind of going through the other themes that came up is that a few people mentioned cancer fatalism and feeling like there's a lot of stigma surrounding the cancer conversation. So that was one of the big themes on there. Another one was related to screening and diagnosis, feeling like there's a few things on there about early diagnosis meaning better care, but then there also being poor screening rates and not as much education around this. And so clearly that's something that we need to address and include, and as probably won't be a surprise to all of you, wasn't a surprise to me, is talking about the lack of representation both in clinical trials and in the medical workforce, and that unfortunately being something that we currently see. And so those were the big themes on what we currently see in here, which again is encouraging that although there's a good amount of work to be done, there is enough there that has already been done. And some of the things on this wall brought me to tears, honestly. We're going to leave them up, and if anybody wants to read, one of the ones that I love, because I did ask everyone to dream big, I put it right in the middle. It says, "Find a cure for prostate cancer." And so, amen. And until that's done, we'll do the work to make sure prostate cancer doesn't win as much as it has been. And so a lot of people talked about wanting to increase access to preventative care, kind of thinking about care models. A lot of people mentioned wanting to increase access to screening and early diagnosis. And so that is definitely something, the point of this is so we can think about how do we guide future efforts, and is something that definitely, has been taken into consideration and will continue to be taken into consideration. Sorry that I'm on my phone. It's because I had to take pictures because I have to stand here. But a lot of people also mentioned using more community-based participatory resources like the ones that have been done now, and not just having someone from a microphone or someone from a clinic come and talk to the community, but rather working with the community for the community to be the ones leading the charge, which is also exciting because it is what we're trying to do. And you can see it through all the community advocates here today. People mentioned involving local businesses, involving town hall meetings, and having living programs from prevention to survivorship. And so definitely something that can guide that as well. And a lot of people also talked about increasing representation in the clinical workforce and having representation from physicians. And so, I think what's so special about the work that we try to do, and really the way Dr. Odedna thinks, is that we collect the information and we have that responsibility to do something with it. And so in the work that we do, we really do advocate for these things. And even in the papers we publish, these are points that you make of there needs to be more diversity, and hope that that would lead to change on whatever level is possible. And then we also, something that was really interesting, a few people talked about clinical trials, on increasing representation in clinical trials, and someone gave the idea of integrating clinical trials into cancer care. And even, throughout the conference, you'll see a lot of what we talk about, and a lot of the work that's important to us is how do we decentralize clinical trials? Like, how do we make it so that it's not this weird, far off thing that people talk about, but rather something that we connect with and know and are able to connect our community with. And then a few people also talked about kind of like, it's cool to connect the dots. People here talked about cancer fatalism and the stigmatizing conversation surrounding that. And over here people said they wanted to see the conversation destigmatized, and they want to see men feeling more comfortable with screening and feeling more comfortable talking about cancer. And so it's really cool that even though the problems over here, those people have mentioned what they want the solutions to look like. And a lot of people also just talked about support. So another theme over here was people saying that there's not a lot of support for prostate cancer survivors. And over here, a lot of people said wanting to form support groups and wanting to make the conversation healthier so that people know that they're not alone when they've been diagnosed with prostate cancer. And so we thank you so much for engaging in that activity. And we just want you to know the information you share, like we hold that to be really valuable and do really take that responsibility upon ourselves to integrate it in the work that we do. And so I just wanted to give an opportunity now that we, have those themes and discuss ideas. If anyone has anything they wanted to elaborate on or anything that they're like, oh yeah, you mentioned this, but here's how I think you should do it. So just wanted to open the floor for any comments or questions based on the themes that arose from this activity. Yes.
We are evidence for this prostate cancer. My concern is people not in the same phase where they have insurance. And if they don't have insurance, should be ways that they can be tested and be able to receive treatment. And we talk about a lot of different things, but we have not spoken about that, and that's what we really need to do. People in the low income brackets, people that are in, say, the HUD situation where they have to depend on HUD, may not have the insurance. And just the common man may not have insurance. And what we need to do is try to find a way to get them tested and get them operated on, whatever the cure that is best for them, to get it done. And we all should be some kind of way responsible for getting that done to that lower class income people.
Thank you. Yes, and over here we did talk a lot about diagnosis and screening, and that definitely was a theme that came up in accessing healthcare. And I wrote down everything you said, and definitely something we need to consider more as we think about how to, one, support prostate cancer survivors, but also support those who don't have access to those treatments. So thank you.
Thank you. As we're moving forward, and especially when you're trying to get the younger demographic, that 30 to 40 African-American Black male, the word innovation comes up to mind. I'm happy to see with Dr. Forwood that he's including the avatars and things of that nature, but really look at, okay, what other avenues, besides, of course, we know the best advertisement is word of mouth, but what other avenues can we use? Not be afraid of using the Facebook, not be afraid to use of the Instagram, Twitter, X, to really tap into that market, and also have socials. For my generation, if you say, hey, after 5 light hors d'oeuvres, we're more tempted to do something like that than necessarily sometimes going to a church. So finding things where we can be, or a Top Golf event, hey, cancer golf, I don't know, just things of that. Utilize these areas of public engagement and utilize that to bring awareness. I say, as we're moving forward, let's think about that in a word of innovation. Okay, let me know. Give me the budget. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you. Does anyone have any other comments, thoughts, or even as we shared these themes, was there anything, any ideas, or kind of like what was just mentioned with innovation, anything that came to mind? Yes.
My idea would be to have a collaborative effort, not just whatever's available out in the public sector, but private, public, state, federal, and civil sector, active duty military people. Sometimes people are diagnosed with cancer and they don't always get the treatment that they deserve on active duty. And they have to come out to the communities. And with TRICARE, it's not always an easy transition. They have to wait longer periods of time. And like the gentleman was talking about, people without access to care, people in rural areas, how do we bridge the gap to get to these people that are most needed and underserved? That would be my...
Thank you. Yes. And I think that's something we're definitely thinking about in this week. I think there's actually a session similar to this one where we're going to think about kind of those populations that maybe we've missed in the past. And so I'm glad you will be here for that and be able to provide your thoughts, and definitely something we need to keep considering. Are there any final thoughts, comments, questions? Yes, Dr. Young. Vanessa, could you take the mic back?
Thank you, Jessica. I think we're doing a wonderful job of getting the word out to the people that are close to us, and the people in this room are all the choir. We're preaching to the choir. But I would suggest maybe reaching out to women who have established this model of public information about breast cancer, demystifying it, partnering with women, sisters movement, get screened. You could do something similar with prostate cancer by, and no offense to the men in this room, but I think if you can mobilize the women in the community as well, and I know some of them are here and represented, the model is there. We just need to push it.
Definitely.
So that, and my other one suggestion was to get the current Secretary of Defense to come on board. Dr. Adidina, that's your job. Anyway, that's the best way to reach active duty military and veterans.
Definitely. Thank you. Awesome. Do we have one last thought over here? There's the microphone if you want it, yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah,
I'm glad to see all of you. We came from California and that's a long trip. Glad to see all of you. But it's something that I'm going to share with you that I know from personal experience. I think it was 8 years ago, we had a women's conference, our first one. And I had the men come to me and they wanted to know why we didn't do one for them. And I said, because you didn't ask us to. We didn't know you wanted one. And so we gave them one. And we had Charles Drew University of Medicine and Science. Most of them had never been on a college campus, so that was a good thing for them. We provided lunch, and we brought in speakers on things that pertain to men. And the women were not allowed in the room. They were violators, and they got put out the room if they were in there, so the men could have straight talk. From what we even gathered to register them, I had one, I gave him the paper, he handed it back to me, he said, fill this out. Or they had their wives fill it out, or somebody else fill it out beside them. So we started seeing a pattern. And it's nothing to put down on men. You guys just don't do that. Y'all used to us doing it, taking care of the business and paperwork and stuff. So we did the registrations. We did everything to get them there. Then when we got them there, we had them where we wanted them. And we put people up to talk that could relate to them what they had experienced. And one of the pastors was a prostate cancer survivor. And he told me, he said, no, Sister Jenkins, he said, I told the brothers, I ain't lost nothing. And I just laid it to them, how this is done. And for what I understand, they went out and got tested. It was a lot of them that got tested. So what I'm saying, a lot of times, if we organize it as women and get out the way, because yeah, I'm saying, because the last few years we had it online because of COVID. And what we do, we come on in the beginning and give away a few prizes and things and turn it over to the men. And all the women are supposed to come offline. We had violators for the last 2 years and I made them cut them off. I said, you see any females, cut them off. Yeah. And so the men felt comfortable to talk about what they wanted to talk about, even online. So I'm saying maybe stuff like that, maybe some of you get together as a group and put together, but let the men know where they can trust you and know that you're not going to be in their business. You don't want to know their business. You're not going to get in their business, but you're going to give them what they need to get the business done.
Right. Thank you.
Thank
Definitely.
you.
Thank you so much. And Thank you all for participating in this session. Like I mentioned, we'll leave those up, and if anyone at any point in the day wants to add their thoughts to it, please feel free to do so. And yeah, thank you so much again. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Jessica, for leading that session. At this time, we'll dive into prostate cancer updates, and this update will come from Dr. Kaninchin.
Good afternoon. Are you awake?
Yes.
I am Ernie Kaninchin from Georgia College. I am also one of the MPIs for the iCCaRE. I actually lead project number 4. I want to give a shout out to my colleagues from Georgia. There are some folks who came all the way from California, but there are also some folks who drove all the way from Georgia. So, Dr. Damian Francis, can you wave? He's the program evaluator. Ms. Ivy Whitworth, she's also the research associate. So we are delighted to be here. And boy, we've had some great sessions today, haven't we? Yes. Impactful, if you ask me. All right. It started this morning when our fabulous 4 men sat down here, shared some stories about their experiences. All right. If you want to see advocacy in action, look at these 4 men. I've had the privilege of working with them since 2016 when I joined Dr. Detner's lab. And so I can tell you that they walk the talk. All right, let's give it out for them. And then we had a great opening remarks. Dr. Detner talked about the inception from FAMU, 1997, some of the wins, but also the challenges, so we cannot rest on our laurels. We celebrate today, tomorrow we'll go back to work, all right? But I paid a lot of attention to Senator Hill. Again, I spent a lot of time with him here in Jacksonville, feeding people out there, doing a lot of charitable work. I'm not sure if this quote came from you or from Mr. Daniels. He talked about we should take our own health in our own hands. I thought that was a very, very important statement, all right? Dr. Rotimi came on and shared some history. He went back to 1910, 1930, and was asking the question, what is it with Black men? Why is it that we're so more predisposed to prostate cancer compared to other men? He talked a little bit about genes. He talked about inflammation. So let me ask you this question. Can you change your genes? Okay. Dr. Willis came up. He talked about risk factors. He talked about age. All right. With advanced age, he said, once you reach 40 to 45, it's not the same as when you were younger, all right? So let me ask you this. Can you change your age? You could try. So family history also came up. Dr. Willis talked about this. Dr. Moore referred to this, alluded to this about family history. Can you change your biological family? No. You cannot. But I got news for you. There's one thing you can change. It's your behavior. And behavior is very important in terms of management and also in terms of how you treat cancer. Next slide. Next slide. All right, so this is the ground we'll cover today, an outline of what we're talking about. We want to talk about why do we focus on behavior? Again, behavior is the one thing we could change. Also, we want to identify behavioral risk factors that are implicated in prostate cancer. What are some of those factors? What should we be looking at for? And then I'll share some examples in terms of behavioral factors that are emerging in terms of some preliminary findings from Project 4. All right, next slide. All right, so as we just mentioned, genetics is very important. All right, but to really understand the etiology, the causes of disease, it is important for us to look not just at genetics, but also to look at behavior. All right, behavior can be both a cause, and as we'll see later when I share some examples from our work, behavior can also be a consequence of having had prostate cancer. And if you take a look at the Healthy People 2030, a lot of those goals and objectives that they have said is focused on improving behaviors, because if you address behavior, you're more likely to improve health outcomes. Next slide. So as was said, again, genetic factors are important, but we also want to look at that intersection, that interactions between genetics and environment and behavior. All right. So it's crucial for us to really look at those behaviors and those genetic factors among different populations to get a better sense as to why, Dr. Rotimi, the black men are facing these issues. Is it just black men in Africa? When they do come to the US, what happens? Do they maintain the same behaviors? How about our brothers from the Caribbean? All right, Francois, comment ça va? Excellent. We're coming to you next. All right. So next slide. Did you know that about 42% of all new cancer cases in the US can be attributed to behavior, as well as 45% of cancer deaths? This is not just prostate cancer, it's all cancers in general. So when we talk about behavior, what behaviors are we talking about? Lifestyle, all right. It could be tobacco, smoking, or exposure. Yeah, yeah. Diet, nutrition, a lot has been said about that today. And we'll talk about some of that some more. Viruses, your lifestyle, are you active? All right. Thank you, Dr. Fullwood, for getting us up and walking today, right? Alcohol is right there, all right? Exposure to radiation, all right? So the World Cancer Research Fund and the American Institute for Cancer Research, they did a report that came out in 2014. They updated that in 2018. They took a deep dive. They looked at 114 different studies that include about 9 million participants. And they're really trying to figure out what are the factors that have been shown to have strong evidence in terms of contributing to negative health outcomes. And I'll just share with you some of them in terms of what that report actually said. Again, was updated in 2018. So based on that report, there is a strong association between excess body weight and advanced prostate cancer. They're not saying excess body weight causes cancer. They're just saying there's a strong link. All right, that's going back again to behavior, active lifestyle, sedentary lifestyle. All right, listen to this. Strong evidence that men who consume a lot of dairy products, including a diet high in calcium, could have a slightly higher risk of getting prostate cancer. All right, so we've seen physical activity, we've seen diet. Let's stick with diet for the next slide. All right, next slide. So red meat is a big issue. It has been classified as a class 2A carcinogen by the International Agency for Research on Cancer. And what they're saying there's a probable cause. But here's the interesting part. And I'm not sure if the next speaker will talk about this in terms of research that's going on. So a lot still needs to be learned about red meat. Is it the way we cook it? Is it the temperature? Is it the surface? So right now, I know there are different research projects that are going on trying to peel this onion a couple of layers to understand more when we talk about red meat. Is it again the style? Is it the temperature? So take it for what it's worth. And Senator Hill checked in with me today when I brought my lunch. He says, "Are you eating red meat?" I'm like, "No." I told him I'm trying to avoid it. All right. I don't always succeed, but at the back of my mind, I make an effort. If I have healthy choices, obviously I'll go for the fish. I'll go for the chicken.
So this meat was good, right?
It was good. But because I had fish and I had chicken, I went for the other alternative. All right, next slide. Oh, smoking. So smoking doesn't cause cancer. Let's get a prostate cancer to be more specific. All right, but it has been linked with mortality and also with recurrence. All right, and the reason why this is important is because Black men have one of the highest smoking rates. Higher than Black women, higher than white men, higher than white women. So it's definitely an issue that we need to pay attention to, smoking. Next slide. The other one is physical activity. So in general, in terms of overall health, Being physically active can help you manage some side effects from treatment, including fatigue. You can't just get up, you don't feel like you have the energy to go on. All right, trying to manage some sort of physical activity can help get you going, can also address sexual problems. Importantly, physical activity can also help support emotional and mental well-being. And I'll talk about this when we share some preliminary findings from our study. So the next slide is just a summary. No, you've gone too far. You have to back up. The next slide is a summary of some of the findings. You don't have them here, but you'll catch up with me later. From the World Cancer Research Fund, just summarizing some of the risk factors, which ones has increased risk. Again, body fat, all right? There was an interesting fact here. It's not a behavioral factor, but did you know that being tall, adult attainment of height could be a risk factor for prostate cancer? I just thought that was interesting. It's an interesting tidbit that I thought I would share. Now, in terms of individual food items like cereals or fruits and vegetables, there's a lot of mixed results in terms of studies not being conclusive, all right? There's a lot of mixed results of studies not being conclusive. So we'll just move on to the next slide, Vanessa. Keep going. So right now, I want to segue and just talk about some of the behavioral risk factors that are coming up in our study. So far for iCCaRE phase 1, we are exploring behaviors and health-seeking factors among a specific subgroup of men. Again, Dr. Rotimi showed you that transition. When men left Africa through the Caribbean came to the United States, we're focused mostly on immigrants from Africa now settled in the United States. Try to understand what are some of those behavioral factors, because if we do understand them, then we have a chance of intervening or at least tailor interventions that are more likely to succeed among this population. All right? So we have a slide here, it will come on your screen later, that shows the map from Africa and where we've recruited participants from. So these are all immigrants living in the United States. We've recruited about 16, some from the East Africa, some from the West Africa. Again, we have a variety in terms of age, how long they've stayed in the United States, and also at what stage they were diagnosed. Now, in terms of behavior, screening behavior among that sample, and let me just back up and say, we recruited using cancer registries. So we use the Florida Cancer Data System and also the Minnesota Cancer Registry. So it is not representative of all Black men, but what we're seeing from the participants that we've recruited so far is that most of them were diagnosed as stage 1. And they tell us that were it not for early screening, it could have been advanced. So we had about 60% of the people we've spoken to so far were diagnosed at stage 1. We have a few from stage 4. All right, but the overall behavior that's exhibited among the participants so far is that they have more awareness, again, about screening, and they're seeking those screening, and that screening has been helped a lot of them to find their cancer when it's still localized. In terms of diet, all right, majority of our participants have changed their diet post-diagnostics. So what are some of the things they're doing? They're avoiding fatty foods, all right? They're avoiding fatty foods, and they're actually also increasing the vegetable fruit intake. So after being diagnosed, having conversations with their doctors, they're making a conscious effort in terms of what they put into their body. And we heard Mr. Thompson here went into details about his own journey and what that entailed. But that's something we're finding too in terms of the participants for our study. Physical activities, again, our participants also recognize the importance of physical activities. They are actually seeking alternative ways. Some of them are too weak to go to the gym, but then they're looking for alternative ways to still be physically active. If it's walking, to be persistent, to be constant in terms of being physically active. So one of our key findings too is that interconnection of behavior and psychosocial factors. So earlier on in the presentation, I talked about behavior can be a cause of cancer, it can also be a consequence of cancer. And here we're seeing cases where behavior of social isolation It's a consequence of the disease and the treatment side effects that they're facing. So men, as a result of their treatment, some of them are dealing with incontinence, and it's just really affecting their behavior. Some of them are just, again, deliberately staying away from socializing, and that's having an impact on their emotional well-being. So we're looking to extend what we're doing to include other subpopulations of African ancestry to better understand how Caribbean men are dealing in terms of, once they've gotten that diagnosis, how are they adjusting to it? How are they coping? How are their behaviors? How is it being changed? Is it the same as those in Africa, those African immigrants? Or is it the same as African Americans in the United States? So that's what we're going for phase 2, is to broaden what we're doing beyond the African immigrants to also include Caribbean immigrants. But in summary, I just want to mention that individual behavioral efforts are important in terms of management and dealing with prostate cancer. But we must not forget that structural factors also need to be addressed, particularly access to care, access to treatment, making sure that we decentralize where people can go get care, remove barriers such that underserved populations can actually get the treatment, get the care that they need if we are to do anything to reduce the disparities that currently exist. We have a great team working on this iCCaRE Project 4 and Project 3 going forward. We have Dr. Young, who is leading and guiding us going through this. I'm working with Dr. Siedu. We also have Mr. Lee, who will be helping us, was very instrumental to get us into Texas. We're excited. You know, Texas has a huge population, especially from the Caribbeans and also from Africa, that we'll be tapping into. And she just stepped out here, but Rakinya Hinson from Florida A&M, she's also part of this pilot Project 4. So that is it in terms of the behavioral factors and what the research says, but also what we're seeing in terms of the population that we're working with. Thank you so much for your time.
Next, we'll hear from Dr. Colon Otero on prostate cancer research update, the clinical research. In phase 2, Dr. Colon Otero will lead full project 5.
Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you for Dr. Odedina for inviting me and for being part of the iCCaRE program. I'm going to talk about prostate cancer clinical research, particularly the project we have on the effects of vitamin D on the immunity of prostate cancer. So there is a recent article just from last week of the Lancet Commission on Prostate Cancer that I would suggest all of you read. It gives sort of a summary of the global aspects of prostate cancer, including the treatment. Next slide. I can't move the slides, right, from here? No, okay. Yeah, next slide. This map has been shown already. On the top is the incidence of prostate cancer globally. On the bottom is the mortality of prostate cancer globally. And the darker the color, the higher the incidence or the mortality. As you can see, the mortality is the greatest in Africa and some South American countries, whereas the incidence is the greatest in developed countries like the US and Canada, and that's because of the availability of PSA and other screening that leads to earlier diagnosis and lowers the mortality, whereas in third world countries, unfortunately, that's not the case right now, and we have higher mortality from prostate cancer. Next slide, please. Yeah. And what is expected, according to that Lancet Commission study, is actually a doubling of the number of cases over the next 20 years globally, mainly as a result of an increase in the population, particularly in Southeast Asia, and also the aging of the population. So as you can see, in blue is the number of cases as of 2020, and in pink is the number of cases expected over the next 20 years, which will lead to an increase of 1.4 million prostate cancer cases to 2.8 million prostate cancer cases globally. Next slide. And the mortality, as expected, also will increase significantly. Next slide. Yeah. And the number of patients dying from prostate cancer globally is expected to increase from 375,000 to 694,000 globally. Next slide. Yeah. So Dr. Willis kind of nicely summarized the treatment of prostate cancer and showed some very nice pictures of the prostate and where it is located. Prostate cancer, when it's localized, it's very different from metastatic prostate cancer. And the first site that it frequently spreads to are the regional lymph nodes. And then the most common site it spreads to via the bloodstream is actually the bones. But in some cases, and particularly the more aggressive cases, it spreads to vital organs like the liver and the lungs. And there are specific genetic abnormalities associated with prostate cancers as they progress, and some abnormalities are more likely to be associated with a metastatic disease, including an abnormality in a gene that is frequently mutated in many cancers called the p53 gene. This is a gene that is involved in DNA repair, as Dr. Rotimi had mentioned. Most of the time in third world countries that are not screening for prostate cancer, the patients present with widely metastatic disease in the bones or with local regionally advanced disease. And the treatment in that stage is based on blocking the effects of androgen or blocking androgen production, since prostate cancer is dependent on testosterone and androgen for its growth and proliferation. Next slide. This slide has been shown, as we had discussed before. Prostate cancer is the most common cancer in men in the US and the number 2 cause of cancer deaths in the US, right behind lung cancer. Next slide. So why study vitamin D, and what is the data on vitamin D and cancer in general? So there had been multiple studies involving tens of thousands of men and women who had received vitamin D supplementation versus a placebo to see the effects of vitamin D supplementation on many conditions, including cancer. And most of the studies have shown no definite beneficial effect of vitamin D supplementation in any of the cancers. This is actually a review of all of those studies, including over 50 studies that had over 70,000 of patients randomized to vitamin D versus a sugar pill. And the final conclusion is that there was no difference. The only area where there was a difference was on cancer mortality in general. And the benefit of vitamin D replacement or supplementation was a decrease in cancer mortality overall of about 15%. Next slide. And this is shown in this graph of the latest of these studies. It's called the VITAL study. Was a study that was carried out by a group in Boston, was carried out in the 2010s, and it involved 25,000 patients who were randomized to vitamin D 2,000 units versus a sugar pill. And when they analyzed the data for cancer mortality, there was an improvement also of about 17%. A decrease in cancer mortality related to the vitamin D replacement. Now, these were patients that didn't have vitamin D baseline checked, and most of them had actually normal vitamin D levels to begin with. So next slide, please. So this is actually a subsequent analysis of the same study where they saw that the benefit of vitamin D was most marked in patients who had normal body mass index. And obesity had sort of eliminated the benefit of vitamin D. Obesity, as we know, has a negative impact on cancer mortality and mortality for many diseases. But when you look at the group that had normal body mass index, the benefit of vitamin D was as high as a 38%, whereas the patients who had a BMI of greater than 30, there was no benefit from the vitamin D supplementation. Next slide, please. Another study from Japan that was just published last year, this was a study of about 450 patients with GI malignancies that were survivors, and they were given a placebo or vitamin D, and they looked at the recurrence rate and mortality from their cancers. And they didn't see any difference in outcome in the group that got vitamin D versus the group that got placebo. When they looked at the subset of patients who had the more aggressive tumors, those with P53 mutation, there was a huge benefit from the group that received vitamin D in terms of preventing death from cancer. It's a subset analysis and is sort of a hypothesis generating at this point. But it suggests that indeed vitamin D may have an impact, particularly in the more aggressive tumors in terms of preventing cancer recurrence. Next slide, please. And then this paper was just published this week, actually, in Science, which is one of their main scientific journals in the world. And it was a group from Britain, from the Crick Institute, that did these very elegant studies in mice and population studies, looking at the effect of vitamin D in the immunity of, and also they had some very fascinating findings regarding the role of vitamin D in the microbiome. Next slide, please. So what they did is they had these mice that lacked the vitamin D binding protein. And when a mouse doesn't have the vitamin D binding protein, that leads to more vitamin D available to the tissues where they can be converted into the active form of vitamin D. And therefore, these mice have more availability of vitamin D, more active vitamin D. And then they injected the mice with melanoma tumor cells. And they looked at how fast they grew in the regular mice in blue and in the mice that lacked that vitamin D binding protein and had higher vitamin D availability. And as it can be seen, the tumors didn't grow as well in the mice that had more vitamin D availability, suggesting the vitamin D may play a role in keeping the tumors from growing. Next slide, please. And they also found that if they have them regular mouse and they house them with the mice that lack the vitamin D binding protein, the regular mouse, once they had been housed with the other mice, actually also prevented the growth of these tumors equally well, suggesting that there's something in the fecal material that the mice had shared that was responsible for this beneficial effect. And that's in light blue with the orange. Next slide. And they actually found that vitamin D is essential for this effect. And the next slide. And they found that actually one of the bacteria that we have in the GI tract, the Bacteroides fragilis, if given to the mice, actually replicated these effects, suggesting that vitamin D is exerting its effects in holding the tumors from growing, in part involving the microbiome. We know that vitamin D is also expressed, the receptors are expressed in the GI tract, so probably some of the beneficial effects of vitamin D may relate to the microbiome as well. Next slide. They also looked at the vitamin D signal. And in those tumors, in this great number of tumors that had been sequenced, their DNA, if the tumors had a high vitamin D signal, they had a much better prognosis than those tumors that didn't have a high vitamin D signal, suggesting that vitamin D activation and signal is important in prognosis of the cancers. And these are in tumors that were the sarcomas, melanomas, and hepatic tumors, that they are part of these TCGA, which is a large repository of tumors that had been sequenced. Their DNA has been sequenced. Next slide. They also looked at the response to immunotherapy. Immunotherapy is one of the treatments that are used for multiple cancers, and they found that if the tumors have a high vitamin D activation signal, those tumors are more likely to get a great response to immunotherapy, suggesting again the vitamin D is involved in the immune response to tumors. Next slide. And then they looked at over 1 million people in Denmark in a large population study that Denmark had. And they looked at the patients, the people in Denmark that had one blood test that showed low vitamin D levels. And then they looked 10 years later in those patients, how many of them developed cancer. And if they had a low vitamin D levels, and those are the circles in orange, those had a much higher incidence of multiple different cancers compared to those whose vitamin D levels were normal, suggesting that indeed having a low vitamin D may predispose to more aggressive cancers as well. Next slide. So those are the basis for our study, in which we are looking at prostate cancer patients, Black prostate cancer patients, and assessing if they have low vitamin D levels, and if they do, studying their immunity of their peripheral blood lymphocytes to see how well they attack prostate cancer before and after replacement of the vitamin D, to study a little further why perhaps vitamin D is involved, or how it is involved in the immune reaction to prostate cancer. Next slide. We know that African American patients, Black patients, have a higher prevalence of vitamin D deficiency. In one study that we did in our community here, we found almost a 60% prevalence. And we know, as we had discussed before, that they have a higher incidence and higher mortality from prostate cancer. And this is actually this study that has been started already, and we have accrued about 56 patients already. Is one of our first studies in what we call the Clinical Trials Beyond Walls initiative, trying to bring clinical trials to the communities to try to improve access to clinical trial for minority populations. And some of the initiatives that we're doing as part of this study is actually doing social media advertisement, looking at our electronic medical record and identifying the Black patients with prostate cancer that had been seen at Mayo. And within a year, we had seen 1,200 patients who we can then contact and ask them if they would be interested in participating in this clinical trial, doing virtual consent, doing blood draws at home so that the patients don't have to come to Mayo or travel for them to participate, and doing the initial interview and the interventions via mail and via phone. And with that in mind, we are accruing currently about 6 or 7 patients a month to this trial, which has accrued about 56 patients thus far. Next slide. And our goal is to screen 800 Black patients with prostate cancer. We're expanding this study to Nigeria with the collaboration of Dr. Popula at Ilori. And we're planning to screen 800 patients with prostate cancer for vitamin D deficiency, expecting to find 400 patients, 200 with metastatic and 200 with locally recurrent disease, and then doing the immunological studies before and after 8 weeks of replacement of the vitamin D to look at the immunological function before the vitamin D replacement, and to look at the differences between patients who have metastatic versus localized disease. In general, we think that patients develop metastases because the tumors are more aggressive, but we think that a significant component for the patients developing metastases in some cases and some not is because of the immune ability of the patients to reject the progression or reject the tumors from becoming metastases. So we hope this study will help us identify certain antibodies that may be important in preventing the tumors from becoming metastatic, and perhaps have other implications for the future of and addressing the disparities that we have in African Americans with prostate cancer. This is a picture of the St. John's River, which is just across the street here. At dawn, a beautiful, beautiful picture, as you can see. Well, thank you for your attention.
Next, we'll hear from Dr. Wolajoko.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Okbebola Joko, and I want to thank Dr. Dedino for the privilege to be here today to present on perspective on caregivers' burden in prostate cancer care. It's a privilege for me, and I'm very excited to make this presentation. And I want to also acknowledge Dr. Young, who has been working with me on caregivers. You know, it's been interesting hearing a lot about prostate cancer, patient care, survivorship, and it's also interesting for us to really also acknowledge the caregivers. I do not have anything to disclose, and this presentation, it's only represents my view. I'm excited to be a CAPTC scholar and early investigator in the iCCaRE consortium, and I'm very excited to be looking at prostate cancer, how prostate cancer could affect caregivers. And that is, we've had a lot of opportunities to hear things, about caregiver from Alzheimer's, aging, and so many other diseases. But for prostate cancer, it's not been so much, and it will interest you to note that prostate cancer affects patients and their families. It's not just the patient, it's not just the survivor, the family's member, especially the family caregivers are involved. And looking at the demand of this disease, the support from diagnosis to survivorship, and the physical, functional, and emotional well-being of the patient, ensuring all this really could contribute to caregivers' burden. Oh. And this burden, of course, can stem from maintaining the home environment. Being a caregiver, some of them still have the responsibility to ensure that domestic activities are done. And sometimes some may still need to keep up with job. And sometimes they might also need to resign to be able to focus to take care of their loved ones. And caring for patients with cancer, and especially prostate cancer, really has considerable demands on the caregiver's health. But when we're caring for the sick patient, it's many times it's unlikely to ask if the caregiver is sick or not. And like we know that the average age for diagnosis, except for the ones that are diagnosed early, is around 60, 62, between 62 and 65. So the truth is, some of these caregivers may not be that young either. So, and they may have other diseases that they are battling with themselves. But because this is more emergent, and somehow it really poses a lot of burden on their own health. Next slide, please. Now, some of the concerns of caregiving could stem from the decision itself, taking the diagnosis. After the diagnosis, you want to know, what do we do? How do we go about this? And then, sometimes the patient is already devastated. Somebody had to stand and be the support to encourage and also be part of this decision-making process, especially where you have different options and most of the considerations to want to see the best option. And also the caregiver burden have been identified to also be a source of stress and anxiety even to the caregiver, because when you think about, from the Black community right now, where some of the other discussion we had, where we still had some stigmatization, and I know from the country where I came from, when you just hear cancer, it sounds like death sentence, trying to fight for your life, and just having some of those things at the back of your mind could really make people anxious and stressed. And of course, this would affect the quality of life of the caregivers themselves. So these are concerns of caregiver, but unfortunately, this might not be the priority at that time, because we're still talking about the patient themselves. So nobody is talking about the caregiver. We're just writing, doctors are saying so many things. That's just a lot to process. Oh, okay. And some of the things that contribute to caregiver burden would be, number one, financial burden. We talked about insurance here. If we do not have the gold-plated insurance that might be able to take care of some of the challenges that are forthcoming, inadequate information, or if the information is not sufficient enough for the caregivers to understand. And I am from the immigrant community where sometimes when I say some things, the doctors don't even understand what I'm saying. I have to say it like 3 times. Even some of my colleagues, I have to say it like 3 times before they know what I'm talking about. So those are, now imagine the doctor telling me something. I don't know if I would completely understand everything. It's interesting to know that I went for haircuts. This is the first time I'm going to barb in the United States, and I could not even communicate well with the stylist to tell her what to do. I was okay, just do it. Honestly, yes, and when she was done, I did not blame her, because I'm very certain I did not communicate well, or she did not understand what I was saying. In my country, you have posters in barbershop, and you can just point. But here, they expect me to come with a picture. I hardly take picture of myself, so I wouldn't know. So just imagine if this is happening after a diagnosis, and there's a lot of explanation, a breakdown of all the names that maybe the caregivers and the patients are hearing for the very first time. And then, there's no Google. That's not the time to Google, So inadequate information can contribute. And of course, I've talked about the communication challenges and progression and comorbidities. Many times it's not just prostate cancer that we're talking about. Some of them might even be diabetic. Some of them might be battling with cardiovascular diseases. And these are all challenges. So bringing and putting everything together in one box can really be a mouthful for the patient and, of course, the caregivers. But at this point, nobody is talking about the caregiver. We're talking about the patient, and the caregiver is just nodding and trying as much as possible not to even aggravate the already anxious patient. And sometimes hospital policies, too, can also contribute to some of this burden that we're talking about. Next slide. But with advancement in science and hard work of, I want to call them elders in the field, it's been suggested that care at home could really help. Maybe if we're not in the doctor's office where we just have 15 minutes or 20 minutes, if somebody is calling on phone, I might be able to ask more questions. Or if somebody came to the house, she might be able, or he might be able to ask more questions. So, and this is where decentralization comes in, meeting the patient where they are. This can range from partial to full decentralization of care. And this is novel. And of course, is an emerging concept that holds great promise, especially in clinical trials. Next slide. Now, this is very interesting and exciting. However, this, of course, can be in the home. It can be in, for example, American Legion Post or the pharmacy that is closer home, health hubs around, and that's when we're talking about maybe partial or full decentralization. Next slide, please. But where the challenges will come up is, how do we ensure that this does not add to the already anxious caregiver burden, or how will it not aggravate the situation on ground? Because number one, we know that most decentralized treatment might impact stress and burden in terms of digital access, the need to learn new devices, the need to make available broadband that is enough or strong enough to accommodate telehealth, and sometimes setting up the home environment to be able to power such care. And if it's a trial or treatment, we need to set the home environment to be able to do this. And so this can really sometimes contribute to the caregiver. Now, the caregiver is learning about the disease. He or she is also learning about the technology that is required. And sometimes also, this would really require more training. So now she needs to learn about the disease. She needs to learn about technology. She needs to know what 5G is. She needs to know the reason her phone is not picking it is because the phone is 2G and things like that. And, this honestly is something that should be considered while we're putting together treatment or trials where some of this really great potentially, it's not just potential, it's novel to have treatment at home, but we just need to put this into consideration. Next slide. And then the other thing would be in terms of the labor dynamics and, the care and treatment logistics. Here, when we talk about some treatments that would require handling of products, biospecimen and things, and disposal too. In the typical hospital setting, a nurse or a trained professional would have been able to assist with this. But at home, we might want to rely on the caregiver to help with this. And the patient, this can also increase the burden, that is, the anxiety and so many things. So, and one important part of this is also the safe handling of some of this care and treatment and or study materials, which are also very important when we're considering some of these very good opportunity to have treatment at home. Also, it's time and effort required to ensure that all the protocol requirements are met. This might also, the definees, the detail of the study or the care, which on a good day, if it were in the walls of the hospital, professionals were handling the patient just is doing some other things. But now this might really increase the care burden. And this, of course, would not stop us from advocating for care at home. It's just that we need to also factor some of these in while we're setting up some of these care and studies. And the potential solution, of course, could be that we have make sure that some of this is very simple, it's as simple as it can be. And of course, there should be comprehensive instruction that would help, that must be user-friendly, and maybe with help of videos and infographics to ensure better understanding of the protocol. And the next slide, please. Then when we talk about the labor dynamics, shifts in labor, these processes used to be handled by nurses or some other professionals, but now this is coming to the caregiver. So who is going to pay for that time? Because she probably would have been able to work if she would not need to, or if he or she would not need to engage in this. Might be able to just pop in at work and then come back to the hospital, but now she has to do this and do that. So how would, and this shifts in labor, how would that be accounted for? Because if this were done in the hospital world, people are incentivized, people are on that study and are paid to do some of this. So this, of course, how do we account for the direct and indirect manpower requirements? So this, when it is not accounted for, really contributes or sometimes might increase the caregiver stress. So this shift in labor can really be burdensome, but maybe if well incentivized, if it's a trial and not just care, maybe that might also reduce the burden. Next slide, please. So this got me thinking, while we have a lot of amazing studies in iCCaRE, so I believe I have a great and tremendous opportunity to leverage some of the things that, like I said, the elders in the area are doing, like the PP1 full project, the virus study, Dr. Drunkard's study, Dr. Colonel study. No, these are clinical trials. And it would be nice to ask questions. How does this impact caregivers? How are caregivers plugged into these studies? Is one question that we would like to answer. I would like to answer. And for future direction, I think we need to accumulate evidence to optimize trials in the home environment without increasing caregiving burden. We should also think about health economics, and we need to assess how this impacts caregivers who might have greater responsibility to support the patient, and maybe if it's a study, to support the trial or the outcome of the study. We may also want to answer a question that addresses how would professionals support at home? Are we going to have to employ phlebotomies that goes round? But when we have a global study, how do we do this? And some of these things, I believe they can be done. We just need to think through these things and put some of this together. But of course, there must be a baseline. We should have evidence that is supporting whatever we're going to prefer solution to in future. And of course, studies would also consider protocol that is well thought through, where caregivers would also be part of the study, will be factored into the study, and not just the patient, or the survivor. And that's, I think next slide is just references. I want to thank everybody again for this opportunity. I have great opportunity to learn from the best, and I'm very proud to be a CAPTC scholar and iCCaRE ESI. It's amazing. Dr. Colon just said we're going to be recruiting 400 from Nigeria. I have no doubt that we'll get it. I have the privilege to be the postdoc overseeing the Ironman study. In the space of 2 years, we have recruited close to 400. That is only advanced prostate cancer. Not that we don't have the one that are earlier diagnosed. So I'm so excited, I'm very proud, and I look forward to iCCaRE. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bolojoko. At this time, we're going to hear from, no, it's okay. We're going to hear special topics on survivorship, and we'll hear now from Dr. Kimlin Ashton, who leads Pilot Project 3, and her topic will be on survivorship and financial toxicity.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the survivors who are here. We stand on your shoulders in terms of building this work. It's an honor to be here, my first time in Jacksonville. So we are really delighted. We have a few from California here, as Dr. Jenkins said, and we hope to really be collaborators and contributors to this important work. Next slide, please. So financial toxicity, we've heard this term. Over 30 years ago, when I began this work, survivors were talking about this. And I see this so often in the work that I'm doing, that even survivors of color, when they start bringing up issues that's relevant to them, it's oftentimes negated. But it becomes legitimized when the dominant culture, European culture, begins to talk about it. And so it's so very important to understand that this is something that could be, for many of us, a pre-morbid condition. And we have to look at the context of societal or social determinants of health and this financial toxicity and how this could be carcinogenic. So just some terms. I'm high challenge, so hopefully you could still hear me. So financial effects, these are subjective experience of harm. Now, anybody could say they have experience of harm. You could be incredibly wealthy, but still have what you could call financial effects. But we're really talking about financial toxicity or distress. Folks who have challenges in terms of paying basic living day to day because of cancer and its diagnosis and its treatments. Cancer survivorship, as you've heard over the course of this day, it's from the time of diagnosis through the life course, because for many, it's a chronic disease. And cancer is very complicated because it's multimodal therapy, right? We've heard about immunotherapy. We know surgeries involved, hormonal therapy, chemotherapy. And some of these hormonal therapies could last for a very long time, 5-10 years. Next slide, please. So it's a very complex disease. And as we've heard from Dr. previously, that it has familial effects as well. So let's talk about health equity. So health equity, and I love this particular representation because it shows on the far right, my left, that in equity, you see that tree, it's leaning towards that person, whereas the other person is really barred from reaching anything. And in fact, for the person who's privileged, the fruit is actually falling into their arms. In terms of equity, we have given them the same ladder, but does the tree bend? No, it remains the same. For justice, we're really seeing that they've given the right type of ladder to reach the fruit. And not only that, but the tree representing society has made some changes as well. So it's equitable. So we know that age, race, we've talked about that being a risk factor for prostate cancer. Factors that affect equity also includes language spoken, disability or ability level, wealth, as we talk about, education, job status, access to healthcare, veteran military status. We know that there are certain exposures, but there's certain risk factors that could be part of the risk factor for those who serve our country. Gender and gender identity are issues that affect health equity. Sexual orientation, we're increasingly wanting to study all humanity in terms of its effect on survivorship. And of course, something we don't talk very much about, but those who are incarcerated form a group that's really of a study. Next slide, please. So what determines our health? We know, and we've heard from previous speakers, that it's not just biology. Biology is important, but it only accounts for about 10 to maybe 15% at most of the risk factors. A lot of it is societal determinants. Unfortunately, people who are more likely to live in food deserts where there's fast food more available, where there's tobacco and vape shop. We know that there's cities in California where there are tobacco vape shop. And I'm not just talking about gas station, but dedicated tobacco vape shop like every mile, almost every stoplight. And those communities are communities that are minority dense. And in fact, what we found that it could actually be even cheaper in those communities, meaning that it's marketed to those communities. And it's interesting that these communities that are economically challenged have tobacco and alcohol a little bit cheaper and more widely available. Again, our carcinogenic society and environment for these communities. A lack of medical facility, a lack of appropriate quality care. Next slide, please. So in terms of societal determinants of health, we're challenging the nomenclature. So the zip code, meaning critically important for risk factor, the ZNA. Behavioral factors that we've just heard about, the BNA, critically important. But we know that tobacco and alcohol use, like I've just described, it's contextual. If it's being pushed at you all of the time, it makes sense that you have a higher exposure, you have greater availability of those carcinogenic consumables like cigarette, like tobacco, like alcohol. And of course, the health system, oftentimes in those communities, are inadequate. We're challenged with access, affordability, and quality of care. We talk about clinical studies, but many of our clinical studies are not in these community settings that we see. And of course, the biology, critically important, of course. So there are genetic mutations that make some of us at greater risk. Next slide. So again, we call this pre-existing conditions, and these are the complexities that we don't understand. We don't understand how these societal factors weigh into the genetic, which we think of as not modifiable, but we're now talking about epigenetic. How are these factors actually influencing our microbiome, our gut biome? We just heard vitamin D affects the gut biome. How are these impacting all of these exposures that we're exposed to in terms of air pollution, water quality, all of these things? So folks who have lower status jobs, how are they going to get screened? They may not be able to take time off, right? So we find that, what do we find? That these are diagnosed at later stages because they only come in when there's symptoms, which is a bad sign for cancer. Cancer is deadly often, or becoming deadly, when it becomes symptomatic. So we need to change the culture in terms of how we access and encourage the community to get screened. And it's not looking for something that's not there if you get screened. That if you get screened, if you find something, it's because it is there. And we have much of the cure, especially for prostate cancer. If you're screened early and it's detected early, it's highly treatable, highly curable. Next slide, please. So again, healthcare access. So, we know that there are historical biases. Even for those who are insured, especially among the Black community, they're not being recommended for screening. And we all know the huge issue with prostate cancer screening that was not recommended. So we have a whole problem right there because it did not include the Black community. And so screening really needs to happen sometimes at an earlier age for us, and we need to work with the families to talk about our risk factors to be screened even earlier if you have a familial risk. So in terms of the healthcare system, there are cultural differences in terms of patient and providers. There may be what I really want to term as system mistrust, not from the patient perspective. Oftentimes we think of medical mistrust as though Black folks are so distrustful, but it's the fact that the society and the healthcare system has been oppressive, has been biased, and so we need to talk about medical trustworthiness. And oftentimes, again, in those settings that they're low resource. Next slide, please. So ethnic minority and income inequities, receiving inadequate care, delay in diagnosis and barriers to treatment, so even delayed onset of treatment. We see that underrepresented minorities, including Blacks, are not included in the biospecimens, even for a disease like prostate cancer, which is so high among Black men that we're less likely to be included in the cell lines. Many of the cell lines are on whites, on European whites. We're understudied in research, which is why iCCaRE exists. And we do not rapidly benefit from all of the medical advancements. Next slide, please. So some of the demographics, ethnic minority and lower SES persons are more likely to report financial toxicity, less likely to have savings and assets. We're oftentimes responsible for other family members, not even just our own children, but sometimes our grandchildren and extended families as well. African Americans and Blacks were found to be 5 times more likely to be denied insurance coverage, even when we petitioned for coverage. And Blacks were 2 times more likely to be hurt financially compared to whites. Next slide, please. So some of the effects of financial toxicity, they're medical in terms of treatment costs, and in terms of standard of living. So there's economic, food, clothing, housing, shelter, death, bankruptcy that could be related to cancer, as well as legal and quality of life. Next slide. I have to speed it up. So overall, poor physical health. So those who have financial toxicity report more pain, sleep problems, appetite, sexual disturbance, and libido, quality of care concern, dissatisfaction with care, missed appointments because transportation is an issue, and patients not taking their medicine because they have to pay for housing and they have to pay for shelter, they have to buy food, clothing. Financial toxicity can negatively affect patients' adherence to treatment. Next slide, please. And actually, some studies have found earlier mortality due to financial toxicity. So the cost of care. So we know that cancer is very, very expensive. And so it affects all aspects of life, including psychological, report more distress, and behavioral aspects like skipping medical appointments. Next slide, please. So some of the ways that I do have some slides in terms of financial toxicity, if you're invited to take part of a study, so we're talking about clinical studies, and we know that part of the barriers to access to clinical studies is, transportation and other kinds of barriers. Well, if you already have financial challenges, and some of the treatments in the clinical studies may not be covered by the clinical studies, this is an important barrier that we may be facing more as a Black community, and it needs to be addressed in terms of financial toxicity as a specific barrier to clinical studies participation. Next slide, please. So effects of standard of living, not being able to pay bills, not being able to pay your mortgage, not having foreclosures or your property repossessed, all of these things are negative impact on one's life post-cancer and its treatments, having to borrow money, the experience of shame, having to go to family members for support in terms of daily living expenses. Next slide, please. And some of the legal effects. You may have employment issues, especially if you're low status in your jobs and you can't make an appointment for your job and you're needing to have days off. Oftentimes you hear colleagues who are well-resourced having other colleagues who can bank their hours to give them time to go to medical appointments. But if you're in a low-status job, you don't have that opportunity to even use your sick leave because you may not have any. And certainly you don't have colleagues who may bank their sick leave or medical time off, so you could benefit from that as well. So huge effects in terms of legal and job status for those who experience financial toxicity. So again, in terms of quality of life, we've heard about familial quality of life. Financial toxicity affects everyone. So next slide, please. I'm happy to share these slides with you because we do have some interventions to help you address some of these financial toxicities. So one is talking with your healthcare team. There are oftentimes social workers in the healthcare setting who could help you in terms of navigating the cost of cancer care. Next slide. And so this slide just shows that advocacy, research, funding, and policy are really, really important to survivorship, that we need to have and understand the biological, psychosocial, socioeconomic, behavioral, sociocultural, environmental, and sociopolitical context as it weighs on the survivor. And these need to be studied and addressed in terms of advocacy. That's why we're all here as advocates, that research is needed to address these issues, and we need policy and funding. Next slide. Am I at time? So you're welcome to have these slides, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashton, and yes, we'll send it.
Okay, it's from one Caribbean woman to another Caribbean woman.
The slides will be made available as well as the recording from today. So you'll have the link so you can go back. If there was something you found extra juicy and you want to rewatch, you'll have access to the link, and we'll also be sharing clips of it on our social media as we proceed. Now we will hear from Dr. Ngufo, who is our AI specialist on the iCCaRE consortium. Dr. Ngufo.
Hello, iCCaRE. I need more than that. Hello, iCCaRE. Okay, so I hope I don't get out of time because I really have a lot to give. I'll try to make it quick. But first, let me start by really thanking the survivors from last year that we did the first video. Mr. Meriwether, Pastor McCoy, former Senator Tony Hill, and Mr. Abuela. I mean, you guys did a phenomenal job, and I'm still really impressed, immersed by the work that you guys did. And I also want to thank the survivors that are here today. And in my talk today, I'm going to show, hopefully the video is going to play, a brief 2 minutes of what we did last year, and hopefully what we're going to do tomorrow for the filming will translate more into that work. So the work that Professor Daniel has done over the last 30 years and our collaborators, back then when you guys did those videos, the technology wasn't there then. But now the technology has improved, and we want to take those videos in addition to making more videos so that we can reach prostate cancer survivors and those who are newly diagnosed to actually handle most of the things that we've talked today. So for my talk today, I really want to talk about addressing prostate cancer disparities through AI and large language models, a promise for equity in cancer care. So it's basically what we have here on this wall, what we have now, but mostly I'll be talking about what into the future. So I won't talk much about what we are doing in iCCaRE, but mostly of what these innovative technologies can do for prostate cancer. So next slide, please. So most of this, again, have been discussed today, so I won't really go much into the prostate cancer is a significant public burden. We know that racial and ethnic disparity in prostate cancer incidence to care mortality and treatment outcomes, all these one do persist. So, but what we really want to do is that how can AI and large language models help in the issue of prostate cancer survival? So that's really going to be my talk for today. Next slide, please. So the role of prostate cancer in the role of AI in prostate cancer survival. So how can AI help? AI can help monitor symptoms, disease progression, and treatment response. It can identify high-risk patients and provide personalized intervention. It can help patients navigate the healthcare system, addressing barriers to care. And also it can provide culturally tailored support and resources addressing social determinant of health needs. And that's what really iCCaRE is all about. Next slide, please. Before we start talking about really, building an AI system or providing, resources for patients, how is this system developed? So I just want to take a moment again to just say, okay, these technologies, for you to actually trust them, we need to understand how they are built. By understanding how they are built, we can remove some of the fears and insecurity that we have about the AI technologies. First, large language models are really this generative AI that we've heard. These are models that are built using clinical notes, for example, basically using language. They can generate language, build new language that are actually, you can communicate with them. So first, we start with data collection. And our data collection really goes with your electronic medical records, While you go through your process of care, we collect that data about you, wearable devices, social media, and then, of course, your patient-reported outcomes. So we collect all that data. Then we take that data, we process it. For example, we take the clinical notes, we process what the doctor said about you. We take the social media, the tweets, we process that. And then we want to build algorithms that can actually learn from that data. So one of the algorithms basically is in natural language processing. The other one is machine learning, which basically tries to learn patterns or structure in your data, in that data. And then the other one is also visualization, which can actually help us see what is there. But through the visualization, you can see maybe there's some atypical observation or an outlier that we want to take out, or we want to learn why is that outlier there. Then we want to train the algorithm. We can develop one algorithm that addresses everything, or we can develop specialized algorithm that addresses specific tasks. Like the graph that we have there, this is really what we call about the generative AI. You take all the data about a patient, for example, CT scan, ECGs, wearable devices, tables and text in the electronic medical record, or wall slides, or we can take other domain information, the genomics data, and then we mix it all in the algorithm, and we can train that model to basically do a lot of things. For example, predict diagnosis to screen patients. We can actually look at model about treatment and clinical trials. And you can identify, for example, improve the patient experience through the healthcare system. Now, the next thing, after you have the algorithm, we need to deploy it. And this is also very critical, because deployment comes with also how do we actually manage the algorithm. So we need to integrate the AI model into clinical workflow and also in the patient-facing interface. So you have the clinical workflow where the provider can actually see, and you also have the patient interface as well. And there are actually a lot that goes into this deployment phase, because AI is really double sword. Depending on how you develop the algorithm or develop the model, you can make one of those edges really sharp or blunt. For example, the AI can be used to actually address the same thing that we've talked about today, equity, disparities. But the way, if you don't develop the algorithm or deploy it the right way, it can also exacerbate that same issue that you're trying to address, the equity and disparity as well. I just give an example. I was just talking with Dr. Odina today in the morning. We are trying to actually deploy the model that we're building for iCCaRE through the Mayo Clinic Cloud infrastructure. And I have to tell you, I've gone through a lot of hoops with IT, and everywhere I go, there's always bang this way. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do this. No, you can't do this. I'm just thinking, again, this is just my own personal thought. Had this been a model that addresses or solve a problem for the plurality of the population, it's probably going to be very easy to implement. But this is new, this is different. It addresses some specific target population. I'm having a lot of restriction and everything to deploy the model, because it's different, it's novel. It doesn't use the same technology that the others have been using that is easily address the plurality of the population. What is that really? That's equity or inequity in the deployment of an AI algorithm. That AI algorithm is designed to solve equity problems. So it's just like a circle. Next slide, please. Okay, good. I think we got here. So we are truly trying now to really address, some of the aspects from diagnosis, when a man first hear that news, until living with prostate cancer. So that's the objective of iCCaRE. How can we address the social determinant of health, the psychological and emotional feeling that these men go through? And that's really just one aspect of what we are looking at. So AI and large language model can address psychological, emotional, and social determinant of health in prostate cancer patients by Developing personalized coping strategies and stress management plans, you can do that. Provide culturally sensitive, tailored emotional support. Identify and addressing social determinants of health that impact prostate cancer the most. Facilitate connection to community resources and social support networks. This last point is actually what I'm really excited about, like what we can do. Facilitate connection to community resources and social support networks. Imagine that, I think I was talking about how can we increase the participation of underserved communities in the clinical trials. And also we can make advertisement to social media. Now we can still apply these models to go through those social media feeds and actually look at what are people in this community talking about. Imagine that you're trying to do an urban development in a community, a neighborhood, for example. Maybe it's a healthcare center that you want to develop, want to build, or maybe there's a bridge. You have a couple of things that you want to do. But you need to involve the voices of that community. And how do you get that voices? AI can help. Go through their social feeds. What are they talking about? What are they most interested about? Maybe they don't want this bridge. Maybe they don't want this road in their neighborhood. But maybe you don't have that information, you don't have that representative information, but they are talking about this in their social media. So we simply apply natural language processing. You can go through those social media and look at what are the frequent things that they are talking about. Cluster that data and look at spots, look at subpopulation. Maybe you can find some atypical population that stands out. That's very small, but important. Sometimes you can call that an outlier, but maybe you want to drill down into that outlier. You see that is actually what is driving that community. So actually, if we can facilitate, AI can facilitate, connection of these community resources and social support group. I think that's one of the things that will really change the face of prostate cancer. So we have this 2-minute video. Let's see if it's going to play.
Process. You ever feel like God allowed me the passion that you share with me right now? I said, like, he's so long compared to any place that hard, like most people would feel ashamed or something like that. They don't feel like as me.
Okay, it's phrasing, but at least we got some sort of an intro into it. So that's Mr. Merriweather and Pastor McCoy. They were talking about their experiences. And basically, Mr. Merriweather was asking Pastor McCoy that Pastor McCoy was sitting calm, very easygoing, and they said, why do you feel that, And Pastor McCoy was saying that when he was diagnosed and based on his faith, they should just take it out. That was his view, just take it out. And then you see the men just go through that conversation and talking about, both of their experiences. This is Dr. Odenina's work, really. This is what she's worked on. And then we are taking that work, which was best, and then using AI now. We want to use AI to now convert that work to be more living so that it can help now in a different perspective. And I think one of my slides there, you see, I asked the question, is the future of prostate cancer AI? Is AI going to be the one to manage the future of prostate cancer? That could be scary, but I can guarantee you it's a good thing. You have another slide? Maybe that's my last slide or so. Yeah, we can go next slide. Okay, so yep. So the other thing that we've also talked about today is underserved communities. They don't participate a lot into clinical trials, the Clinical Trials Beyond War initiative, which is great. But AI can also play a real major role in increasing the participation of underserved. I put this word here intentionally participation of racialized, minoritized, and marginalized communities. Today, they say probably don't use those words. So AI can increase participation of underserved communities by developing culturally tailored recruitment strategies and materials, which is part of what we are doing in iCCaRE. Provide language access and accommodation services, especially the large language model that we talked about. This is a model that is trained on human language. It can understand and write human language just like, even better than the best writer in the world. So as we know, communication is key when it comes to the social determinant of life. AI can help there. Incorporating community-based participatory research principles, which is what iCCaRE is really all about. And then finally, address structural barriers to participation and retention. So if we incorporate AI and large language model when we do our clinical trials, I think we can really improve the participation of underserved communities in these trials. Next slide. Okay, overcoming barriers of AI and large language model adoption, which is something that I talk about almost. So barriers to AI adoption in prostate cancer care include limited access to digital technologies among vulnerable population. I think we heard about that. How can we increase them? And part of what we're also going to be doing in iCCaRE, again, in deploying at the iCCaRE model, is actually test usability, because this technology has never been tried for this population. So you'll also be interested to know how do they respond. And I think we initially had our first, trial, which was really alpha testing, very initial phase to test, how does this technology look like? So hopefully in June, we're going to conduct our beta testing of the technology. So concerns around data privacy and security, that should be taken into account. Need for further research on AI, large language model effectiveness and equity, something that I mentioned previously. And also it's important, the importance of addressing digital literacy and health literacy gap. So we have this digital divide issue that is going on. Something that I'm also kind of asking myself as an AI expert is, when I develop this technology, am I contributing to further increase that digital divide between the community that I'm trying to help and the new innovative technology that I'm bringing? But at the same time, like I said, AI is double-edged. That AI itself can also help bring together or kind of close that digital gap. It just depends on how you develop the algorithm and how you deploy it. I think I have one last slide and then that's it. Okay, yes, that's it. Future direction and research opportunities. There are a lot that's here. First thing is really integrating AI and large language model into clinical workflows and decision making. Currently, we don't have that yet at Mayo Clinic. I have multiple projects that develop large language models that can help, in clinical workflow, especially on patient safety. So hopefully by the end of the year, we may have some of those models working for us. Developing culturally tailored AI large language model intervention for underserved populations. That's iCCaRE. Addressing ethical and social implication of AI large language model adoption in prostate cancer care. And then I hope to see that. Also, exploration of AI facilitated peace support and navigation programs. This is also one key thing that hopefully the next step of iCCaRE Vera is going to be actually facilitating that peace support and navigation of programs. So with that, I think that's my last slide. Yep, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Next, we'll be hearing from Dr. Copeland, who will be joining us from online. Can you hear us, Dr. Copeland?
I can, Vanessa. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm pulling up slides right now and can everyone see my slides? So I'm Al Copeland. My job today is to tell you about experimental models that we're going to use to try to discover new therapies for African American and African men who've been diagnosed with prostate cancer. Are my slides advancing at all? I need somebody to talk to me. Vanessa, I need you to come back to the microphone and tell me what's going on, because
Dr. Copeland, can you hear me?
yes, can you hear me?
Yes. So if you go to the bottom where it says present, click share screen, and then click on your PowerPoint.
Right. What I don't have is share screen. I've got mute, stop cam settings. And I've got present. I went to present. Oh, there we go. There's share screen. My apologies. I missed it. Okay. Can you see my screen now? Caleb, can you see my screen? Vanessa, come talk to me.
Yes, we can see your slide.
Okay, great. Thanks, Solomon. Okay, so I'm Al Copeland. I'm a faculty member in the cancer biology department at Mayo Clinic, and I'd like to talk to two things to you about today. First, what's cancer, and then also how we are developing novel models using patients' prostate tumor cancers implanted into mice and able to develop new therapies which we expect and hope to save lives with African American men and Africans who are diagnosed with aggressive prostate cancer. So a little bit about cancer to help you better understand what we're trying to attack. You all know that we all start off as one cell and end up as a human being about 9 months later with about 100 trillion cells. That's a 1 with 14 zeros behind it. So think about it. In 9 months, we become a human being. And so we've taken one cell, replicated that cell is doubled. One cell becomes 2 cells, become 4 cells, become 8 cells, become 16, on to 100 trillion cells in 9 months. It's incredible. And over our lifespan, we're going to be hopefully most of the time healthy, but there were parts of our lives that are going to have disease. And it has to do with things that go on within our cells. And with prostate cancer, it specifically has to do with specific genetic mutations that occur. And so again, this is simply a slide showing how a cell divides. It goes through multiple stages of cell division. And so that's what cancer is about. It's a genetic disease where cells no longer stop dividing. They continually multiply and they metastasize and go to other parts of our body. They multiply, say, in the bone or the brain or the liver, and essentially take over that organ and shut that organ down and kill us. And so this concept of homeostasis, we are at homeostasis. Cancer has lost that ability. Cells have lost the ability to die. And they use many mechanisms that typically start off with genetic mutations that cause cells to now become cancer cells that continually divide, and they can divide fairly rapidly in very aggressive cancers in less than 24 hours. As you all know, we're made up of 46 chromosomes. In those 46 chromosomes, we've got 6 billion DNA base pairs. These bases can be substituted and mutated. So this is where cancer starts, is in our own DNA with mutations. And those mutations accumulate, causing different types of cancer within our own body. We know that there are over 200 different types of cancers in different organs within our bodies. And as you can see here, I just wanted to point out the X and Y chromosome, and you'll notice that the Y chromosome is much shorter than the other X chromosome, and you know that the Y chromosome is carried in men, and so it truly shows you women are much, much smarter than men, and men have a long way to go. So again, just to tell you, here's one of the cells. Within the cell, there's a nucleus. This is where all of your DNA, your chromosomes are contained, and these chromosomes are replicated and also regulate transcription and translation of proteins, and proteins that go on to do signal in your body. And so this is kind of the way it goes. Your 46 chromosomes and all of your genes that are made of DNA undergo this process called transcription. Transcription transcribes DNA into messenger RNA. This messenger RNA is translated into proteins. We have about 22,000 genes, and those 22,000 genes can transcribe messenger RNA into about 150,000 proteins. So there's mutations that occur within this process, and these mutated proteins can act as oncogenes and cause normal cells to become cancer cells and continue to grow to be drug resistant and eventually multiply to the point and metastasize to different parts of your body that can kill us. So we're now developing drugs against these proteins, which is called precision molecular therapies that target these proteins and shut these proteins down. And so this is the exciting part of cancer research right now, where we're developing these novel therapies and being able to target multiple mutations at one time, and which can be potentially curative. So here's an example of proteins that are talking to one another. It's just like you and all your neighbors getting together and talking and passing information down that ends up with regulating cell survival, cell birth, which is cell replication, or whether a cell dies or not. And so this line that cuts across is just kind of the outside of the cell membrane. And so on top of the cell membrane, there are proteins that sit on this membrane, like the EGF receptor or the TGF-beta receptor or frizzled or iCCaRE. And so there are ligands, TGF-beta and Wnt, that bind to these cell membrane proteins that then signal to other proteins within the cell that tell the cell to survive or to replicate or even to die. And there are hundreds of these signaling pathways that go in different combinations. And you can block one pathway and cancer will start using another pathway. And so this is why we really haven't cured cancer yet, is because of the sophistication and the multiple redundant pathways that do the same thing, but in a different way to allow tumor cells to survive. But now we have drugs that target a lot of these signaling pathways. So if we can block them all at one time, we potentially can prolong a patient's life or even potentially cure. And that's where we are at the stage of research right now. And our laboratory is very involved in this, having developed these novel mouse models using patient tumor tissues that I'll tell you about in just a minute. Remember, each one of us can potentially prevent ourselves from getting cancer with the way we lead our lives. So 95% of cancers are caused from our environment. There's only about 5% that is actually inherited from your parents, that there's been a mutation in a gene that's actually going to cause one of your organs to develop cancer. So it's how we interact, either what we eat, what we smoke, what we drink, what we're exposed to, such as asbestos or other environmental hazards that can cause genetic mutations within our cells that might later lead to cancer. So cancer is largely preventable. And so you can envision how there are environmental risk factors that occur, and we come in contact with that, and over time develop cancer. And typically cancer takes years and years to develop, anywhere from 10 to 20 or 30 years. And that's why most of cancers are predominantly in our later years of life, because of this idea or this where you have multiple genes that have to be mutated that finally overcome the ability and allow cells to continually replicate without the different checkpoints that protect cells from replicating without stopping. And so you can see these multiple mutations that happen, cells multiply, another mutation happens, and cells multiply again. Then a third mutation and potentially a fourth mutation. And so there are lots of mutations that typically occurring before we get very invasive and aggressive cancers. So a very, very collaborative process, research program that we've started due to the leadership of Dr. Falaki Odedna and Dr. Solomon Rotimi, have taken advantage of our laboratory, and we make patient-derived xenograft mouse models. Dr. Adam Case trained in my laboratory. He is a physician and a scientist. He is a prostate cancer oncologist here at Mayo Clinic, and together we're working to develop these patient-derived xenograft mouse models from African patients diagnosed with prostate cancer, and collaborating with Solomon, Dr. Rotimi, with his group at Covenant University, are collecting tumors from patients, freezing these tumors live. They get shipped to our laboratory. We thaw these tumor tissues and are able to implant them into mouse models. And these tumors grow in the mice. And essentially, these are the patient's own tumors. They have the same mutations. And if we're able to cure that tumor in that mouse, we have an 80 to 85% chance of curing that patient. And so being able to be guided by novel therapies now targeting multiple drugs that have never been tested together in combination allow us to to potentially develop new novel therapies that could prolong or potentially save patients' lives. So let me just give you an example of some things that we've done in the laboratory to date. This happens to be standard of care drug therapies for patients diagnosed with prostate cancer, and you can see that their survival benefit is 2 to 5 years. I'm going to skip this slide. It's a little complicated. I think I'm going to skip it. So this is an example of a patient, and some of you may know that we can follow a patient's tumor progression with a blood marker called PSA, or prostate specific antigen. And so we can measure this in the blood. This particular patient was diagnosed with prostate cancer back in 2012. Following the PSA, you can see that it's going up. The patient was treated with abiraterone, which is an anti-androgen. There was a response for a while. The patient escaped, and so the abiraterone was discontinued. Docetaxel, which is a chemotherapeutic, caused regression of this tumor, but the patient was taken off docetaxel because they couldn't tolerate it, and this tumor just took off. And you can see where the PSA levels are just skyrocketing. About that time, we were able to get a biopsy of that tumor tissue, and we were able to take that tumor tissue, implant it in mice, and we grow that tumor. And to this day, we can continually grow this tumor, and we're testing new novel drugs using this tumor that is growing in our mice. These are genetic mutations that we've identified in the patient's tumor. So CCND1, it regulates, it's called cyclin D1. It's amplified. It causes cells to go through cell replication. We now have drugs that target this. HRAS mutation, we have drugs that now target this that we did not have before. The same for cyclin D1. Up until 4 or 5 years ago, we didn't have drugs that target it. Now we do. These drugs have never been put together in combination, so we will be one of the first labs that are targeting these different combinations of drugs now that we have that are available to us. Many of these drugs are still in clinical trials or not even in clinical trials yet. So we can do proof of concept of combining these drugs together for the very first time and potentially showing survival benefit, or even potentially causing complete regression of tumors. And again, here are signaling pathways that we can block that regulate cell proliferation and survival and cell death. And so putting these drugs together can potentially shut down these pathways. And I've essentially said that there. And so here is an example of us characterizing the tumor model, showing that In this particular patient, they were drug resistant to enzalutamide and docetaxel, and you can see that in the bottom right-hand corner where there's no difference in tumor growth over these 20 days that we tested the drugs. There's no difference between the blue placebo line versus the orange or the purple lines of that. I'll just skip through this and for the sake of time, but essentially we were able to look to identify a CDK4/6 inhibitor and an AKT inhibitor in combination that showed anti-tumor synergy, and you can see this by decrease in cell proliferation with this red line with combination therapy. It takes less dose compared to the single dose of the AKT and the CDK4/6 inhibitor. So these two drugs, when they're put together in combination, are synergistic in this castrate-resistant prostate cancer cell line. When we treat the animals with this combination drug, you can see this purple line. You can see that we've got tumors at 100 cubic millimeters in size, and it completely blocks the growth of this tumor. Whereas you can see that we get some growth inhibition with single agent compared to the blue line, where you can see at day 0 from 100 cubic millimeters, within 40 days, this tumor has tripled in size to 500 cubic millimeters. And so this tumor will if left unabated, will continue to grow and kill the mouse. And so we've identified a novel combination therapy that actually stops the growth. Our true goal is to cause tumor regression. So ideally, we'd like that purple line to be going to 0. And so we still have work to do with regards to putting all of those combinations of drugs together. And that is our goal, is to cause tumor regression. But remember, if you've got a tumor and you're alive now, and if you can keep it at the same place, you can live with that just fine. So we're very interested in potentially taking this novel combination to a clinical trial. So our future directions have to do with developing and identifying mutations in African American and African PDX models. We, again, like I told you, want to test novel molecular targeted therapies in combination for anti-tumor synergy, and we'll compare the genomic profiles between African Americans as well as different races to determine and try to better understand why prostate cancer is more aggressive in African Americans and Africans than in whites and other races. So what we really, our goal is to develop novel life-saving cancer treatments tailored to African Americans and Africans to save lives. So I'll stop there and take any questions if there are any. And this is some of the group, part of the team that are working. So thank you.
Hi, Dr. Copeland. Thank you so much. Are you taking questions from the audience?
I'm happy to do that if anyone has a question, and you know that you have my email, so if anyone wants to contact me, always happy to, have anyone tour the lab or treat anyone to lunch if they're interested in talking about research or what we do, and really would love to host anyone that would like to come visit the lab.
Thank you, Dr. Copeland.
Okay. Thank you, Vanessa. Good luck to everybody today. I'm sorry I can't be with you.
So now we'll have our final special topics on survivorship, and will be presented to us by Dr. Copeland.
Good afternoon, everyone. I bring you guys warm greetings from hot Arizona. It's starting to warm up, which means that the snakes are out. My daughter saw one outside of her bedroom window just a few days ago. So it starts to get to 120 degrees this time of year, well, summer. So we usually come out to Arizona we usually come out to Jacksonville because it's humid out here, but it's hot in Arizona. So, but it's snake season and scorpions definitely comes out during this time of year. So we just want to say we're glad to, Dr. Moore and I, we're glad to be in Jacksonville for the next couple of days. I'm really passionate about genetic literacy. So Dr. Copeland just presented on genetics, and I'm really passionate about, so as we're seeing an explosion on precision medicine, precision oncology, and what I'm really passionate about is how do you take that high level science and how do you take it to the community? How do you explain genetics, genomics, at a basic level to the community? And so what we don't want to further see, we don't want to see disparities, healthcare disparities, prostate cancer disparity further expand because of limited understanding of genetics, genomics. And so that's the kind of research that it's more behavioral as it relates to genetics and genomics. And so that's what I'm going to talk about. Some of the work, a lot of the work that I've been doing is engaging the community to kind of broaden the understanding of what does the community understand about genetics, genomics, somatic genetic testing, germline genetic testing, and how we can incorporate the community's understanding into the research that we're doing at Mayo. Next slide, please. So just a few, next slide, please. So just a few key terms. So genetics just basically refers to the studies of genes and the way that certain traits or conditions are passed down from one generation to the other. So the traits that is passed down from father to son or mother to daughter. Next slide, please. Genomics describe all of a person's gene, which is the genome, including the interaction of those genes with each other and the person's condition. So this is your genome. Precision medicine, also known as personalized medicine or individualized medicine, and we've been seeing an explosion of precision medicine, individualized medicine. It's an innovative approach that uses information about individualized genomics, the environmental lifestyle information to guide decision related to medication management. Next slide, please. So essentially what I'm going to talk about is the use of prognostic tumor-based or tissue-based genetic tests for localized prostate cancer. The National Comprehensive Cancer Network recommends that patients and clinicians consider tissue-based genetic tests for localized prostate cancer to help patients make more informed treatment decisions at the time of diagnosis. Next slide, please. So these are Pylorus, Oncotype DX, and Decipher. These are multi-panel mRNA expression panels, which offers new approaches to categorizing patients according to their risk of biochemical reoccurrence. And so these are some of the tests that are offered at Mayo. So next slide, please. These are some of the tests. So Mayo offers some of these tests. So next slide, and then the next slide. So Mayo offers two kinds. Germline is essentially inherited genes or inherited, so test you for comprehensive evaluations to see. These are more like pharmacogenetics to see how you're likely to respond to certain genes. And then somatic genetic testing is more so like, somatic genetic testing is more so like, at this point, Mayo does not do prostate, they send them out, but they do lung cancer here. You can't see that on my screen, but they do lung cancer, melanoma, and other cancer. The prostate cancer ones are proprietary, so they're Oncotype DX, they're private tests, and so Mayo doesn't run those in-house. Next slide, please. So what do we know about precision or prognostic genomics and cancer health disparity? We know that cancer health disparities persist in underserved communities despite the evidence of guidelines, evidence-based guidelines, and that the adoption of state-of-the-art methods often lag behind in our community. So that's why I'm passionate about prostate cancer, genetics, genomics, and literacy. So even though these are now guideline-based, so a man is diagnosed with prostate cancer, we should be having conversations about genetics, genomics. It's something that's been happening in breast cancer for several years. When a woman is diagnosed with breast cancer, I think it was Dr. Young that mentioned, I've been listening to you, Dr. Young, I think you mentioned that a lot of the innovations that we're seeing in women in terms of behavioral practices, we need to adopt them for prostate cancer, and we absolutely do. A lot of the innovations that we've seen in breast cancer, some of those innovations we need to definitely, best practices, need to adapt them for prostate cancer. And some of those, the same thing here. We've been seeing a lot of genomic testing being done for breast cancer. And so these are some of the things that we are now incorporating in prostate cancer, but the literacy level is just not there. And then when you think about men of African descent, when you think about the communication gaps, there are things that we need to do or we could be doing better. So essentially what I did, over the last year, I've learned so much over the course. I've pulled together, and how do I say it? It's the community that really have educated me over the last year. So I've worked with community advisory boards here in Jacksonville, in Arizona, and also in Rochester. And these diverse community advisory boards, these are lay community members who met with me to kind of give me advice about the research study that I was doing. And they held my hand, and we did focus group, and they essentially looked at the brochure, they looked at the study intervention, they looked at the educational material, they looked at the educational video, and they said, okay, this is not going to fly in the community. And they really made sure that, before we even tomorrow, before I even go back to Arizona, I'm meeting with the community advisory board, and the results of our focus group, we're going back to the community and we're saying, here are the findings. We did it recently in Arizona. I'm meeting with the Jacksonville Community Advisory Board before I leave here to go back to Arizona. And then in 2 weeks, I'm going up to Rochester. Each community advisory board is different. So in Rochester, it's rural white men. In Arizona, it's different because the population is a little bit different. And so, but they give me advice based on the various different study participants that we're recruiting from the various different Mayo sites. And so it's just a really dynamic, diverse population. So I'm going to give you some feedback on the research that we've been doing. So we recruited 31 individuals across the 3 Mayo sites, 31. So we recruited 15 individuals, 15 diverse individuals from Mayo, Arizona, or the community, I would say the catchment area around Mayo, Arizona, Mayo, Jacksonville, 8 individuals from Mayo around, so let's say Duval County, Maricopa, and then Rochester, about 8 individuals. So we'll talk about some of the findings, and we did focus groups. So we'll talk about some of the findings that we found. This was the specific aim of the overall study. So what we wanted to do was to examine patient and caregiver comprehension of genetic testing. So this is the tumor-based technology for localized prostate cancer. What we're doing is, this is a mixed method study, and we're doing 12 focus groups. So this is African-American and rural white men with localized prostate cancer and their caregivers. We're doing peers, so this is a dyad study. And so we're exploring the comprehension of genetic, or this is tumor-based genomics, as well as facilitators and barriers to genomic health literacy. So this is specific aim 1. Next slide, please. Specific aim number 2. Next slide. Please. Yeah, got you. Okay, thank you. Specific aim number 2, we want to examine patients and caregiver comprehension of prognostic genomic technology for localized prostate cancer. Specific aim, I didn't move my slide. All right. So this, essentially what we're doing here is we're going to do a randomized control. So examine the efficacy of, we're tailoring, we're doing some, so as, this is something that we can absolutely add to the Vera as it relates to iCCaRE. So essentially what we're doing, this is a larger study funded as a career development award from the National Cancer Institute. And essentially what we're doing here is we're evaluating the efficacy of adding tailored prostate cancer education and communication coaching to a genomic education literacy video to address ways to improve patient-caregiver communication. And so this is essentially a randomized control study where we're doing, where we're examining the impact of adapting a prostate cancer genomic literacy video, which is just 40 diets compared to the video plus patient navigator tailored education coaching. So that's what we're doing in terms of our specific aim number 2. Next slide. So essentially what we're doing here is we're essentially going out in the communities and we're developing an educational literacy video. Next slide. I'm gonna go through the video. So we developed 2 educational videos. So this is the video for, the first video you will see was the video that we developed for rural white men, and we recruited physicians. We interviewed them as we were putting together the video. Next slide. Next slide. So this was us just interviewing patients. So here's the first flyer. This is our educational flyers. And we pulled together the community advisory board and we had them looked at the flyer. And this is a study for men, right? And so one of the things that the community advisory board gave us feedback on, they said that this is a study for men. And one of the things that they didn't like that caregivers are essential and important for the study, but one of the things that they did not like that the man wasn't central in this flyer. They wanted the man to be, this study is about men, and so not to say that woman isn't supported, because in some of the qualitative stuff that I'm gonna report at the end, you're going to hear the importance of women and caregivers, but they want to see a flyer that is reflecting the importance of the man. And so the next slide, please. Next slide, please. And so if you go back to the next slide. So here they're saying the man should be in the middle. They want a different background. Some of this is male branding, but they want us to kind of, so this is, before we go back, so one of the things that we have to do is we have to change this before we go back to the community. And so the next stage of the process is we're in the process of updating the flyers before we go back to the community to get their input. Next slide. So remember, we're doing African-American men and rural white men. So this is the flyers for Black men. Next slide. The next slide is for rural white men. No, you good. You good. Okay, so it's the same thing here. They gave us feedback here, and essentially it's the same kind of thing. They're not necessarily, one of the things that we're having to work on is imaging. They're not a big fan of we have stock images, we use stock images, and so they're not a big fan of some of the stock images that we have, and so we're in the process of updating some of these stock images, and so those are some of the things that we're working on. Next slide. And so we can go through here. So one of the things, so what I want to do next is I just want to report on some of the qualitative findings. All right, so we had 31 community members. So Duval County, Maricopa County, and then Olmsted County in Rochester. And these individuals were recruited from May to November in 2023. 31 members were divided into groups of 5 for discussions. We did qualitative and quantitative data. Next slide. So now we're going to talk about a couple of results. So lack of awareness about tissue-based or tumor-based genetic testing. Most participants indicated that they were not aware about tissue-based genetics testing or its availability to them. They also talked about significant gaps in knowledge about genetic testing. Next slide. They also highlighted how the topic is often, as it relates to lack of knowledge and education. They talk about prostate cancer. They often talk about, they highlighted that how the topic is often not discussed or kept secret within families and communities when men are diagnosed with prostate cancer. Next slide. They talk about the importance of community-based outreach and education. So the efficacy of community leaders, such as women in the family or respected figures in the community. Senator Hill noted some of these things earlier today. In disseminated health information was emphasized among the CAB. Places of trust within the community, such as barbershop, churches, and family gatherings. So Black family reunions, key places for talking about community health information were mentioned for encouraging screening. Next slide. Trusted messengers and community influencers. Health messages is likely linked to trustworthiness and influence based on the messengers of the most people wanted the messengers. They linked the message to the messenger, and so those were some of the things that they felt was important. Community leaders, sometimes they wanted the information to come from trusted non-medical individuals, and so those were some of the things that they talked about. Encourage, so what were some of the recommendations? Encourage conversations about genetic testing. Participant mentioned that they had not had conversations about genetic testing for prostate cancer, even with family members who had the disease. So these are some of the things they felt that we should encourage conversation about genetic testing. Encourage open discussions with family members in the community and with primary care physicians. That was the other thing about genetics, or the importance about genetic testing. And then conclusion. The discussion on prostate cancer and tissue-based genetic testing highlighted the complexity surrounding prostate cancer and the need for further education, awareness, and access to affordable healthcare for individuals at risk. And these are things that I think that these are things that I definitely, over the course of the next, how do I say it? I've become a steward of just working with the community, and these are things that I'm definitely, I would be remiss if I didn't go back to the community who have given me feedback on this over the course of my career. And it's not just about the grant, and working with Dr. Odedna, you don't see grant numbers. You see the community. You see it wakes you up at night, and you see the faces, and you see the community, and so you can. It's just, yeah, I can't.
What an outstanding series of presentations that we had. Okay, so I think we can take some questions. So if all the speakers for this round can come forward very briefly, we can spend 5 minutes taking questions. Dr. Cobran, Dr. Kimberly Nashing, Dr. Cheung Gufo. Am I missing anybody? Okay, Dr. Kaninji and Dr. Colon Otero. We might need more chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Rotimi, for hosting the questions.
Thank you very much, Ma. And now, Brand, Iwan touched on a very important thing that even as basic scientists, Iwan, I find myself in the community by working with her. You jump into the community, that's where the science is. So there's some couple of questions from our colleagues in Africa. I'm not sure they will still be on now because it's going to be very late over there, but they will get the recording. Yeah, can you? Okay, the mic, please. Okay, so yeah, I'm not sure if some of these questions. Dr. Annie is here. Okay. I'm not sure if some of all these questions are actually for this panel, but number one question is, and I think this is more towards Professor Dedinoma, is there a way that this program can be done quarterly instead of annually? Because it's very insightful. And folks can't wait for 1 year to have this type of experience again. So what do we do?
I think a great idea, and all the MPIs are here, well, who really are with different sections. I think a great idea would be to do it annually for a global platform. And then we also have regional. So we can have an African-based one, we can have a Caribbean-based one, we can have a North America-based one, we can have a European-based one. And that way we have the global, in which we are all sharing, but then we have the continental, in which people are really addressing the issues that they have. So that's a great idea. We can work on that.
And as expected, they're also wondering why we are limiting it to prostate cancer, and asking if we are open to expanding it to other cancers, particularly breast cancer. It's all right. We're all prostates. Yeah. Yeah. Also, they want us to create a medium, and I hope, and when I read that, I said this is something we need to push to Dr. Bola Joko, Dr. Lado Ibo, and maybe Dr. Ernie. They want us to create a medium for survivors to communicate regularly, so that they can better understand and manage their emotions in workplace and their social, lifestyle and all of that. That we don't just gather here, maybe quarterly or annually and disperse. Can we now have this forum that we create for prostate cancer survivors? It's something that we sort of started off from the meeting we had in Lagos last year with the network between Mr. Merriweather. I mean, he roused everybody in Lagos, and Captain Yaria. But I think what we'll do now is that we need to follow up with that and see how we can create that forum. Dr. Oladu, Dr. Bolajoko, please.
Let me just say, I think that's a great idea. It might work perhaps on a weekend, like on a Saturday, just because of the time difference. So that way we can have people both here in the US and in Africa on a Saturday. Because we do have other forums, like I do one with Dr. Motolani, but it's late, 6 p.m. in the US. I mean, how many people in Africa are awake at that time? So it might be on a Saturday when people can afford to do it early here in the US time, which will be late in the afternoon in Africa.
Yeah, and Prof, I think Fire in Arizona, there's a program, something like that, where she brings survivors together to discuss. So I think for folks in Africa, we just need to learn from what you're doing and see how we can synergize. I know the time difference is a challenge, but it's something we can work around. Thank you.
I think right now, with the capability that iCCaRE has to be able to live stream and live connect to Facebook, we can do it, but it has to be led by our cancer advocates, because this is their program, not our program. So I think we need to go back and here.
Okay. Yeah, so I think the other question is, any means of helping about treatment modalities and cost implication? Unfortunately, we cannot cover cost of treatment, but we can what we can do is to support by networking the survivors to clinicians, particularly across Africa, because I know this question, and non-profit organizations that can really help them in raising funds. Yeah, so what can we do to further create awareness in our communities? Where are the gaps? Yeah.
So thank you, Dr. Rotimi. Actually, I wanted to address a little bit that previous question about cost, because in California, with multi-sectoral partnerships, we were able to leverage a change in the law it's called SB 987. It's the Cancer Care Equity Act that was signed into law a year ago, which allows for those who are on Medi-Cal to be able to get their care at comprehensive cancer centers, such as City of Hope. So do not underestimate the power of advocacy to change legislation. It took a long time. The law is not as powerful as we wanted it. The patients still have to petition their payer, their coverage, so it's not automatic. We were hoping it'd be automatic, but it's a progress in the right direction. And so that's also one example of engagement of communities for policy action. So I don't know if anybody else want to.
Okay, Dr. Annie, you want to contribute?
About the most recent question you asked, it's about how do we engage more people? We have to take it outside of the clinical settings. So really reaching people where there are trusted areas like, the churches, the barber shops, continue to move the dialogue where people are more receptive, and then using trusted messengers as Ewan just mentioned a short while ago.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Chi, I think the question I have for you, looking at the role of AI, is you know Africa very well. Perhaps the most widespread social media in Africa is WhatsApp. And with integration of AI, Meta AI now into WhatsApp, you could have a situation whereby people begin to ask questions about their well-being and health from this Meta AI. How are we sure that this machine is giving them information that's related to, that's culturally sensitive and relevant to the uniqueness of cancer in Black people?
Yes, thanks, Dr. Rotimi. That's a great question, and thanks for asking me that. It really comes to the core of what we do when we try to really democratize AI, try to develop AI that is fair, non-biased, especially now with the era of generative, AI, where the model can basically generate data that wasn't there before. And the hope is that this new data that is generated can conform to our societal norms. So with large language model that I mentioned in my talk, these are models that are developed based on clinical text or, basically language, and it generates new conversation, and those conversations are really like comprehensive. But now, how do we ensure that this information that they're getting is actually conformed, like you mentioned, to their societal things? So there are strategies, for example, there are strategies that we can take to make sure that we generate equitable models. And Google, for example, is taking a lot of steps in developing their models to ensure that what goes into the model, the data is non-toxic, it is highly representative of the different racial groups, like the conversation that they have. So they want to make sure that they develop, models that are fair. But again, the data, again, this is what I question. The data set that they use is basically like open world data set. Now we have data set from Africa, for example, that are not being leveraged. And I think the only way we can really address that particular aspect is to use that data to train the models, so that the model can basically reflect the community, what the community is saying, and also protect the model, make sure that the models do not kind of what we call like hallucinate, giving false information.
Right.
So we can protect, there are measures we can do to protect that model. One of the things that my group is doing is that we want to make sure that we train these models, and then this model can tell you when they are hallucinating. Or for example, they can give you a hallucinating score. So when you train the model, you also ask the model, how sure are you about this information? So the model can give you a hallucination score. So you can basically see, okay, this score is something that you want to accept or you want to, because it's not all hallucination that's like bad. There's sometimes this is really just like a new way. Hallucination is really an error. It's nothing else. It basically just generates something that does not conform to what you expect. So if you train regular machine learning algorithm, when you train it, and we look at, for example, the accuracy, look at the ROC curve, it's the same thing. So it doesn't generate things that conform to that accuracy. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it might be wrong. Sometimes it might even lead to something that you least expect that, oh, it actually makes some sense to you. But then that model can give you a score that says, this is my hallucination score. And then you can look at it and say, okay, well, I want to trust this model or not. So I think that's the way we should be training this model, but make sure that we train the model based on data from Africa.
Yeah. Okay, great. Dr. Clontero, I'm wondering, looking at the importance of vitamin D, is in clinical practice in the US, is it a routine test, particularly for communities that could be at high risk of a low level of vitamin D?
Is there a routine test to detect vitamin D deficiency that's
blood
recommended?
level of vitamin D.
Yeah, we usually use the 25 hydroxy vitamin D levels. Yeah, there's another measurement, the 125, that should not be used because it's usually elevated actually when you have vitamin D deficiency. So, but sometimes people get confused and can order both of them. So,
all right, thank you. Well, I think the last question I have from here is, how do we advocate in African community, and I think that will be best taken by Dr. Eni, where it is believed that men with prostate cancer are those who have been promiscuous in their sexual life?
Well, so there's a lot of education that have to go hand in hand, and that's what we're trying to do, is really to educate men with the facts in the way that they can understand, and also really equip them, empower them with the types of questions to ask their physicians. So one of the reasons why men are hesitant to get screened, again, there may be all these myths running around. The best way to dispel that is to provide them with actual factual data from trusted sources. So creating brochures that are coming from trusted organizations is one way of doing that, having voices of men who they trust, encouraging them, they're preachers. They listen a lot to their pastors.
Oh, sure.
So partnering with the faith-based organizations and having them encourage the men to go get tested, I think it's a good way. But to answer the question, so we have to find gatekeepers within those communities, especially in Africa. We have to go through the gatekeepers, educate them, and then also try to expose these gatekeepers to factual information, and then seek their permission so that we can have people come into those communities and just have a conversation. Not necessarily trying to lecture them, but just have a conversation, listen to their concerns, and try to address their questions with fact-based answers as best as we can.
All right.
In my study that I'm doing, I've interviewed the patients who have vitamin D deficiency, and I'm very surprised how many of them had told me the first time I heard of prostate cancer was when I was diagnosed.
Wow.
So really there is a need for education of the community on prostate cancer. We think that everybody knows about prostate cancer, but actually it's very surprising to me. The other finding that I have seen is a lot of patients have a history of a brother or a father who had prostate cancer, and none of them are aware of the genetic predisposition for prostate cancer. So there's a huge need for your work, to Dr. Edwin.
You're absolutely on point. And so imagine if you have that in the United States where the official language is English, you compare that to African countries, that many African countries don't even have any word for prostate. Most our indigenous African languages do not have any word for prostate. So how do you tell men that they have disease in an organ that does not exist in their lexicon? So that is the challenge that we're facing. That is the barrier we're trying to cross. But I'm super excited that as we continue to, work together like this, we go there, we create awareness, more and more, men. Of course, there's a way to describe the organ, to explain that the organ is here and there. But then there's a lot of work to say, you have this organ, And the next they ask you is that, what is it called in my language? You say, okay, just know there is something here that is there and all of that. Go ahead, Dr. Eli.
Another way to bridge that is to use our community partners.
Oh, yeah.
Like Dr. Bolajico is working with African immigrant groups. That's a great way because those behaviors, if they exist in Africa, when they migrate here, they still have them. So, but then we have the opportunity now to go through those African immigrant leaders, walk through them to be able to navigate, to go through those men and to change those beliefs. And then once they get educated, they're turning back and calling their brothers back home. I got tested, you go get tested too. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's exactly what we're doing.
How do you translate genetic testing to low-resource countries? I mean, they want, like right here in the struggle. So you will repeat the questions.
Yes, Dr. Odenna mentioned how do you translate genetic testing into low-resource country? You know, that's a very important question. There's a group from Kenya who reached out, and that was one of the things that was one of the questions that they asked us, like how do we Africa, how do we how do I humbly answer the question, and how do I humbly I'm trying to, they say that the infrastructure in terms of genetic testing is not there yet. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to assess the voices of survivors and how they went through the cancer journey. So that's what they would like to do. So they're doing a pilot. They would like to do a pilot, right? But then even with going through the pilot, we're asking them just basic questions about, have you heard of genetics? So what we're doing, we're just asking them to lead it. So we're just saying, here are some survey items that you can ask on just basic questions about what is genetics, what is genomics, and then they're going through clinics and they're asking the questions on genetics and genomics. But you're absolutely right in that for a lot of low resource country we're just seeing the fruit of genetics and genomics being utilized. The first time I wrote the Career Development Award, it didn't get funded because they said the technology wasn't ready. We fast forward 3 years later and it was funded because they were like, it's standard of care now. So imagine imagine another country wherein there's no infrastructure, and it's not to say that when I think of Africa, I've been there, I've been to Lagos twice, I've been to
Mombasa.
Kenya, Mombasa, and I don't think of it as they don't have resources. They're rich in resources, but I think it's, how do we kind of mobilize and find the resources that to push the health sector in a different direction. And so you're absolutely right. Like, I think you need to bring the health innovators to the table, and the great thinkers, because there's definitely thinkers in the region, and you're going to have to come up with, like, I think Rotimi, you were at IODIC, and you were saying that you were coming up with solutions to how do I say? You were coming up with solutions to do genetic testing at a smaller scale. You came up with solutions to do some of these testing that were costing 500. Well, when I say 5,000, you were coming up with solution to bring the cost down.
Right.
And so at a level where say Polaris in the States is going to cost 5,000, we might have to come up with costs to say, let's do a Polaris or Oncotype DX in emerging countries or developing countries for like maybe 25. We don't. That's what we're gonna have to do, like high risk, high rewards, kind of low cost. That's how we're gonna have to be innovative in our way for. That's how we're gonna do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. One more question.
Yeah. Yes, please.
I have a question regarding the evolving urine test.
just to hear your opinion about where that science is, and you see that as a way that we can use something that's less invasive in this space. And then my second question is, in the low and middle income countries, the women have had a huge campaign for cervical cancer that's been evolving with Gardasil in those countries. Have we identified any ways that women are usually the head of the households in these spaces? Have we identified any ways to carry that information, since they are now more in tune with cancer screening, cancer prevention, use that as a whole with the Gardasil? Is there any way to match, just the population and the direction of what is happening?
Well, so the question about low and middle income countries, I think, is really, really powerful, especially when we're focusing, or I think we ought to focus on countries of African ancestry. In terms of genetic testing, many of us know, if we have a lot of cancers in our family and we get tested, we get VUS, unknown significance. We need to understand the genetic variants that are more common in African ancestry. And I think the promise of, the cancer moonshot is only going to be fulfilled as we study more African ancestry persons and countries. So it's a resource issue, right? And so I think begin testing those who have strong family histories would make sense to start there, because public-based testing would be, too expensive. It's not even done in the US. And in terms of advocacy, I think it's really important to, especially in low and middle income resource country, we need to engage government systems as well as advocates. So the government systems have to be a place to listen and respond to the advocates. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
Thank you very much. I think we have to bring it to an end here. Let's put our hands together to our panelists, and then we'll hand over to Professor Dedina. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. One of the things that we do in iCCaRE is we really walk the talk, and we make sure that when we are here talking to you, we bring the programs that we have talked about that are really, really very important. Dr. Kimberly Dashing, I'm writing down your name for making noise, just letting you know. That's a strike right there. It's a strike right there. Pastor McCall is not going to save you. So one of the programs that we have that is also part of iCCaRE is called the Community Research Registry. With the Community Research Registry, it's a way to educate about clinical trials and give you a chance to actually enroll in a research registry database so that when there are trials that matches you, we can tell you about those trials and you can make the informed decision. So I'm going to call, I literally have a lot of, that's my daughter right there, biological daughter, but I have a lot of work daughters. And one of my work daughters is Emelina, so I'm going to call Emelina to kind of briefly, 2-3 minutes, Emelina, come on, talk about the research registry. And she is going to be behind, I think Caleb is going to be helping us. So you actually can talk to her, you can enroll right now. And I think it's a $10 gift certificate if you enroll. Come on, Emelina. This is what I love about her. Look at the sprints now.
My little legs can't catch up. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's having a great day so far. So many wonderful information and speeches we've been hearing today, but just adding on with what Dr. Dedna was mentioning. So my name is Emelina Esteflores, and I help lead the Mayo Clinic Community Research Registry. And the beauty of the research registry is that it's a very simple process to, well, it will be simpler, but right now it's involves the completion of Before I can provide the questionnaire, I do go over some of the research registry specifics, which involves just emphasizing to you your rights as a research participant, like being that you are able to withdraw from the registry at any point in time. And our registry questionnaire asks you questions about your research interests and your comfortability levels. And you tell us what kind of studies you're interested in. And we find after you complete the questionnaire, we send you information about these studies that you qualify for. And so just because we send you information about these studies does not mean you're automatically enrolled. And so if you receive that matching email and or phone call and are interested in that study, you then reply to that email and or phone call letting us know you're interested, and we then connect you with that studies coordinator. So it's if you are interested, feel free to, I'll probably set up in the back, and I'll have some clipboards there where I can go over the informed consent, and you can fill out that questionnaire, and we can also pay you your $10. So yay! Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. All right, bye.
So if you have any questions for Emelina, we're going to go into a 10-minute biological break before we move on to the town hall. Please feel free to stop by, and she's going to set up over there. I have to tell you, Emelina is just one of our outstanding clinical coordinators. She's just fabulous. She's just Emelina is good. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back to the town hall. The town hall is really, really important because yes, we've tried to be bi-directional in our conversation with you, but it's been somebody's coming up, the advocates are talking, survivors are talking, and we are talking, but the town hall offers the interaction for us to speak. And I have to tell you how important this town hall is. In 1996 or 1997, I can't remember, 1996 or 1997, a town hall question and a town hall comment is what started my global research program that led to the formation of the Prostate Cancer Transatlantic Consortium, that led to the formation of the iCCaRE. So this is the question that was asked during that town hall in 1997 was a prostate cancer survivor who was diagnosed in the late 30 in 1997. I asked the questions that he does have a lot of, he's African-American, he does have a lot of African friends, and he has never had any one of them talk about prostate cancer, never anyone during the town hall. And he asked the question, is it because, does that mean that Africans don't get prostate cancer? And it's only because we are here, and maybe if we're in Africa, we would not be dying from prostate cancer. All the experts that were there for that town hall, nobody knew the answer to the question. And I said to him, I said, you know what, I would take a pause. It was in 1994, actually, because our consortium was, something like that. And I said, I'll take a pause and I'll go to Africa to go find out for you. He thought I was joking. And he just forgot, but I did not. I did do, I got my Fulbright, and I was a Fulbright scholar to the Ministry of Health in Nigeria for 6 months. And that's when Prostate Cancer Transatlantic Consortium was formed, which has led to everything that we do. So I'm not ashamed to, this is one of the reasons I work very closely with survivors, because my research ideas comes from the community. My research ideas come from survivors. So we are looking forward to hearing from you, and it's going to be led by two energetic people, Dr. Fullwood as well as Dr. Rotimi. So let's take 10 minutes break. Remember, you can go and ask questions about the registry from Emelina during the 10 minutes break. We're going to do the town hall, and after the town hall, Emelina is going to stay behind. So don't feel that you need to do the registry now. Emelina will stay behind, and then she will have a lot of help if you're interested in the registry. Okay, let's go take the biological break. Nobody. So we need to go to the back. Welcome to Cancer Research Link on iCCaRE TV, where we talk about the scientific discoveries that have to do with cancer and overall health for the Black community. Today, I really have somebody that is important who is going to be talking to us about prostate cancer. I call him my brother, but most importantly, he is the mayor of Mayo. So, Dr. Willis, first of all, tell us about your role at Mayo Clinic and your history with Mayo Clinic.
Sure. I will accept that title as mayor of Mayo, only because I've been there a very long time. The clinic has been there 40 plus years, but about 32 years ago, I arrived. I got to know a lot of people, probably because at that point in time, I was employee health director. So every new doctor that came through and pretty much everybody that came through had to have an exam by me. But the other thing was, there were no African Americans at Mayo Clinic when I got here in 1992. So physician, staff members.
That is really shocking in 1992.
1992. But it made me, work a little bit harder to get integrated into the place and meet people. And you probably have walked that road many times. And so I got to know a lot of people because I felt like I needed to do that to be sure I was comfortable and safe in the place. And 32 years later, I still know quite a number of people. Plus, I'm a primary care physician. And in Mayo Clinic.
Welcome to Cancer Research Link on iCCaRE TV, where we talk about the scientific discoveries that have to do with cancer and overall health for the Black community. Today, I really have somebody that is important who is going to be talking to us about prostate cancer. I call him my brother, but most importantly, he is the mayor of Mayo. So, Dr. Willis, first of all, tell us about your role at Mayo Clinic and your history with Mayo Clinic.
Sure. I will accept that title as mayor of Mayo, only because I've been there a very long time. The clinic has been there 40 plus years, but about 32 years ago, I arrived. I got to know a lot of people, probably because at that point in time, I was employee health director. So every new doctor that came through and pretty much everybody that came through had to have an exam by me. But the other thing was, there were no African Americans at Mayo Clinic when I got here in 1992. So physician, staff members.
That is really shocking in 1992.
1992. But it made me, work a little bit harder to get integrated into the place and meet people. And you probably have walked that road many times. And so I got to know a lot of people because I felt like I needed to do that to be sure I was comfortable and safe in the place. And 32 years later, I still know quite a number of people. Plus, I'm a primary care physician. And in Mayo Clinic, a lot of the times the staff, physicians, children, family are taken care of by primary care physicians at Mayo. So I just have gotten the opportunity to know a lot of people. I'll tell you one other thing and then stop. One of the things that inspired me to come to Mayo Clinic to begin with, to leave the small town where I was practicing, was healthcare disparities. I went to this small town up in Georgia because there was a lot of help that was needed there. There were not a lot of physicians of color there. And I felt like this would be a great place to try to help narrow this healthcare gap between Blacks and whites. And while there, I stayed connected to Mayo Clinic and a couple of other academic institutions and began to get interested in helping narrow that disparities gap from another perspective, meaning connecting these institutions with communities and with Black communities. And started doing that and have worked on a number of projects at Mayo since then. So I have been sort of pushed to get out into the community a lot.
Absolutely. I just want to thank you for your leadership within the community. I think you really are the champions for welcoming other minorities and especially Black clinicians and scientists. So I thank you for the warm welcome that you gave me when I came about 2 years ago. So today we are talking about prostate cancer 101, and we cannot talk about disparities in our Black community without talking about prostate cancer, because as everybody knows, prostate cancer is really one of the chronic conditions that a lot of Black men really are disproportionately affected by. So
let's kind of just start with the basic. What is prostate cancer?
Yeah. So before I even talk about prostate cancer, sometimes it gets even more basic. What is the prostate? So it's a gland that rests deep in the pelvis. It's connected through tubes with the bladder. It's connected with the testicles. It helps to make the fluid that actually comes out of the body when a man ejaculates. So that's where it is. And when functioning normally, doesn't hurt. There's no blood coming out of it. It just helps men to make other children. There's certain cells within the prostate that can just overgrow. They just sort of spiral out of control and begin to overgrow as most other cancer cells, the origin of that in the body. And when they overgrow it and turn into malignancy, that's where we begin to talk about prostate cancer. So typically right there in that prostate organ, not in the penis, not in the testicles, but right there in that prostate gland, which rests right behind the penis and somewhere between the penis and the anus.
Yeah, so it sounds like the prostate does really serve a very important function. So it seems as if something is going on with the cells inside the prostate. And you mentioned a big word, malignancy. What is that?
Yeah, malignancy, cancer.
Okay.
So malignancy, the word we use when we're talking about cancers. When those cancers start and they begin to overgrow and they get out of control, it's often difficult to treat them. It's often difficult to remove it from your body. Much easier, most often, if you can find this cancer or malignancy very, very early. And so that's why we talk so frequently about getting screened and trying to figure out who might or might not have prostate cancer. Because if found early enough, very often we can do something about it.
That is great. So who is at risk?
Who is at risk?
Who is at risk for prostate cancer?
That's an interesting question. I think if you look around on the internet and other places, one of the first things they will say is that age is a risk factor. The older you get, the more at risk you are for getting prostate cancer.
And at what age should one start watching out? Because you say age is a risk factor. So
age is a risk factor. We start really concerning ourselves with it right around 50.
Okay.
But for Black men, we generally begin to look at this 10 years earlier. We begin to worry about it around 40. So age, if you get old enough, some will say you're probably going to have prostate cancer. If you're 90, 95, you may have some prostate cancer, but it's probably not going to bother you.
Yeah.
It's very slow growing. What about in the younger ages? You really want to worry about it when you're getting beyond 45, getting closer to 50. But you want to be particularly worried about it if someone in your family has it, because it can be it can run in families, as we used to say.
So we have age, and then we have family history. If you have family
age,
history.
we have family history.
What else?
One other really important one, African-American men get it more than others. And that is why in African-American men, we begin to do the blood test and sometimes the finger test, which we need to talk about because nobody likes it. But we do begin to do the blood test and the prostate check with the finger in the rectum. We begin to do that about 10 years earlier in Black men. Black men or any man, if they've got several people in their family with prostate cancer, we start checking early. We do not wait until 50.
Yeah. So, I mean, I had like a lot of questions for you, but it seems like the more I ask, the more we need to go into detail. So we might have to turn it into part 1, part 2, and part 3, because I really want our community to really understand about prostate cancer. So I think you've mentioned 3 things now. One, age, two, family history. And the family history is a concern because oftentimes we don't know our family history or we don't share our family history.
Right.
And then the second one is the third one, which is of really significant concern, is you're saying if you are Black, you are at risk for prostate cancer.
Right.
And then you start talking about a couple of tests. So you talk about one is a blood test and the other one is the digital rectal exam. Can you talk a little bit more about the two tests?
Yes.
And what happens if any one of that is positive?
Sure. We start doing the blood test. There's a number which we say, hey, if you're under this number, you're probably normal. You don't have prostate cancer. If it's above this number, and each number is different, a little bit different from each age, we worry that there may be prostate cancer in there. We've begun to depend a little bit more on the blood test than the finger test anymore. And when I say the finger test, I need to be clear. That is the finger in the rectum.
Okay.
Finger in the rectum. If this is a rectum and the man is standing here,
Let's settle down. We have party this evening, and we want to get through this as quick as possible so that we have enough energy to dance. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Waiting on a couple of stragglers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is the only microphone, right? Yeah.
All right. Okay. Since some of y'all in the back are standing up, can y'all make your ways to the front, please? Hello, people in the back that's talking. Make your way up this way. Miss Thompson, Miss Miller, come on up. Come here for a second, please. Yeah, come on. So, as Dr. Odena had said earlier, the town hall is like really where we put the peanut butter on the bread. This is how we kind of start to really kind of make these sandwiches. So, because this mood is a little somber, we're gonna need to stand up. And I got Miss Miller here. What you supposed to say?
Nothing.
Go ahead.
Let's go, Doc.
That's right. All right. So the ones that are in the room, we're going to need y'all to stand up for a second. All right. So before we kind of get into these questions, we got to kind of shake it out. We're not going to do no Harlem Shake or anything like that, but we're going to kind of work it out so we can have a very enticing and energetic kind of conversation. Okay. So I told you the first two moves. So we're going to go two to the left.
Your left.
To my left this time, all right? We're going to go two to the right. Then when we come back to the left, we're going to go two hands up. Then we can come back this way, two hands up. And then we go this way, we're going to roll.
That's too much.
No, stop. We're going to roll once. We're going to roll once. And then we're going to roll once. And then we're going to roll twice, and then we can come this way, right? Two times. All right? Dr. Young and Emmeline, I need you to pay attention. Dr. Ashton, put the cookie down. Follow along. Mr. Gainey, I brought you a birthday cake, so I need you to stand up for me. All right? We got history. All right. So we going. Remember, who's blocking? I'm good? All right. So let's go. Two to the left. My left. All right? Back this way. 1, 2. Now, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Come on, Dr. Odena. All right, we starting again. 1, 1. All right, so we almost got it, and then we're gonna get into the questions. All right, so listen. 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, right? Do the 2. I know I messed it up. Don't, you ain't supposed to help them out. You're on my team. You're on my team. All right. So 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 1, 2, 2. No, it's not. Just we gonna go slow. We're going one more time. All right, focus in the back. Dr. Ashton, I see you ready. Work it out. All right, here we go. 2 to my left. Go. 1, 1. No hands, Dr. Kennedy. 1. All right, 1, 1. 1, 1, 2. Dr. Odedna, come on. 1, 1, 1, 2. All right, let's get to the questions. All right. Hey. And so, and when you have that energy, what are you supposed to say? What did you write on your pad? Go ahead, Doc. All right. Okay, so we've had a really great day of conversation. We had updates from behavioral and clinical advocacy. So we're going to start off the questions in the realm of that. And maybe let's just talk about, how do you think the latest research findings that we heard, whether it was from the behavioral or the clinical side on prostate cancer, can be translated into strategies for supporting survivors in the community? It's right there. I thought it was over there on the table. Oh, someone took. Yeah. I thought it was over there. Yes.
Everybody check your pocket.
That's where I put it.
Maybe the cleanup guy got it.
Do you have the microphone? Okay. Yeah, it's not up here. No, it's not in there. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So we'll bring it back again. So we will start off by asking, how do you think the latest behavioral research findings, whether they were from the behavioral or the clinical aspect on prostate cancer findings, can be translated into practical strategies for supporting survivors in our community? Go ahead, Mr. McCall. Can you stand?
I guess my question is, if you are that, well, if you don't go to a major cancer treatment center, and you just go to a regular hospital, I guess, for prostate care, what is the likelihood of those physicians there being as knowledgeable and knowing about novel therapy, genetic work, or whatever? What is, when you talk to people and they go, and sometimes they get the, I guess, whatever the hospital standing care is, that may not be, what they need per se. Yeah. They can get different kinds of
Yes. So, oh, there's a microphone has reappeared. Dr. Colon Otero.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Miller. Go on, Ms. Miller.
Do you have questions?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want to go right again so that record? Yeah,
Again.
please.
Okay. My question is, going to a cancer treatment center
As opposed to going to
as opposed to going to a regular hospital,
with their standard of care.
what is the likelihood of the hospital being up to date in terms of knowing novel therapies, what to use, versus getting that regular standard of care treatment that might not be what you need? Okay, when I talk to survivors, and sometimes they tell me what their doctors are doing, I'm like, really? Okay.
So it gives you like one of those Arsenio Hall moments, huh? Where it makes you say, huh? That's a great question. And I guess where we can go to answer that question is the doctor that found the microphone.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's a great question. I love that question. So cancer care and treatment is changing real quickly. And that's why we do research, because unfortunately, almost 100% of patients with metastatic prostate cancer die of their disease. And that's true for all the common cancers, breast cancer, colon cancer, lung cancer, although we've made a lot of progress. So 5-year survival for lung cancer is almost 50%. And when I first started practicing 38 years ago, when a patient with lung cancer came to see me, and actually my first patient at the Mayo Clinic was a 38-year-old patient with metastatic lung cancer, and we sent him to hospice because that was the standard of care back then. So the reason why we made so much progress is because of research. So cancer centers may have more access to those research studies that are ongoing that may provide better outcome, or so we hope. Although many community hospitals and community practices are also having access to a lot of research as well. And nowadays, for deciding on what or how to treat cancer patients, we have what we call guidelines that we all follow that are nationally available. So whenever a patient with a cancer comes up to us with a particular situation, there are guidelines established by experts, national experts, that say this is the standard of care. So everybody tries to follow the standard of care. But in general, if there is a clinical trial available, we try to enter the patients on the trial because we hope that that would be an improvement over what we have, and that eventually we will have that clinical trial that would cure 100% of all patients, which we're not there yet. But I hope that answers the question. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that response, Dr. Colin Otero. So we're going to switch it up just a little bit to make this a little bit more interesting. So when I pose the next question, I'm going to have you kind of come on down like we play on the Price is Right, okay? And you can come stand next to me, and then I'm going to give you the microphone, and then you're going to kind of speak into this camera for our people that's live watching us, right? So because and then we're going to kind of put a couple rules on this too. So on this side, when I raise this hand, right? This hand, right? I need you to say party, okay? And then I want you to write it down so you don't forget. I want you to say party, and then I'm gonna say No, this is because the person at Lit TV is lit, and I don't want to lose his stuff and get lit. Okay. Okay. I appreciate the exploratory nature of your question, Dr. Odedna. All right, so this, that's what I'm saying, but I gotta finish it. See, I got you that bird. She sent me to the store. I went and got it. Okay, this side, y'all say party, okay? Then you're gonna wait 2-3 seconds. I'm gonna say and then on this side, if you hear them say party, you gotta say fun house, okay? That's your word over here. Fun house. So at the at the all right, now you got it. So this is how we rocking now. So I'm gonna ask a question in the first person because they was talking about the heat, the snakes and all that type of stuff. So Dr. Moore, come on down. Let me ask this question. So as he comes up, the question is, what are some innovative ways we can integrate these interventions, some of the stuff that you're doing in the community, into practice to better address the psychosocial needs of prostate cancer survivors? You can step to the mic so I can get you, because you're looking fresh to death today.
Oh, no, don't say that.
But before you answer, I didn't go all the way out. But before you go, so there won't be no root, but just go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, so we have to listen to the community. So when community members come to you or you go to the community, you have to go back to the community, and that's the big thing. That's the big thing that I've seen. So if community members say, hey, this is not culturally responsive to us. And so the innovations could be innovative to death, right? They could be, but if it's not flying, and if it's not flying for the community, if it's not culturally sensitive to the needs of the community, then it's not going to work. So I think that's the thing. So even if it's innovative and you think it's like it's the hottest thing since sliced bread, but if it's not something where, you know, or if it's not a priority for the community, if it's something where in the community says, as a researcher, you say, oh, this is my bread and butter, but the community's like, well, that's not what we're seeing as a priority. Party.
At the we gotta keep it moving. You know what I mean? That's how we're doing it. Party. You gotta stay active because we're moving this around. All right, Ms. Miller. Okay, so we're going to kind of transition into survivorship care. So I want to kind of hear from the members of the community. What are some challenges you foresee in implementing survivorship care? And how do you think we can kind of overcome this as a community? What are the challenges that you may foresee in implementing just survivorship care, whatever aspect, whether it's tackling the social terms of health, psychosocial, emotional well-being? How can we kind of overcome or to kind of mitigate those issues in the community? Anyone?
Okay.
Oh, you have to come on up, Dr. Crook.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I know you're not at Mayo no more, and you at that big university, but come on, step on up here. On camera. Y'all gotta say it together. What's wrong with y'all? So they got the fun house. At the thank you, Dr. Young. Don't let Dr. Young show y'all up. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was going to say that I think like Dr. Balojoko's presentation kind of included that where the family should be included in cancer is not, it's a diagnosis that someone goes through. And I'm also a cancer survivor myself, so I've experienced it on that side to know that perspective. But the family also goes through that cancer diagnosis. So including them in there as the survivors as well was important. And it might be the key to unlocking prevention, screening, all through the spectrum of the cancer journey. I think it's a unit, the community, the family, whatever the family makeup is, it doesn't have to be blood related, right? But the people that are their resources are the people that are going through that thing together from the beginning through the end. I think that was an important presentation, so I was excited to see the work in there. So,
all right, thank you. At the all right, see, Mr. McCall, we there. Help them get there. We there. Okay, let's talk about complementary therapies or integrative approaches. So you've heard a lot of the panel today kind of talk about these things, but how do you feel about the effectiveness enhancing the quality of life for prostate cancer survivors during the post-treatment phase? Some of the things, or maybe you can kind of talk to some of the things that you've been doing especially from some of the survivors that were part of that 10-year cohort, some of those post-treatment strategies that you might be implementing, not only within yourself, but in the community or sharing with other men. Come on up. I see you looking at me. We already making eye contact, brother. Come on up. All right. Come on down. We ain't got no prizes, though. I mean, but Vanessa might give you a T-shirt, though.
All right. Okay, as a survivor, I can talk about the post and what I do now to enjoy the quality of life. One thing is to try to eat right, exercise, and spread the word to the community.
Pause for a second. Can you say that last piece to start with an E?
Exercise. Exercise.
Say it one more time. Someone else said it that way.
Oh, exercise, exercise, exercise.
You know, like how Oprah say, you get a car, you get a car. Yeah. Exercise, exercise, exercise. All right, go ahead.
Right. Yes. That is the key. And try to eat right. But you know, we all can't eat right all the time. I don't do it. But I try to tell people to do it. So that, and as far as the post, yes, they have different treatments out there and different things I try anything, you know, as far as experimenting with the quality of life so that I can enjoy life and my wife can enjoy me enjoying life. So there are different things that they come up with so I recommend that also. So just try things and eat right, exercise, exercise, and exercise. Exercise. Party to party.
Focus.
All right.
Focus. Focus.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. All right. So this is just an open floor question. How can we ensure, as we go through, as we're all in this survivorship care space, how do we kind of keep it personalized to really meet the diverse needs of prostate cancer survivors and their families? Y'all should just say,
Party.
at the, because I'm coming up with some really great questions. You got to say that. All right. I was going to say something, but we're going to stick to the floor. So how can we ensure how we look at survivorship care is how we keep it personalized and individualized to meet the diverse needs of survivors and their families? From what you've heard today, or think outside the box?
I don't think my own tea so far.
Oh. Go ahead, Vanessa. You can sit here. Dr. Young, come on down. Come on down. No, we're doing it all so the people on live can see. You got to come up front. You got to come on up. Yeah. Yeah. Come on, right here.
I have a one-word answer.
Here, use this one.
I have a one-word answer, and that's listen. Be quiet and listen to the voices around you.
I don't know what's wrong with this side. Ms. Miller, before we get to the party tonight, I'm gonna need you to talk to them. Because we got a 10-second delay. Not like online, but we got a 10-second delay. You got Mr. All right. Let's see. Okay, we'll end with this. How do you think the information that was shared today can be applied, or when you take it back to your community, to better support prostate cancer survivors and their family?
I just have to qualify. We have people from different communities working. We have people from Cameroon, Nigeria, African American, Caribbean.
Okay.
It would be nice to get the perspective.
Yeah.
All the different. So
All right.
if you are belong to, just say which community you come from so that somebody else that is from a different community can talk about that.
So let's go with Cameroon. Who's here from Cameroon? Come on down. Come on down. We ain't got no prizes, but you can come on down. You're a little too fast. This is not whammy, whammy, whammy. All right. Tell us your community and tell us what you're taking back to your community, please. And, kind of face it. There you go. Go ahead. Okay.
My name is Emma, and I'm from Tallahassee, Florida. I am representing the Cameroon community in Tallahassee and some of Gainesville. So today has been very instrumental because for me, survivorship is, is something that we really need to engage them, learn to mentor them, know that they make them understand that they're not by themselves, which sometimes people just get isolated. So going back to my community, I just plan to really share some of this knowledge with them, so people can really learn to not be so afraid of cancer. Don't look at it like something that's coming to take away your life, but something that is happening with you, and you have to be aware of what is happening and live the best life. Like one of the speakers says, you said that, live the best life you can live with it. And that's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
From the Cameroon community. All right, so now we want to hear from somebody from Nigeria, that Nigerian community. Come on down, somebody. And I think there's a colleague of mine. She switched up her hairstyle, so I didn't really recognize her. But Dr. Bola Joko, come on down. Tell us what you're going to take back and what you're going to share. At the, y'all almost got it. We almost got it. I don't know what's.
Good evening, all. I'm from Nigeria community. I'm very proud to be from Nigeria. And we've been working in our community to advance prostate cancer, breast cancer, and colorectal cancer. And some of our advocates were here today, and we're going to go back and also regroup and share some of this knowledge. We are privileged to have some of them who are survivors, and we will definitely continue to advance this cause within our community to let them, get over with the stigmatization. One of my advocates just left. She had to go and pick her grandson. She had this group, she had this meeting. They were all very receptive, and they were asking questions as if there's nothing like that. Only to now come to be talking to her after the program individually, because they didn't want to talk about it publicly. And this is something that we need to get over with, and that is why we'll continue to talk about it. Is the big elephant in the room, but it's something that we have to continue to engage our community until we are all comfortable to talk about this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so we're gonna try and get somebody, I don't really like to say this word, but we're gonna try and get somebody from the Black community come on down and talk, because I ain't seeing that other word, that AA battery. But come on, anybody? Come on, Mr. Gainey. We making eye contact, Mr. Gainey. I get it. Party at the. All right, go ahead.
Okay, I'm Michael Gainey, and I represent the Post 197 American Legion Post here in Jacksonville. One of the things I picked up today, well, we're doing already, but it just complement what we're trying to do is we set up a prostate cancer support group at Post 197, and we're doing it the second Saturday of each month. And even though this month we had a lot of obstacles, one of our guys in the hospital, AJ, that you saw in the video today, another guy that was wife passed, so Aubrey. So here I'm left, it's me now. And but we talked to the commander earlier the other day. I said, Commander, this got to go on. We can't stop. We just take whatever we have and put it together, because we have to be committed to these people. Because you got some people going to show up just for information. Some people might be going through a crisis, and we have to be there for them. And that's what I see as opposed. I love this session today because I'm just picking up information, trying to sneak and take pictures with my camera. Now all of a sudden they tell me they can email me those slides, because those things,
great practice.
Yeah. Because these things that I see that I can use to help in my community. One of the things, we got the little postcards type things that we could drop off at places like barbershops and things of that nature. And we talk about those things, but then we say, not just barbershops, you get them to the beauty shops, because when women get it, they're going to push them in to get checked. So I think those things are really important. So those are some things I picked up today. But I think going out, talking to folks and telling them, hey, this is something that's serious and it could be avoided. The problems that we have in our community behind prostate cancer, a lot of it could be avoided just by getting tested.
Absolutely. All right. All right. So we're going to go across the water. We're going to get some of that Caribbean. Who's going to step up from that Caribbean side? And I think I got the perfect person, because she's been the hardest work. Oh, come on down. Come on down. We always like new faces to the microphone.
Good afternoon.
All right.
I'm from Caribbean, from Haiti.
All right.
Yes, I'm original African also. All right. I'm survivor for the prostate cancer. One thing I have to talk to my family, with something coming to the prostate cancer, don't afraid. Just be happy and listen what the doctor telling you. Do what you have to do. Enjoy your life and believe God and get exercise. You believe?
Say that again. Say that again.
Do exercise anytime, every day, anytime you want. And don't think you're done. No, you're just like anybody. Just anything, little thing happen. Thinking I'm gonna be free soon. Enjoy your life. Exercise all the time, and take whatever doctor tell you to do. Listen and follow instruction, and you're gonna be free soon. And you believe God. That's when it happened to me. When doctor tell me we get cancer, 46% cancer, and when they tell me that, I'm so smile. I say, what you smile? I say, I'm smile. It's nothing about me. And it let me do for a week. It told me about 12 years to go radiation. Monday and Tuesday, Friday, I never miss my appointment. I be on time all the time. And every weekend, Saturday, I go play soccer game. And I'm enjoying my life. When I go to church, I'm taking to the church. I am singing, I'm dancing all the time, Monday, Sunday, all the time. I'm happy. My wife told me, I never see this guy happy. Everybody, I never complain about I got a cancer. Because I know I'm going to free, enjoy, I do what I got supposed to do. And everybody just like me, that's what I'm going to teach my family. When you see you get a prostate cancer, don't think you're going to over. No. You're going to be free, do what you're supposed to do, and listen, follow everything doctor was telling you, enjoy your life, and you're going to be free soon.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that right there is the true epitome of falling in love with yourself again and living your life. All right. Oh my God. We can just go online. People, don't worry about us. Just pray for us, okay? So let's kind of go back and think about just the personal experience. I want you really to reflect on those personal experiences and we kind of want to make this like a quick kind of 2-minute kind of round where like how it's really kind of touched you or experienced you or what's radiated with something you heard today that's kind of tied in. So if we could get one or two, you can be a clinician, a doctor, you don't have to be a survivor, but or you could be a caregiver, but just how being here today and being the experience that you've experienced with whoever that person is that had that condition, just come up and maybe just give us a 60-second insight. It's almost like the ball is on the 1-yard line and we want to score. And we just want to hear your story in 60 seconds. This was the fun house. This is the fun house, not the party. All right. So if you would like to come up and share just your experience and how that experience might kind of guide you to kind of share new information with people, I welcome you to kind of come up to the mic and give us 15, 20 seconds, whatever you think. All right, come on down.
Can I do this?
Got
you. No, okay, it's not my experience. I just want to give a thanks. I want to thank you guys from my heart for all you have done for us. I mean, your time, your research, you decided to help in this area. And if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here. You know, as far as being able to stand up here and speak, being able to tell my story, it's because of you who opened up my heart, who opened up my eyes to see that I have something to give. And I just want to say, once again, thank you guys.
Oh my goodness, that was the perfect time for us to do it right there, you know what? All right. Anyone else want to kind of care to share? Pastor McCall? No, he spoke. He started us off. All right.
Yeah, I think
we good?
Yeah, we can open up.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think the next phase that we want to do is to just do an open mic, and if there's any question or comment that, okay, thanks, Vanessa, that you really want us to, consider, you want us to put the perspective, this is the time now. Yes, we have discussed some, predetermined questions, but definitely those are not exhaustive. So we really want to hear back from you. So the mic is open now.
I think everybody that hasn't spoken should get a chance.
Okay.
In this session.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how about I know who hasn't spoken. Let me get it.
Yeah.
Let me step right here.
Okay.
All right. No, come on. Like to really get this person to get up here and come to the mic, I'm gonna need y'all to be on point. So I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, and then I'm gonna go here. Okay? 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna put my hand up, and I really want you to say it with some feeling.
Okay, see, after you say 3 or just right, so you say 3 or...
It's gonna be 3. As soon as you hear 3. Right. Okay? Y'all don't even need any instruction over here because y'all are lit, like lit TV. Okay? So now, here we go. And it's got to be loud for you to allow me to bring this person up because there's someone in here that hasn't spoken. I know they have something to say. Okay? 1, 2, Dr. Adina. For those of y'all online, our fearless leader, the one who started this in 1994, has a jump start. And that's why she has been able to be funded for 30 years, okay? All right, all jokes aside, there's 2 things I'm gonna say. We're gonna do it because I got faith in you. The last time, they say the last time's the best time. So we're gonna come with that, but I wanna say a very special thank you to Miss Vanessa Gordon, who has wore many hats, who has gotten information and put it up on short notices and just kind of made some things run. And sometimes, you don't give your flowers. And even when you be calling me and I don't want to pick up the phone, I pick it up. But, that's for between me and you. But you good. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right. So without further ado, we want Miss Shannon Pressey to come on down.
All right. I don't know how I got involved, but I will say this. Since the first time I worked with Dr. Odedna, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And now we're to the point where, we have a Vanessa Gordon running a consortium grant and putting on these events like this, so I don't have to do all of them. But I will say that something for me that is very impactful is that I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 left already. But these are 4 individual people within the unit who are now learning about prostate cancer, who previously may not have known about prostate cancer, may never have worked with prostate cancer. And if you know anything about our unit, our research program, Dr. Odedna, once we get a hold of you, you immediately just become an advocate, right? So I'm just proud of everybody for showing up. I'm proud of Vanessa. I'm proud of everybody else. We have some people who had to travel in, who don't live in Jacksonville, including myself. Yeah. You're supposed to be here, but that's all right. But I just want to let you all know everything that we do, we couldn't do without the community. Yes. Every grant that we've gotten, we can't get it without collaboration. So you will never see a grant that we have or a project that we're doing and we're not collaborating. So when I learned what research was, she kind of set the bar. She set the tone. She gave us the blueprint. So in everything that we do, we collaborate. So I just want you all to know that if you ever see my name on emails, I may not communicate directly with you, but I'm watching and I'm trying to make sure that everything goes right. All right. Yeah. So in this fun house, this is the fun house. But no, thank you so much. And I'm so glad to meet some of the survivors and some of the post members that I may not have met personally yet, but we're here. I think, don't we have some of our MPH students here? And we have some FAMU MPH students that came into town. DRPH. Let me not take that away from you. Where are our FAMU DRPH students? Bring them up. Bring them up.
So I'd like for both of our FAMU students to come up for a second. Come on up. Because you're seeing the future. Yeah, come on up. All right. So just give us a 30-second perspective on what you're taking away from today or what you learned from today. And step up right here.
Well, I'm a little shorter,
So
so.
I'll bring it down for you.
All right.
All right, there you go.
So good afternoon. I'm Rakinya Henson. I'm a DRPH student at Florida A&M, and today was like eye-opening. I especially enjoyed the survivors as advocates, just to hear that firsthand experience, because you read the textbooks and you look at the data, but that doesn't give you a full perspective when you're actually looking at a person and hearing their story and hearing what they've gone through and how they've been able to overcome. So it just, I don't know, it brings it full circle and it puts that humanistic figure to it, and it's more so makes it personal for you and know that the work that you're doing really affects someone's everyday lives. So for me, it was just a full circle moment. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you. You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. I am Asha Odo. I just graduated last Friday with my master's in public. With my master's in public health. I enjoyed today a lot. I learned a lot from the survivors. When people go through certain life changes as prostate cancer, I often wonder about support system and what's going on mentally. Because I know on the outside, a lot of people mask and portray like everything is going great, but on the inside it could be something totally different. So to hear from each one of them that they had a great support system, and to hear them talk about religion, how they all spoke how God was first in their life, that's amazing to know, because oftentimes a lot of people don't ask, well, how are you feeling mentally? What's going on? It's just, oh, you look like everything is going great. I wouldn't know that you were going through what you're going through. So, mental health is very important to me. So to hear that, they had that great support system and that they're doing well mentally, that means a lot, because masking is very heavy today. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. As we bring this good thing to a close, I want to really kind of be serious for a minute. I've been kind of playing today because, when they let me get this microphone, ain't no telling what I'm supposed to say. But I'm going to be serious for the next 120 seconds. And I want to piggyback off of something that Ms. Pressey said. I wasn't there when Dr. Odena really kind of started this thing. But when I came in this lab, I met Dr. Jennifer Crook. She was already here, and she was kind of laying the foundation. And the thing about being in this particular lab, and if you can just ball your fist up for a second and then put it up in the air, and we're not going to like 1969 John Carlos. So even though I'm unapologetically Black, I'm not taking it there. But this lab, what we kind of stand for is basically 5 individuals standing and striving together, right? And that's what our lab has really kind of been. And we continue to extend those 5 fingers, that fist, to community members. And then when you pound us, you're going to make that 5 connection with those individuals. And then y'all are going to start to strive together, and y'all are going to start to impact your communities. And then someone in that circle is going to step out, and then they're going to pass that fist again and pound someone else up again. And then you have a fist of individuals and all these branches coming together. And at the end of the day, that's what this lab kind of embodies. It's not like there's one person that is just leading the whole charge. We're all collaboratively, and we're not always on the same page. Let me say that first, because I come from a family. I got 4 sisters, and they're all watching online right now. And sometimes you know how to. And then there's only 2 men. Dr. Rotimi, you're the only one, but there's only 2 of us. And some of the conversations that we hear about our new downtown space, there was a space about some stuff that I'm not going to know, but some of y'all know what I'm talking about the, the women stuff. But I'm just saying that this fist means something in our lab, and y'all mean something to us, and that's why we continue to pound each one of you as you extend out into your community. So just remember that we're always going to be striving together, and someone's going to step up and continue to carry that torch forward. So without further ado, we're going to bring Dr. Odena up.
Just before she comes, he has a very quick announcement concerning Vera Femi. Vera. Yeah, thank you so much. Unfortunately, my flight, I misplaced my flight. So I was supposed to meet with the survivors earlier today so that I can go over, something that we planned. It's not like we really planned this, but we see this like an opportunity, like a gold mine. For the survivors that were 10 years, they started this 10 years ago, and they're back again together. And now we are developing this application, Vera, that I gave in my talk, which is actually mean virtual intelligent robot assistant that is going to help Black men diagnosed with prostate cancer at the point of diagnosis where they are feeling really vulnerable. We want a technology that can actually replace some sort of missing unmet goals, unmet needs that they have. Now, they go back home, they take it with them. And it's going to be some sort of like a companion to them, guiding them towards and providing them with resources. So, Vanessa, I don't know if you can put back that video. You don't need to care about, I just want them to get a snapshot of what we are doing and what that video is really going to be about. It's about developing that application. So I want to work with you guys flexible enough. What we can do, we do. What we cannot do, we leave it. It's not, I mean, it's not like we must do it. But if we can do it, let's have the filming tomorrow. So tentatively, will be a transit 8:30 a.m. in the morning to go over to the American Legion. And we're going to work out the details for that. And hopefully 9:30, we can start the filming. Now, the filming is going to be of 3 parts. We're going to have one part that's going to talk about social support. Basically, it's about social support, and there are several topics under social support. Now, another major part of it is going to be spiritual support. You've heard about how spirituality plays a big role in prostate cancer survival. We want to capture that raw. Then the last part is going to be wellness and self-care. So these 3 parts, we want to make sure that we catch up some of them, but if we cannot, no problem. So that's really the agenda for tomorrow. And I just want to thank the survivors that are here today. And just back again, we're going to see you some of your time tomorrow. And we believe what we are trying to create is going to change the future of prostate cancer. So we don't want to miss this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just a couple of announcements. If we could have the survivors just wait after we do the closing, because I know the woman needs to go and dress up for tonight. We're going to look fly. So we're not going to be waiting behind. So just stay behind. Afterwards, Vanessa is going to show the filming. I also want to remind everybody, if you have not completed the authorization to share your story, please complete and sign this form, which allows us to be able to post and do what we need to do. Also, after the closing, Emelina is still waiting behind. So yes, if anybody needs a copy, just put up your hands and Shannon will provide it to you. If you're part of Mayo, we can use your image anyhow we like. But we're not part of Mayo, you need to complete it. Afterwards, also, if you could please stay behind and talk to Emelina if you have any questions about it. So we're going to go on to the closing. Don't forget, the person, and a lot of people have been asking me, is there going to be what kind of jollof rice is going to be there? Is it Ghanaian jollof rice or Nigerian jollof rice? It's going to be Nigerian jollof rice, the best jollof rice that you have ever eaten in your life. So it is Nigerian jollof rice with pounded yam, and the drinks. Okay, you guys get ready to be wild with the food and the music. So okay, so don't forget. Come with your dancing shoes. There's going to be a time that we're going to say who are the Mayo people. It includes the iCCaRE people too. Mayo, iCCaRE, get up and dance. If you don't know how to dance, it's okay. Just say you're with City of Hope. You can say we are with the City of Hope and go mess up City of Hope. Don't come mess it up. We have a plan. We're going to look good. Okay. So going on to just closing just for 1 or 2 minutes, because I think everybody has already said what needs to be said. But I'm going to call Pastor McCall to give us closing prayers, and then we're going to have a photograph taken. But everybody that is in the lab and everybody that knows me knows that for us, it's all the grace of God. And I'm not ashamed to say that. Miracles happen a lot in a lab. And when I say a lab, I don't mean a lab in the United States. I mean over 500 plus investigators that we have all over the world. One of the things, and I'm going to give an evidence, and you guys are going to really laugh. There was a time that I was living in Tampa, and the hurricane was going to really, really face Tampa. And it was very bad. And it was interesting to me. We have a WhatsApp group, or like Captivity Consortium, and there were a lot of prayers going on in our WhatsApp group. And the prayers were very well pointed. I would never forget, were very well pointed that even if you're at the last minute, that hurricane would divert to another city. And at the last minute, it did. Unfortunately, it diverted to Orlando. And Parisa calls me. I saw all the prayers that are going out. Do you really realize the hurricane came to me? I'm sorry. We should have asked for prayer points for you too in Orlando. But I said that to say that in our lab, whatever faith you are, so it's not, you don't have to be a Christian. We ask you that your faith, practice your faith, even if you're a Muslim, if you're whatever faith you are, because we believe in something. And we pray and we fast on all our grants. And all our publications. That's just kind of what we are. So collectively, there is a reason. So for everybody that is here today, I can 1000% say that I met everybody per chance, including Lead TV that was connected to us through Senator Tony Hill, including the men that participated in our study, including Dr. Solomon Rotimi, who I went to Covenant University and just came to come and eat my food. He didn't want to do anything. Fast forward, look at what he's doing, right? Including everybody that is in the lab, including Dee, who came at the last minute to help me when I was screaming my head off my very first year at Mayo. It was all per chance. It was all per chance. It was all per chance. The reason I'm saying that is because God does not put anybody in your path per chance. It does not. When he puts somebody in your path, you better realize it's either because they are supposed to do something for you or you are supposed to do something for them. And if you don't seize the opportunity, it's on you. This is why I always refuse for anybody to thank me. I think if you're thanking me, you're really doing me a disservice. Because if I don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. And then the glory that God is supposed to give you, if you do that thing that you're supposed to be obedient about, is going to go to somebody else. So please, all our Catholic people knows me. I do not want any recognition. Let's just look up. That's where the recognition goes. And when we do that, then more blessings come down. And this is all of us. We are one together. We are in this fight together. We are going to win this fight. I believe in my heart that we are going to do what people have never done for prostate cancer. But it takes all of us. It takes all of us, and we're going to get it done. So I want to thank you. I want to thank everybody. We're going to I'm going to have Pastor McCall please come up to do prayer for us. Please come up to prayer for us. And then we're going to take a photograph together, and then we're going to have fun tonight. I don't know how many people have come to my party before, but this is a party and it's going to be lit. You better make sure the party is lit, Vanessa.
The food is going to be great. I just wanted to make a couple announcements. Thank you. There are 17 people online right now. And those include our hubs, and it's 10 p.m. over there. So I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you all for staying with us all day. And I've seen your comments, and we'll share them with the group. Also, for tomorrow's filming, it will be here at the hotel in the St. Augustine room at 9 a.m. So for the survivors in the room, it will be in the St. Augustine room, which is down the hall and and to the left.
Let's stand together, please. God, how we thank you on this day for Dr. Odededna and the iCCaRE for Black Men Consortium. We thank you for this awesome gathering. We lift up the leadership tonight. We lift up the doctors and all of those who are planning, who are researching. And God, we thank you for the day when prostate cancer is no more. We lift up tonight those family members who've lost loved ones due to prostate cancer. We lift up survivors who are here right now, and we thank you for encouraging our heart to participate and to share our story. We pray that we would be a blessing in somebody else's life. And oh God, during this week of meeting and planning and talking and sharing, we pray for all the good that will come out of this, that we'll leave here hyped up, fired up, and going back and doing the work in our various communities. And we thank you for this tonight. We pray for the food that's been prepared for our bodies. We thank you for having some time to just share and have fun and smile and laugh and fellowship together. And we ask all these blessings in your name, and for your name's sake we pray. Amen. Amen.
Order room ABC, so it's just down the hall. Also, please scan this QR code. It's the feedback survey for the symposium. So it's only 5 questions. So please scan the QR code and then make your way to the front so we can take a group picture. Yeah, everyone in the room. We took the survivors already. Come on, Dr.